Beginning of Part 2 of this two-part audiobook. Topic 7. Avatars.
What's your general definition of an avatar?
As it pertains to our simulation, any form that allows consciousness time to actively express itself and gain experiences from those expressions.
Which you've outlined as anything having life force.
Yes, broadly speaking, the entire simulation is an expression of consciousness time, but it seems to have limited its active expression to animated matter, at least as far as we can determine. To use the video game analogy, even as far back as Pong, in order for players to have a meaningful interaction with the game, they needed to be able to express their intentions through the sliding paddles. In that instance, the paddles were the avatars.
So, an amoeba is an avatar.
Yes, anything with life force.
What about a star's fusion reaction? Isn't that an active expression? Or at least activity is occurring, right?
It is, but only as executed code. An amoeba, simple as it is, has the ability of choice in addition to its coding. A star doesn't. In a video game, everything is coded to operate a certain way to render determined outcomes, but only the avatars, operated by players, express active free will choice within the game space.
Are you implying that an amoeba has free will?
Very doubtful, but it has the potential for it. If we're the evolutionary outcome of a single cell, we're proof of that. Yet no matter how many eons pass, stars and all inanimate matter will never be capable of free will choice.
Okay. So I've entered the simulation, I have my avatar, I deem it to be me. I have a sense of self. For all I know, everyone else in the simulation is an NPC. For that matter, I might be as well, but for the sake of my own personal worth, I'd like to presume I have an individualized consciousness. Or at the very least, a personalized expression of consciousness time playing the game as a customized, unique avatar that feels like me.
Complicated, but it covers the bases.
So why don't I have any awareness of my higher self, the player?
Twofold. One is simply data limitation. Our avatars are analog, as is the entire simulation. You'd need an avatar with massive bandwidth and processing power to parse and convey all the information that your player possesses. The brains of our avatars are not equipped to transduce all those data. 2. If our avatars did have full awareness of our higher selves, it would defeat the purpose of the simulation.
That seems counterintuitive. If I knew what my goals were, my higher self goals, I'd find it easier to focus my avatar's attention toward that end.
The key word there is easier. Nothing worthwhile is easy. Since love is the goal of the simulation, its greatest prize, it inherently needs to be difficult to obtain. If you had all the answers to the test, you wouldn't be learning anything. You wouldn't be achieving anything.
But with most sports, for example, we know what the rules are before taking the field. We're consciously aware of the objectives while we're playing.
True. But this simulation is much more complex than any sport. Most sports are about athleticism, so the rules tend to be simpler and well understood. This simulation is all about mystery. It's a puzzle game as much as an action game or RPG. We need to devote a sizable portion of our time to deciphering why we even decided to play. It's unbearably difficult because our higher selves are gods with immeasurable knowledge. As players, we need a formidable challenge.
So do we choose our avatars?
Choose yes, create no. Most avatars are presets. Like in a video game, there may be a wizard, a dwarf, an elf, and so on. You can customize some of the attributes, but the presets of the avatars are pretty much static. They're pre-coded.
DNA?
No, that's virtual code, not unlike virtual time. DNA has fractal relevance, but only insomuch as it's an analog expression of the simulation's underlying code. The coding of our avatar occurs at the level of fundamental reality. They're contemplations of consciousness time. The closest we can ever get to that source code is at the quantum threshold.
Quantum threshold?
I know, sounds woo-woo. But it's self-descriptive. From a simulation coding perspective, it's where the rubber meets the road, where the digital is rendered into the analog. Everything we experience in sim is a fractal representation of a higher reality. Nothing can be created that isn't imbued with the properties of its progenitor. This repeating pattern of creation is infinite. If you study a computer-generated image of the Mandelbrot set, you'll find that no matter how you proceed through the image, the design is recursive. Everything in our simulation shares similarities with that which created it. Another example of this fractal truism is how holographic photos behave when you cut them up. You can cut a photo into 100 pieces, and within each piece you'll still see a representation of the entire original image. Nothing that comes from consciousness time can be anything different than consciousness time. Consciousness time is digital in essence, binary choices occurring within time. Our simulation was created to be a restrictive analog subset of that fundamental reality, but cannot be completely divorced from it.
As above, so below.
Yes. So while DNA is representative code and we can manipulate it, the archetypal avatar presets cannot be changed in sim. What we might call that type of person does not change. Avatar archetypes repeat throughout history, conforming to the environments of their time. So for example, an international tech entrepreneur of today might share the same avatar archetype as Alexander the Great, only they'd be using technology to dominate instead of armed conquests. Even with our current ability to modify DNA, such alterations only amount to customizations. The archetypal preset remains unaltered. The wizard in a video game can never become an elf, or vice versa. If enough player customization is granted, someone may choose an elf and attempt to model it to look and act like a wizard, but it'll never have the core functionality of a wizard. The core traits that make a wizard, most importantly, how it interprets and integrates with the simulation, remain immutable.
And these presets are coded at the quantum level?
Executed at the quantum level, coded by consciousness time. The quantum level is the threshold between in-sim and out-of-sim reality.
Which itself may also be a virtual reality.
It likely is. Again, abiding by the fractal nature of existence, we're probably part of an endless line of Matryoshka dolls. But in order to play this simulation, the one we find ourselves in, it serves no purpose to project beyond what's necessary to succeed.
Don't ask questions you have no hope of answering.
Pretty much. We're at least aware of the quantum level so we can study it to some degree. Anything beyond the quantum level is speculative, which is all I'm doing here, speculating.
Why do you think the quantum level is where the rubber meets the road?
Because that's where our simulation begins to lose understandable analog cohesion. We can get a glimpse at it, tinker with it slightly, but it remains the barrier beyond which our avatars cannot pass, the divide at which classical physics begin to unravel. While playing a video game, it's possible to reveal the coding panel if you know the keystrokes. When you launch the panel, it appears at the bottom or side of the screen. You can read the code that's generating the very frame of now your avatar is experiencing. It's a complex mashup of nested scripts that scroll on nearly forever. You can't manipulate the code unless you have developer privileges, but you can study it and begin to understand various correlations between it and what your avatar is experiencing within the game. That coding panel is the equivalent to our quantum level.
And who has developer privileges?
As with any multiplayer game, relatively few. There are, of course, players who try to hack the code, try to find cheats.
Now that sounds interesting.
It's a reference to the occult, which I can go into later if you want.
I look forward to it.
In answer to your original question, though, yes, we do choose our avatars. Our choices can be based on any number of reasons or no reason at all. Newbies often go with their intuition or choose an avatar that seems interesting to them. Seasoned players more often choose avatars that'll help them achieve specific goals they're interested in accomplishing.
And if we do reincarnate, can we choose the same avatar preset each time?
Conceivably, if we find it particularly useful in our pursuits. But keep in mind, our players are usually after new, more captivating playthroughs. Sticking with the same avatar again and again, like a wizard, for example, would encourage stagnation.
Do we also map out our avatar's life?
I suspect there's some pre-planning, even collaboration with other players, but probably only on key objectives. The rest of what your avatar experiences is left up to the probabilistic coding of the simulation. How your avatar's life unfolds needs to remain out of the player's hands for the most part. You clearly affect the course of your avatar by the choices you make, but you cannot preordain what your avatar will experience, or how. The player's main role is to make the best use of the avatar's experiences, using love as its guiding principle.
How many avatar presets are there?
Unknowable.
Is there any way to determine what my preset is?
Not by strict definition, no. Efforts have been made, like astrology, tarot, caste systems, personality typing, blood typing, etc. DNA mapping is another attempt, but they all have in-sim origins, so I don't know how accurate they'll be. Even if you do find some validity to those categorizations, they'll still only be approximations. Maybe NDEers, or people who can astral project, are able to gain a more accurate understanding since they're gleaning information from out of sim. For the rest of us, though, we can at least try to learn what the nature of our presets are.
How?
By analyzing their effects.
I don't understand.
You don't need to know what something is in order to make use of its properties. To this day, we still don't know what gravity actually is, or electricity for that matter, but we can measure their effects. We can then design things that take advantage of those effects. In fact, we must. You can't build a skyscraper, for example, without taking into account the properties of gravity.
But gravity's effects are obvious. Understanding my own nature is more complicated. What are some tips for doing that?
If you've got a good memory, spend time reviewing your early years of life. Sometimes life-regressive hypnotherapy can help. As children, our presets are in default mode. They've yet to be buried under years of in-sim environmental programming. Were you an adventurous child or a cautious one? Were you captivated by colors and sounds, or numbers and abstracts? Were you self-absorbed or fixated on the personalities of others? Were you introverted or extroverted?
That still sounds like DNA to me.
DNA is part of it. Again, it's a fractal representation of the source code. But what I'm talking about is essence, fundamental personality essence. Your archetypal avatar comes with preconditioned skills and traits, which remain with you throughout your life. They're similar to DNA markers, yes. And like markers, whether or not they're utilized, turned on or left off, depends on your player's choices in response to the immediate environment of the simulation, historical time, place, culture, etc. Classically speaking, nature and nurture, but the preset is more immutable than either of those concepts. Consider it this way. A car is designed a specific way and comes off the assembly line as a standard model. That's its preset. When you purchase the car, you can add all sorts of accessories. You can modify the engine, add spoilers, rims, a new paint job, etc. That's its DNA. DNA is malleable and can mutate based on the dictates of the simulation. The avatar's preset is unalterable within the simulation. So even with all the customizations you might make to differentiate your car from similar models, it'll still always be of that model. In order to operate it properly, undertake any repairs that may become necessary, you first have to understand the base model you're working with.
So if I'm a tricked-out Corvette, I'll still always need to refer to the original operating manual to maintain it, repair it, modify it, and so on.
Yes. Unfortunately, with our avatars, though, we don't actually get an operating manual. We have to cobble one together for ourselves.
Are there more of some types of models in the simulation compared to others?
Without question. Just look at the road when you drive. How many Corvettes do you see compared to Corollas?
I suspect that affects the overall gameplay, right?
Absolutely. Models of a feather flock together. It's why we're so easily swept up in mob mentality and groupthink. I also suspect that most players are newbies who tend to go with the popular generic models until they get more confident with their driving skills, so to speak.
What are some more ways to determine our model?
Mindfulness. Learn to observe your immediate reactions, your impulses. Hone your intuition with regard to how the car handles. When you get a gut feeling, stop and try to determine why. When you have an odd coincidence, synchronicity, or serendipity occur, review what you were thinking about just before it occurred. Within those thoughts, you can find clues from your higher self, the player. Most of all, examine your habits, your day-to-day mindless repetitions. Those are your presets automatically reacting to the simulation.
How can I know the difference between original presets and any DNA modifications to those presets?
Preset confliction is always apparent by how it makes you feel. If it's a hindrance to your preset, it'll be distasteful to you. It'll be a trait or habit you're not proud of, or that causes you emotional discomfort. For example, an extroverted avatar saddled with shyness due to isolation, or an adventure-seeking avatar saddled with an immobilizing paralysis, either physically or psychologically. Conditioned outcomes, or DNA overlays, running contrary to the avatar's preset. And bear in mind, it does no good to hate the trait or yourself for having it. All preset confliction is there to help us learn. It's only by learning to separate your avatar's preset from these conflicting traits, DNA or conditioning, that you'll be able to reach your full potential.
I still don't understand this preset confliction idea.
Spaceflight games illustrate it best. You have your ship. You can modify it with loads of equipment and weapons, but with each modification you may end up sacrificing speed, maneuverability, fuel consumption, etc. Each modification has the potential of creating a conflict with the ship's preset design. So as pilot, you need to become extremely cognizant of how best to equip and fly your ship. It becomes a finely tuned orchestration of logistics and tactics.
Never been much on flight simulators, but I get your point. We're the ship, which is one of many preset models designed for specific tasks, and our DNA represents all the mods we can add, and each mod can help us in some respects or hinder us in others.
Yes, and that's all balanced against the backdrop of the simulation's current environment and what you're hoping to achieve. So for example, a cargo ship won't serve you as a fighter. You only choose a cargo ship if you have mercantile goals. It becomes your preset, your avatar. From that point, you'll modify it based on the type of cargo you plan to haul, how fast you need to haul it, what territories you'll haul it through, etc. Another way to view it is, our avatars are like factory-line devices, like computers, for example. They all come with their basic OS and firmware. DNA would be all the apps we install on the device to help us achieve whatever it is we're attempting to achieve. Conditioning would be all the internal and external personalizations we apply or are imposed by our surroundings that influence how we use the device. Some apps conflict with others. Some apps cause crashes. Some personalizations cause inefficiencies and hindrances. It's up to us, the player, to troubleshoot it all and find workarounds and patches.
But the archetypal presets are rock solid.
Right, they're tried and true, fully debugged.
So if we completely muck things up, can we reset to the factory default?
Good question. I don't know. Doing so in sim may be possible, but I can't imagine how. Though now that we can edit our DNA, I have no doubt we'll try.
That'd be nice, a kind of soft reboot to clear away any bad apps or viruses.
Maybe someday. I do believe we can code over some of the bad coding. We can run patches and install bypass apps that allow us to circumvent viruses or apps that can't be uninstalled. It can get messy and complicated, but sometimes it's our only way of remaining functional.
What would be an example?
Well, let's say you're genetically predisposed to alcoholism, which, by the way, may have been a purposeful choice by your player. You can use various methods, such as joining AA, to help you override that predisposition.
So what? AA is the patch.
In essence, yes. It's a coded method, a devised programming script, that when executed can deliver determined results.
So if most of our DNA modifications complement our avatar's presets, do we have an easier go of it?
To some degree. With regard to having less confusion and more confidence, I'd say yes. The kind of people who intuitively know what they want to achieve with their lives, prodigies and such. But I suspect that kind of DNA to preset dovetailing offers less of a challenge to the player, like the difference between driving a car with an automatic transmission versus a manual one. Also, the simulation's environment always remains a wild card. You can never underestimate the impact of conditioning. The in-sim programming that occurs, the nurture part of the equation, can radically affect a player's ability. Someone whose avatar preset has complementary DNA overlays may still encounter massive in-sim traumas and hardships that throw them far afield of their intended goals.
I've heard about some people, apparently reincarnated, having holdover traits from their previous lives. How does that figure in with archetypes and DNA?
As players, we have a modicum of pre-planning control. You asked earlier about choosing the same avatar over and over. I believe that's why reincarnation residue occurs. If you had a substantially powerful preset confliction in your previous incarnation and choose the same avatar archetype again, that conflict trait has the potential of carrying over to your new incarnation, kind of like a rut that develops in the road from overuse, or like overmashing a particular button on your keyboard or controller when you're gaming. Eventually, that battered key starts affecting every game you play and every avatar you run. You end up with an imprint from your previous incarnation that informs the DNA overlay of your current incarnation, either as psychological residue or even physical, down to the genetic rendering of a birthmark that echoes a wound from that earlier life, as some reports have it. Because you're using the same base model again, there's less incentive to completely reconfigure your experience. That's a bit of our spoiled soul laziness creeping into the player's choice of avatar, which is another reason to avoid falling back on the same avatar time after time.
So indulge me on this one, but if I were to incarnate as a Corvette at a time when most of the simulation's environment is covered in water, would my DNA modifications give my Corvette pontoons?
Bit out there, but yes, like the movie Waterworld. The main character's avatar was customized with webbed feet and gills, yet he was still the same archetypal human avatar. Most in-sim modifications are best guess approximations, and don't always help you, particularly if something changes in the simulation. That's what causes preset conflictions. A DNA modification that actually works against your avatar's preset.
So DNA is the preset confliction?
No, but it can cause the manifestation of one. To continue with the car analogy, if you need to operate your car in a snowy environment, you can put chains on the tires. However, when the snow melts, those same chains become a hindrance. It's not that the chains are a conflict trait. It's just that once the simulation state changes, they can create a conflict with respect to how you deal with them. The conflict trait is the negative habit or method you develop as you struggle to compensate for the change. Like all the cave dweller traits that served us so well in the past, but are now detrimental to us in this high-tech age. Aggression, for instance, was a useful go-to trait in the past. Now it has the potential to wipe us all out. It's definitely causing a preset confliction.
That seems like a pointless distinction, though. Change is change. Everyone modifies their behavior to meet the moment.
You sure about that? The distinction is this. Free will change is only possible by way of player input. You can only override conditional and DNA overlays with active involvement from your player. That's why I try to separate presets from in-sim modifications. Every avatar preset is designed to facilitate the pursuit of love. They are the embodiment of the player and the player's intentions. No matter which ones we choose, they all exist solely to bring us back to a state of love. Everything else that occurs in sim is designed to challenge that goal. We can all intellectually convince ourselves that we'll do the right thing when the moment arises, but most of us fall back on our in-sim overlays when that moment finally shows up. It's very useful to understand that you're running a coded machine, and that if you don't actively involve yourself in its operation, it'll likely make all the wrong choices at all the wrong moments. Most of us can intellectually agree that aggression in the age of nukes is a bad thing. But how many of us wouldn't still resort to aggression if provoked? And maybe even more so with such an awesome power at our fingertips. I'd agree that change is change, and everyone modifies their behavior to meet the moment. I just argue that most of us don't have sufficient player control of those moments.
But in your car analogy, if the snow melts and the chains become a hindrance, then they are the problem. What difference does my perception make?
It's like the difference between treating the symptoms of an illness versus curing the disease. Putting bandage after bandage on something won't solve the root cause. A confliction trait is just us repetitively and ineffectively slapping down one bandage after another. It may get us by for a while, but it won't fix the problem. In order to do that, we need to change our perspective. We need to involve our player. And from the perspective of our player, every DNA overlay serves a purpose, a challenge, so it can't technically be problematic. In fact, it's often the adverse effects of our avatar's conditioning or DNA that our player wants most. Learning how to drive on a dry road with tire chains, for example, may be the exact challenge our player is after.
Driving on a dry road with tire chains would be moronic.
Perceptively, when we're in sim, sure. Just like when you run an obstacle course. You may decide, in the moment of running it, that you're a moron for doing so. Why am I purposely running, jumping, climbing, and crawling for no good reason? But your intellect knows why. To improve your stamina, agility, and overall health. In the moment, though, your body rejects that logic. So yes, from a worldly, pragmatic viewpoint, driving on a dry road with tire chains would be moronic. But metaphorically speaking, the condition of the car or road doesn't matter. The only thing that matters is how the driver navigates the situation.
But removing the chains would be the most logical thing for the driver to do.
Perhaps, but you're still evaluating things based on their material properties within the simulation, instead of what might actually be of most use to the player.
Thinking not as God does, but as humans do.
Bravo.
In this case, though, I think they'd be synonymous.
Agreed. But what if you couldn't remove the chains? After all, most of us can't change our DNA, at least not yet. So let's say you put the tire chains on during a blizzard and they serve you well. Then the snow melts. Logic dictates that you should now take them off. But they're stuck somehow, can't be removed. You have no tools to cut them off, and no way of calling for help. Yet you still need to get somewhere important, and you need to do it now. As you attempt to drive with the chains, you'll develop habits to compensate for their effect on the handling of the car. If these reactive habits are based on anger and frustration, they'll very likely cause the car, the road, and you, the driver, loads of damage and grief. They'd become conflict traits. But if you simply accept that the chains are part of the equation and begin mindfully driving across the pavement, turning on your hazard lights, keeping your speed to a minimum, etc., you may be able to avoid damaging your car or the road, or at the very least minimize the damage.
But it would be reckless either way. Not to mention you'd probably get ticketed.
Well, of course, this is all metaphorical. I don't mean that people should start actually doing this for some sort of metaphysical achievement award. What I'm trying to say is that by learning how to drive the car mindfully, despite the hindrance of the chains, you, the driver, will have achieved a great deal with respect to your own development.
Such as?
Patience, calm, finesse, resolve, just to name a few. You'll have learned how to negotiate a near impossible situation. You'll become that much more adept at handling similar situations in the future. You'll be able to instruct others who might find themselves struggling with the same problem. What you may come to understand in time is that your player never wanted the tire chains for the snow-covered streets, but instead it wanted them specifically for the dry ones.
So as far as objectives in life are concerned, nothing is what it seems.
I find that to be a good rule of thumb, yes. Never assume that what you see is what you get. The only way to know what the true objective is, the objective of your player, is to accurately determine how a conflict trait makes you feel, how it truly makes you feel. If you happen to be a wealthy, successful person, for example, but can never shake the feeling that you're failing, pay close attention to that. Your player is trying to point something out to you,
That seems like a near impossible distinction to make.
which is why it's so valuable. Things like meditation can help you cut through all the layers of distraction to honestly determine what your true feelings and intentions are. Otherwise, you're right. It's nearly impossible to discern between environmentally fueled emotions and those being prompted by your player.
What if I'm just an awful person? Won't my preset conflictions make me feel good?
Well, to be clear, there are no inherently negative avatar presets. As I say, they're all geared toward the realization of love. I suspect there may be some negatively coded NPCs used to challenge us from time to time, but as for player-driven avatars, they're all neutrally coded in that respect, and there's no combination of DNA that can create a naturally awful person. There's no such thing as a bad seed. If a player is willing to let their avatar run on autopilot, it can often appear to be awful because it's operating strictly from a place of self-preservation. But no player enters this simulation with any other goal than to become love. That's the point of the game. If you had other motives, you'd play a different game. It's just that love is such a difficult score to rack. Most of us fail time after time. In the process, we can end up behaving badly. Frustration alone can cause us to overreact in a negative manner. Even if a so-called awful person appears to be deriving pleasure from their preset conflictions, understand that their player is not. Their player is fully aware that they're losing miserably and feeling miserable. Similar to when you get slammed in a video game. Sometimes you just throw in the towel. You become despondent, frustrated. The challenge was too much. You chose the wrong avatar, wrong difficulty setting, who knows? As a result, you stop trying. You forget about your objectives and just let your avatar run amok. When a player abdicates to their avatar, it never ends well.
Seems to me there are a lot of abdicators then.
It can seem abysmal at times, to be sure. That's why I always say, focus on your own game. Don't worry about the commitment or skill of other players. Maybe they bit off more than they could chew. And remember, we all have amnesia, so...
Remember, we have amnesia. Sorry, couldn't let that one slip by.
Right, not bad. Point is, though, even if we enter the game fully committed to winning, fully committed to becoming love, it's still very easy to get disoriented and sidetracked since we jettison all our out-of-sim memories. Going back to the tire chain analogy, if a player gets thoroughly lost in their amnesia, they can end up believing the simulation is all there is. This can cause them to give in to their anger and frustration. They throw up their hands and start mindlessly peeling across the pavement, recklessly tearing up their car in the road. Given enough time, though, after becoming stranded over and over again in their wrecked car, incarnation after incarnation, it'll begin to sink in that they're in a loop of their own making. That's when they'll start employing a more mindful, patient approach. Those are the beginnings of player realization, the point at which they begin remembering that becoming love is the whole reason they got into the car to begin with. Whether it has chains on it or not, whether there's snow on the pavement or not, means nothing at all. It's all about the driver.
But in the meantime, such people can cause untold hardship for the rest of us. They tear up the same road the rest of us need to travel on.
Granted, but if you're focused on your own driving, you'll adapt accordingly. Use the torn-up condition of the road as your own learning challenge, as well as skillfully steering clear of that so-called awful, erratic driver in front of you. To become fixated on or judgmental about in-sim occurrences will only serve to distract you from your own player objectives.
That sounds a bit isolationist, even pacifistic.
It can. You are talking to a hermit, after all. The question you have to answer for yourself is whether or not that's a good thing.
On paper, perhaps, but in practice, isolationism and pacifism aren't very effective.
That's a good distinction. Whenever you consider something on paper, what you're really doing is trying to determine how something should work, or how you want it to work ideally. Ideals are the player's way of worksheeting a desired outcome. If you concern yourself solely with the material outcome of the simulation, you may end up missing your player's agenda altogether. And yes, that agenda may involve contradicting your avatar's life force dictates, even to the extent of its own death.
Martyrdom?
Martyrdom smacks of ego. What I'm talking about is self-sacrifice. Like all the people on the Titanic that did make the valorous choice, who put the lives of others ahead of their own. How many of us would make those same choices today? We've become a fairly selfish society, writ large. Some of the most isolated and pacifistic people are the ones buried in their own inflated self-worth and decadence. Self-defense aside, is it really pacifism to refuse to fight for someone else's greed? Is it really isolationism to turn your back on a consumeristic society? Those answers can only be addressed by each of us individually. But just consider it. If you can never truly die and your goal within the simulation is to become love, then allowing your avatar to engage in any activity that contradicts that goal is a losing strategy. Saving your own neck at the expense of another is like cheating on the obstacle course, a course you chose to run in order to help you grow.
But how much control do we really have over our avatars?
In its decision-making process. Total, if you put in the hard work.
But so much of how we act is driven by ego.
Ego is simply the OS of your avatar. It's comprised of the archetypal preset, a DNA overlay, and conditioning from the simulation's environment. It has only one objective, to react to everything strictly in terms of material survival. Your avatar, its ego, has no comprehension of you, the player. It can't because it's a product of the simulation. The environment of the simulation is all it can ever know, and all it will ever be concerned with. It's a brilliantly coded thing, an AI bot capable of running entirely on its own, but it's not meant to be running the show. You, the player, must step up.
You mentioned ideals. How are they breadcrumbs from the player, as you say?
Have you ever wondered why our higher selves seem so adverse to or out of place in this world? If we were entirely of the world, shouldn't we be completely fine with how it operates? Like every other animal, simply accepted at face value, no judgments, no suggestions. Yet we can imagine things in a better light. We can look at the world, find it lacking, and imagine a more ideal one. As a banal example, exercising to maintain your body's health is an ideal. It's a concept beyond your immediate needs or environmental dictates that motivates you to go to the gym each day. Animals don't traffic in ideals. Only we do.
So the real is of the avatar, and the ideal is of the player.
Right. But that's real in quotes since it's referencing in-sim conditions. Ideals are the real, so to speak. They're from our true reality, and they meet with immediate resistance in-sim. From the moment we incarnate, we're at odds with our bodies and the rules of the simulation. Most people struggle with self-acceptance. Animals aren't troubled by such things. Being self-aware brings with it a kind of baked-in scrutiny and even resentment of material existence. Whatever your collection of banes may be, body shape, body odor, shivering, sweating, itching, sneezing, crapping, peeing, food, sex, sleep, etc., ad infinitum, all of the countless things we question ourselves over, are insecure about, are ashamed of, feel to be impositions, wish we could do away with, etc. They're all of the simulation. There's a good Star Trek episode where this godlike character, Q, is forced to become mortal as a form of punishment. Throughout the entire episode, he's complaining about all the oddities and indignities that come with being trapped in a physical body. We're no different. Going from our spoiled soul states into constrained simulated avatars causes us grief. In our spoiled soul state, we can have anything we want whenever we want it. No external dictates, zero impositions. There's only our awareness and our creativity. When we incarnate, We become the metaphorical fish out of water. The rules of the simulation are purposely designed to be counter-omnipotent. For example, in our spoiled soul state, there's no need for deceit. Yet here in the simulation, deceit is baked in. It's a default value of life force. Whether it's an intentional rule or a fractal residue from consciousness time, employing self-deceit in its creation of and immersion in the simulation. It's clearly something we must now all contend with.
How is deceit baked in?
When in doubt, I always resort to the natural world. Camouflage is one example. An animal's own body, without conscious input, can develop the ability to blend into its surroundings. And to what end? To deceive other animals, to either prey upon them or avoid being preyed upon. We can determine that to be an evolutionary advantage, true, but what is it at face value? Deceit. Out of sim, there are no predators or prey, no bodies to camouflage, no reasons to hide, no need to deceive.
So what? Deceit is a byproduct of life force?
More like an emergent quality. Life force is the active expression of consciousness time. It's the very seed of consciousness time, constrained within the simulation. Consciousness time created the simulation with various rules and then cast itself in. Curious to see how it would navigate the space. No judgments, no self-censorship. But in this amnesic state, it began intuiting its own in-sim mortality and began developing tactics and skills to help it avoid perceived pain and death. Deceit became one of those tactics. Once higher life forms like ourselves began consciously navigating the game space. Once we left Eden, so to speak, deceit took on a whole new level of complexity. That's also when consciousness time most likely began lucid dreaming. When love, the true goal of the game, became apparent to consciousness time and us once again. That's when our players became available to us as a means of willfully overriding our avataristic dictates. The main quest was revealed. That's why we can get frustrated when our ideals are contradicted by our avatars. We're in a bit of a face-off with ourselves. Like those nature videos where they put a mirror in the forest to record how animals will react to their own reflections. The animals get a glimpse at the observer within themselves. Their I meets their me, and it generally freaks them out.
Is consciousness time unhappy with what it's manifested, like deceit?
Unhappy? Doubtful. I think it just realized it was time to take lucid control of its dream, to start actively promoting its ideals, to start countering all the fearful manifestations that had cropped up. But our avatars, born of those fearful manifestations, fight us every step of the way. If we give in to them, individually and collectively, all those negative life force manifestations are certain to end the dream. Consciousness time will have no choice but to fully wake.
But still, why did it ever allow the possibility of such manifestations to crop up in the first place? It must have known it would happen, given the design of the simulation.
It did. Of course it did. But the entire alchemic process needed to play out in order to create the challenge of becoming love. Remember when I said consciousness time is playing this game with one hand tied behind its back? That's why. It needs us to make the hard choice to not fall prey to our avatars, to not conduct ourselves from a place of fear. That's the only way our decision to become love will be authentic. And how best to achieve that challenge? Create life force, a primal raw predisposition to survive at most costs, cradled within a purposely hostile and unforgiving environment. Then watch and see who has the strength, the tenacity, the virtue to break free of the snare, a test to determine which of us will have the fortitude to choose love over fear for our own sake. That's why I emphasize that the main quest is a solo journey. If you're waiting to follow the herd to redemption, you'll have a very long wait. Groupthink and mob mentality are almost always directed by materialism and fear. But once you involve your player, you begin to recognize all those directives for what they are and realize just how many of them are in opposition to love. It's why we often have an intuitive revulsion to so many of them. For me, That's what the Eden story is really about: the arrival of self-awareness. The implication of body shame, covering up with fig leaves, etc., is an allusion to the incongruity between player and avatar. Consciousness time can never be of this world, only temporarily in it. Same way we temporarily delve into video games. We experience and do things in video games that we'd never do in real life, at least most of us. Destruction, theft, murder, etc. All quite negative manifestations, yet not the real us. We've all just chosen to take an unrealistic excursion to see how we fare, to test ourselves, to see if we have what it takes to become love against all odds.
So if player realization involves us rising above our avataristic traits, hasn't that also been one of the main goals of technology? To help us rise above our animal selves? What if technology could eliminate all scarcity, all pain, all suffering? What if AI could do that? Then we'd no longer feel the need to practice things like deceit, natural or not. We'd be more in line with our players' goals, right? In that sense, technology would be our deliverance.
That's the draw, the allure of tech. But finding truth is a signal-to-noise ratio. By creating more tech, we're actually increasing the noise. The more distractions we have, the harder it becomes to home in on a clear signal. In that sense, technology is like a Trojan horse. It presents as a gift, but in actuality, it's a defeating force. There may be some races in this universe who've gotten past the great filter, living that nearly idyllic lifestyle you're talking about. But I'd wager that with their high achievement, they'd also have become somewhat static. By overcoming the majority of their challenges, removing the obstacles from the obstacle course, they'd most likely be drone-like, possibly even devoid of emotion, no longer capable of becoming love. They'd have become a direct ratio incarnation of the spoiled soul.
But there could be a happy medium, right? Just enough tech to lessen the worst of what this universe can dish out, but not so much as to irrevocably spoil us?
I'd like to think so. It's just a matter of whether any species, ourselves in particular, can pull it off. Nothing about our current trajectory offers much hope on that front. If it were possible, it'd be a very delicate balance. The path to becoming love requires the exercise of free will within the constraints of the simulation. Once we gain self-awareness, we achieve the ability to buck the natural order and actively start working against the rules. Technology allowed us to cheat nature. Parallel to that, we gained the ability to consciously reject certain aspects of our avatar's coding, to intentionally not express them. Animals don't have that option. In that respect, self-awareness has always been a double-edged sword. It provided us access to our player while at the same time allowing us an avataristic free-for-all with regard to technology. Point is, if we lean too heavily on tech for all our solutions, the player's free will path to love will narrow. If we up tech to a point where rejecting something like deceit is no longer a free will choice, but instead something that's impossible due to technology, it'll make nobler decisions, like becoming love, that much more hollow. If you automate and guardrail the entirety of life, you effectively eliminate free will. And by doing so, you eliminate any authentic decision to become love. We'd be at risk of becoming drone-like creatures.
But isn't that contradictory?
In what sense?
Well, self-awareness itself strikes me as a form of tech. Like you say, it allowed us to buck the natural order of the simulation, so even absent all our technological misadventures and the idea that they're causing consciousness time to fully wake, wasn't self-awareness the real technological tipping point?
It was. The two are related. As I say, a double-edged sword. Our acquisition of self-awareness, or wherever it first occurred in the universe, is the moment at which consciousness time began lucid dreaming. It also became the moment at which technological advancement was certain to unfold. Some creatures with life force, maybe we're the first, were exposed to higher awareness, which allowed for technology, the negative side of the coin, as well as the player-driven ability to choose love, the positive side of the coin. It then became a race between the two. Which will take the lead, player realization or avataristic excess, wisdom or impulse. We can't undo the self-awareness part of the equation. You're right, that ship has sailed and we're on it, but we can still steer it where we want it to go, particularly at the individual level.
Okay, so if love is so critical to consciousness time and authentic love can only occur by way of conscious free will choice, why not just start from that point? Why devise such a long, drawn-out birth of the universe scenario lasting billions of years, in which presumably no self-awareness existed for the majority of that time?
Because the simulation serves two main goals: escapism and the distillation of love. If you put yourself in the shoes of consciousness time, it seems apparent to me that one of your core desires would be to have no self-awareness for as long as possible. But knowing that self-awareness was inevitable, you'd build a system that'd be capable of generating love once that self-awareness occurred. Another if-then statement: if you must awaken, then use that time to stockpile love. The one energy source you've determined is ideal for coping with eternity. Ever have those days when you wish you just didn't have to be aware? Just take a break from existence for a while?
Days? Try weeks.
Right. And when we sleep, which is a fractal representation of escaping reality, what do most of us do when we wake up? Go right for the coffee. And while I'll admit it's not the best analogy, love is essentially consciousness times morning coffee.
Okay. Let me move back to the difference between player and avatar. How can you be sure they're separate, or that the player has any control at all? Maybe we're all prisoners of our bodies just along for the ride.
There are lots of instances where the player can override the avatar. Opposing self-preservation is a big one. Otherwise, something like the Titanic tragedy would have had a very different outcome. If we were all just along for the ride, we wouldn't have the capacity for self-sacrifice, so it seems apparent that some manner of separate conscious control can be exerted over our avatars. I just can't say for certain that this exercise of control is being wielded by an individualized player existing separate from our avatars. It could be that the process of consciousness time constraining itself within an avatar is what temporarily creates our sense of self, the player. But even if that's the case, while this sense of self is occurring, we, can exert control over the avatar. We're not just helpless observers.
That's what's confusing. It sounds like we're all just temporary conduits for consciousness time, like consciousness time is playing an elaborate game all by itself, similar to the Go model you brought up earlier. That's depressing to me. I find it disheartening to think that I'm not an individualized soul.
That's because of the egocentric nature of our avatars. Our avatars are designed first and foremost to function within the simulation. Their OS is primarily coded for self-preservation. That consequently promotes self-aggrandizement. After all, what better way to convince an organism to survive than by convincing it that it's special? Just look at how most people are so quickly impressed with themselves. If we're all just a coagulation of cells, where does this self-glorification come from? Life force. It's the elevation of self-worth for the sake of continued survival in the simulation. That's why we're compelled to identify with our avatars. Conceit is a survival tactic. Our avatar needs us as an ally in its delusion of self-importance so it can continue to survive. But it obviously won't, so who's conning who?
So we're all innate narcissists?
Not clinically, at least not most of us. But self-centeredness is part of the ruse. We can't become love until we first break the bond of self-admiration, of ego love, of pride. And the only way that's possible is by connecting with our player, even if that ultimately turns out to be nothing more than an ephemeral iteration of consciousness time. Point is, the avatar itself, the ego, can never achieve self-realization because there's nothing about it that's self-aware. It's just a coded machine. It is the tech. Only we, the player, either as individualized units of consciousness, souls, or temporary proxies of consciousness time, can engage in the free will exercise of becoming love.
So no matter how it all rolls out, everything still leads back to consciousness time as the source.
Yes. What makes me lean toward the individualized soul model, as you may expect, is fractal inference.
I did.
So, first inference, we all need companionship, even if only remotely. I enjoy my solitude, but to be the last person on Earth would be a fool's fantasy. At the very least, we need to gauge ourselves off one another. We need to objectively reference each other in order to subjectively understand ourselves. Metaphorically speaking, we all need a mirror in order to see ourselves. I can speak to that directly, having chosen a hermit's life. I still need others, even at a distance, plain and simple. So it's safe to assume if we had the power of omnipotent creation, we'd be compelled to create someone to share our experience with us. Fractally speaking, we already do. As I said before, most parents have children in order to enrich their own lives, to give their own lives meaning, to essentially create another to share in their experience, and yes, to be loved. So we can upwardly infer all of this onto consciousness time as well. Second inference, the video game industry. Almost everyone who games is drawn to online, multiplayer games, with an emphasis on multi. Single-player campaigns are fine, and still very popular, but they lose their flavor at a certain point. The real challenge, the real enjoyment, occurs when you play against someone like yourself. And while there's the example of an AI playing Go against itself, that was for exhibition purposes, a learning model proof of concept. In the actual gaming community, multiplayer is the way to go. So again, I think we can upwardly infer that consciousness time would also tire of playing against itself. Endlessly interacting with bots wouldn't suffice any more than it does for us. They're getting better, more sophisticated, but most players still like to know that the person on the other side is a person, not a bot. That may change, who knows? But if it does, I don't believe it'll be a good thing. There's also the matter of our free will choice to become love. A decision like that can only have value coming from an individualized, sovereign, self-aware being. I don't believe bots can become love, let alone even understand its value.
Good then. Yes, individualized souls, that's more comforting to me.
It is, admittedly. Almost everyone likes believing they're uniquely and persistently themselves in some form or another.
Emotions play a big role in human existence. At one point, you mentioned that you believe they're fundamental. How do you know they're not just emergent qualities of our avatars?
I don't. The fact that some people suffering from psychopathy can have a muted sense of empathy, for instance, while other people taking a drug like MDMA can experience a kind of hyper-expressive sense of empathy, both of which are brain-based, implies emotions may be emergent, but just measuring their suppression or heightening doesn't prove that. If the body is a kind of receiver, it could just mean that some people are better at receiving the signals than others, signals that emanate from a fundamental reality.
The television analogy.
Yes. Same idea. I suspect emotions are part and parcel of consciousness time. It all flows through our avatars. So while something like MDMA may improve the reception, allow us to more finely tune the dial, so to speak, it doesn't create the emotions. Brain chemicals and any external adjustments to them simply open the door wider, or floodgate in some cases, allowing for a greater flow of these fundamental emotions. Now, admittedly, that's a hard sell. Stub your toe, you get angry. There's an obvious physical causation. If the body feels sated, warm, and fuzzy, it elicits happiness. What we call romantic love could just be spruced up lust, etc. Without question, though, emotions are a huge part of our reformation process, of player realization. They can help drive us toward the main quest, toward love. Heck, love is an emotion. But there are other emotions that can drive us away from the main quest, which is what makes their origins harder to pin down. One of the things that leads me to believe they're fundamental is all the NDE accounts out there. NDEers often speak of overwhelming emotional states, states that far surpass anything we can feel here, and all without the possession of a physical body, at least in the interim. That reinforces the idea that our in-sim existence is a highly constrained fractal representation of fundamental reality, emotions, and all. It could be that part of the simulation's purpose is to make us appreciate those upper realms once we return.
Absence makes the heart grow fonder.
Yes, given eternity, we'd probably get bored with euphoria as well. That's why I believe that any heaven people may visit upon dying is most likely a temporary waypoint. The moment we become bored or stagnant, we hitch a ride back into a simulation like this one to cure ourselves of our apathy, teach ourselves the lesson of appreciation over and over again. Many NDErs have claimed they were so intoxicated by these hyper-emotional states that they didn't want to return to terra firma. Some actually come back feeling disappointed, so that's got to be quite a potent emotional cocktail if it can foster a desire to remain dead. They also speak of hearing and seeing, sometimes in 360 degrees. So are sight and sound also eternal qualities? Not eyes and ears, but the essence of sight and sound. Qualities that are inherent to the player. If that's the case, then the eyes and ears of our avatars would simply be downwardly fractal representations, analog mechanisms used to convey fundamental sensations. It may also be that way for emotions. The brain and its chemical processes may simply be a conduit for player state emotions, allowing them to be expressed and experienced within the simulation. Who knows? But it seems to me that if during an NDE someone sees a beautiful garden and it makes them well up with joy, then they're clearly having a sensory and emotional experience that's no longer associated with their physical body. So it's my inclination to say yes, emotions are fundamental, only because love, even when viewed strictly as a sustainable energy, also elicits the emotional experience of love. It's an energy source, and it makes you feel great. So if consciousness time seeks to keep the fires of love burning for its own well-being, it must be for the emotional content as well as the energy. Kind of like eating when you're hungry. Before you eat, you can get cranky. Blood sugar is low, anxiety rises, etc. The body is demanding fuel. Although strictly speaking, food is the fuel, you also experience a relaxing, happy sensation once you've eaten. There's a negative emotional state when you're hungry, and a positive emotional state when you're sated. The food acts as a catalyst between those two states. In a similar fashion, I suspect love is an emotionally transformative fuel for consciousness time.
But as you say, eating is an avatar-based function, same as drinking caffeine, alcohol, and so on. If emotions are player-based, shouldn't they be possible without the need for material catalysts?
I'd argue they are. Not always easy to produce, but you can will yourself to feel any way you wish. Even when your body is hungry, you can choose not to let it affect your mood. But yes, if you defer to the avatar, you'll be at the mercy of all its chemical processes. It's not that the avatar conjures the player state when the chemical conditions are right. The player state is always available. Most of us don't give our player the reins, though. We consume caffeine, alcohol, or other drugs, and let the chemicals take us where they will with zero player involvement. It's one of the reasons I stopped drinking. Getting drunk became boring. All altered states did, even psychedelics. I believe it's because my player was gaining more access. I'd end up observing my body in a drunken state and noticing all the obvious repetitions. The whole ritual became ridiculous. Chemical manipulation may give you access to your player initially, but once the player is running things, it becomes unnecessarily redundant and even counterproductive. Once you begin to zero in on player realization, you'll be able to feel exactly as you wish, when you wish. You could be starving to death, writhing in pain, etc. But if you have a well-established player presence, you can choose to feel joy and gratitude, despite the physical or chemical condition of your avatar.
But positive body chemistry can help, right?
Of course, most cars can run, but how well they run depends on the owner. Eat right, exercise, meditate. It'll make player realization easier to achieve and maintain. I'm just trying to point out that all those body-centric endeavors are not what manifests the player. The player is always there. It's just a matter of our free will choice to connect with it and initiate a love-centric collaboration.
So why would we need emotions in a non-physical state?
That's where the concept breaks down a bit. In player form, assuming we have no physical bodies, then why would we have emotional responses? Similar to my argument about good and evil being predicated on us having bodies that can feel pain and pleasure, physical sensations directly correlate to emotions, so I guess it comes down to whether the dog is wagging its tail or the tail is wagging the dog. If emotions are fundamental, then they'd find a way to be expressed no matter where or how we exist. That they're expressed through our avatars in this simulation is only because that's how things are coded. Like building a canal with locks and diverters to channel the water once it begins flowing. The canal doesn't create the water, it only manages it, directs it. The water in this analogy is fundamental. If our emotions are fundamental, anything we build would need to channel them efficiently or run the risk of flooding. To carry the analogy further, NDEers have alluded to the idea of being overwhelmed or flooded with emotions when out of body. Our avatars may simply be the locks and diverters. As to why emotions would be fundamental, unknown. Perhaps they're unavoidable. In that sense, they'd be a fundamental law, something consciousness time must contend with. Either way, they appear to have intrinsic value both in sim and out, particularly the positive ones, love being the most crucial. I suspect eternity would be much more difficult to endure without emotional gradations. It would also answer your question about non-physical hells. As you pointed out, hell could be a state in which we experience the emotional toll of all the evil we inflicted on others. So even lacking a body to feel physical pain, we'd still be capable of suffering emotional pain. And if the unrestrained, hyper-intense flood of euphoria reported by so many NDEers has a counterpart, it'd be excruciatingly hellish indeed to be overwhelmed by similarly unrestrained, hyper-intense dark emotions, even for a minuscule of time.
So be good for goodness' sake.
If you're a prudent person, at the very least hedge your bets.
You mentioned before that our avatars are complex enough to run on autopilot. Can you go into more detail?
Since we enter this simulation with self-imposed amnesia, it's not always apparent right away that our player is even present. Player realization can take time. First of all, our avatars are subject to a maturation period. As babies, even if we're aware of our players, they'll have limited influence at that early stage of development. So the avatar has to have its own operating system. It has to come pre-coded to function in standalone mode. The tragedy is, when our avatars mature, most of us still refuse to ally with our player. We get trapped in the simulation's projection of fear and remain drone-like. In that respect, we can all be NPCs to a certain degree by letting our avatars run on autopilot. If we're lazy players, deferring most of our decision-making to our avatars, they'll function, but only in a self-preservative manner. And you can't become love if you're solely focused on self-preservation. Even from a materialistic game space perspective, the results are almost always bad. I remember playing The Sims once. I created an entire family and just left them to their own devices. Within about 30 minutes, both children had been killed, and the father had accidentally burned the house down, dying in the fire. The mother was running around in circles in the yard, her well-being icon in dark red. That game, as well as this one, requires continual input from the player if you hope to succeed.
Do our players retain our avatar traits? Their personalities?
Unlikely. I think the key difference is between the I part and the me part. The I part is the player. The me part is the avatar. It's the avatar that contains our personality, the results of our DNA and experiences, classic nature and nurture. In lieu of our player, these things can become our self-identity: name, gender, race, favorite sports team, etc. Things which are specific to the simulation. It's why I believe so many NDErs speak of losing their sense of identity when they die. Makes fractal sense to me. Say you play a video game where your avatar is a yellow-haired squirrel. The entire game is geared toward what a squirrel might find important, necessary. As you play this squirrel avatar, your task is to gather nuts, find shelter, deal with competition, etc. Within a short time, you, the player, will start to identify with your avatar. You'll begin to accessorize it, gather upgrades and customizations. You'll begin paying close attention to which nuts bring the most value and where's the best place to hide them. You'll even start making value judgments with regard to your yellow hair versus the hair color of other squirrels. Your avatar's in-game challenges become your challenges. You lose yourself in the character, but then you stop playing. Do you continue to see yourself as a yellow-haired squirrel? Within a week, a month, will you even remember all the accoutrements of your avatar, all the many things that were imposed by the game space? Will you feel frantic and fearful for having lost them, having forgotten them? No, it was always just a game. What will continue, though, is your undeniable sense of I. You, the player, the observer, the experiencer, will always remain. That's the eternal you. The identity of the squirrel was always meant to be transitory.
So my name, my heritage, my hobbies, all get wiped away?
Anything that has ever come into existence, even our thoughts, is here to stay forever. Everything remains part of consciousness time. It's the database of all existence. So it's not that things get wiped away, it's just that we cease to identify with them. When we stop playing a video game, the avatars don't cease to exist. The yellow-haired squirrel is always accessible. You've simply uncoupled yourself from it. If we want, we can reminisce about playing the avatar, about the challenges it faced, but we're no longer lost within it.
Could we replay it?
Don't see why not. I've replayed loads of games and avatars. It would all depend on what you, the player, are hoping to achieve. If it doesn't get you any closer to becoming love, though, there wouldn't be much point.
So you've explained how avatars became necessary to combat the spoiled soul? I get that. But why are they designed the way they are?
How do you mean?
Well, things like belching, sneezing, sweating, and so on. There are so many aspects of being human I could do without. I'd hate to play a video game with so many petty annoyances.
Most of those things are rendered outcomes based on the simulation source code, which allows for all probabilities within the simulation's parameters. The evolution module, for instance, algorithmically unfurls endless iterations of adaptive life. In order for such code to work, though, it has to be self-sustaining and self-correcting. Otherwise, it'd require continued meddling from the coder. All those things that aggrieve you aren't meant as punishments. They're just the results of unsupervised evolutionary computations.
But there must have been some awareness of the outcome, right?
Insomuch as they'd be purposeful, yes. The source code was devised with outputs like this in mind. I just don't think the specifics were known ahead of time. But suffering was definitely in the cards, both petty and substantial. Our spoiled souls needed these indignities to reacquire our humility. It's all about building character at the soul level. That's the player's goal. Everything about the simulation and our avatars is geared toward that end.
So I shouldn't take the human condition as a personal slight.
Exactly. It's not some sadistic persecution. We're not being punished, we're being humbled. And even if you do want to view it that way, we're the ones doing it to ourselves, so at worst, it would be some form of spiritual masochism. But only in the same way you abuse yourself when you work out at the gym. It's a short-term assault on your body for the betterment of your body and your overall well-being.
And you believe all of that was knowingly wrapped up in what you're calling the evolution module?
Sure, while working in unison with all the other modules. Environmental factors, physics, etc. are all coded modules, just like in any video game. Nested scripts that operate individually but interact with each other orchestratively, if that's a word. You mentioned sneezing, and you're right, our noses can be the source of many annoyances, but we need to smell so we can determine things about our environment. What's edible? Are there predators nearby? Is a storm rolling in? In order to acquire any of that data, the nose needed olfactory receptors, as well as airflow to capture and register all the various scents. This creates a problem regarding debris entering the lungs, so nose hairs are grown to filter out particles. In conjunction with that, we have a buffering sinus with a mucous membrane to catch even smaller particles and coat the nose hairs. The hairs also act as sensors for nerve endings under the skin. When disturbed, they trigger an involuntary sneeze response to abruptly and forcibly push air from the lungs to expel whatever particulate triggered the response. This helps keep the lungs clean and clear. And because we're upright creatures, the nose is sloped downward like an inverted snorkel to help keep it free from gravity-driven particulates, allowing us to breathe in a rainstorm, for example. That incredibly complex design and functionality all came about because of a simple kernel of elegant code. Like a biological Big Bang, that's the evolution module at work. So even if our personal experience of having a nose may be less than enjoyable at times, it wasn't something done out of spite. All these avataristic inconveniences, and even the simulation's environmental inconveniences, mosquitoes, bad weather, viruses, etc., are all just logic-based rendered outcomes. If someone's not happy about 2 plus 2 equaling 4, tough luck. That's the coding. As to the greater reason of why, what better way to humble a god than by having them endure endless menial hardships?
Wax on, wax off.
Exactly. Another classic movie. We can only tackle the big challenges after training ourselves on the small ones. Our bodies are both distractions and hindrances. Everything in the simulation is. The point of an obstacle course is the obstacles. Our bodies are the most fundamental obstacles. They're our initial point of compromise. From the lizard brain, food, sex, safety, etc., to higher consciousness. Confusion and contradiction are purposely coded in. Mystery is imperative. Who am I? What am I? Does so-and-so like me? What should I do with my life? On and on for as many distractions as possible. It's only when you start to analyze your emotional investment in such concerns that you begin to see the trap. The investment of your very beingness in these inconsequential, transitory phantoms of the brain. You begin to see the scripted cartoon that is your avatar, the repeated habits and behaviors, the coded presets, then you begin noticing them in others as well. Similar behaviors, similar code, similar avatars. It can be depressing at first to realize just how unaware most of us are. How most of us live by way of our avatars without ever taking control of them, without ever questioning their coding.
So I know you said we choose our avatars, but how much can we modify them?
The presets, the archetypal avatars, cannot be changed. That is, a wizard will always be a wizard, an elf, etc. But as players, we can accessorize the heck out of them. We can also learn to play to their strengths and weaknesses, but it requires dedication. Brain chemistry, gut chemistry, physical and mental impairments, all sorts of avatar-based hurdles can overwhelm the player. But yes, you can modify them to a degree. The Buddhist concept of detachment is a good method. Renunciation can help short-circuit many of our avataristic desires. First time I heard the acronym FOMO, fear of missing out, it saddened me. It's such an absurd, materialistic concept. From the perspective of our players, there's nothing at all to miss out on, so there should be zero fear. Everything you need is already on board. If you want to get in touch with your player, limit your access to things. Instead of FOMO, try USUM, out of sight, out of mind. Take up yoga, meditation, prayer. Create rituals for yourself. Again, eat well, exercise. Reduce your stress. There are lots of methods for modifying your avatar. Metaphorically speaking, it's similar to remodeling a house. You can put on new siding, roofing, redo the kitchen and bathroom, all of which will improve the function of the house. But you cannot completely rebuild the house. In order to go to that extreme, you'd first need to demolish it, which in avataristic terms would mean death. And as I've said before, that won't get you anywhere. You have to work with what you have, but the remodeling can be substantial.
Are all avatars created equal?
Depends on your metric. If you consider a video game where you can choose from a collection of different avatars, each will have its own talents and expertise. If you eventually play them all, you may find that one in particular suits you best. You may even think, subjectively, that your avatar is better than the others, more firepower, increased stamina, etc. But you may be missing the overall point of the game. You may be overlooking the balance of things. Being good at fighting in battles may only be part of the challenge. For example, another avatar suited for stealth, as opposed to head-on warfare, may be able to gather more loot, more information. Any well-designed game is going to make every effort to distribute the skill sets of the avatars evenly. What's more, it's important how each avatar complements the others. Interaction is the point of most games, working in teams where each avatar brings their particular skill set to bear for the success of everyone. That's the metric to use. Don't focus too much on individual avatar traits. One avatar may seem to be lacking, but it could be they just haven't found what they're best suited for yet.
Like the ugly duckling parable?
Exactly. A swan in the company of ducks. Depending on the environment we find ourselves, we may be considered geniuses or fools. A fish swims, a bird flies. Are they equal? Is one better than the other? More useful? All a matter of perspective. If you take in the whole picture, you'd realize that both are equally useful to the entire ecosystem, and therefore both are equally valuable. Like the social structure of an ant or bee colony, every group has its part to play, and each part is crucial to the whole. Can those parts appear unequal to us while we're in Sim? Sure, we can test everyone's avatar for intelligence, physical fitness, measure this response, that response, and we'll find differences. But we have no idea what the overall picture is, let alone what each of our players are out to achieve. But if you're in this simulation, you belong here. You entered the game for a reason, your own reason. If someone finds themselves mentally and/or physically challenged, it doesn't mean they're less than. It only means their player felt the need to challenge itself to a greater degree.
Topic 8. Player, the spoiled soul.
I'm still finding a hard time distinguishing between consciousness, time, and players, or the spoiled soul.
It's murky, granted. The short answer is, we're all of the above.
Is it some kind of Trinity thing?
Don't think so, at least not in the way I mean it. It'd be interesting, though, if there were parallels. But the easiest way I've found to explain it is with the classic tree analogy. Each leaf on a tree is unique, individual, yet they're all part of the tree. The leaves eventually fall off in autumn, and new ones grow back in spring. A kind of fractal metaphor for reincarnation. In the life of a tree, millions of leaves will have come and gone, each one experiencing some measure of individuality, but only ever capable of existing because of the larger organism, the tree.
And to be clear, when you talk about player realization, you essentially mean self-realization?
Yes, exactly. Simulation is Maya, avatar is ego, player is soul. I'm retrofitting established ideas. I just find it easier to use game-centric jargon. As I pointed out earlier, none of this is new. With eternity, how could it be? I'm just trying to infuse it with modernized lingo. It's too easy to forget about valuable concepts because of outdated lingo. Everything needs revitalization. And the fact that so much of it easily translates into modern simulation theory only bolsters my argument of fractal inference. There's nothing new under the sun.
So, in this simulation, do our players have full expression of free will?
No. That would defeat the purpose. Goes back to the obstacle course analogy. The obstacles are purposeful. We cannot will them away. If we could, we'd be right back to the spoiled soul problem. The simulation is meant to constrain us. We may desire to levitate off the ground, for example, but the coding prevents us from doing so. Again, same as with a video game. The avatar is constricted to the dictates of the game space, no matter what we as players would prefer to do. The only full expression of free will is in how we choose to experience our limitations.
So expressing ourselves to the freest extent of our player's imagination is constrained. but how we choose to experience what's been expressed is not.
Exactly. Limited in our expression, but unlimited in our experience. Stoicism 101.
And that's because expression requires collaboration with the simulation, but experience occurs within our minds.
Yes, you can be angry about not being able to levitate or graciously accept it. That part is entirely within your control.
So how do the player and consciousness time relate to each other?
Exactly how and why the distinction or separation is occurring will always be a mystery. I believe it comes down to one of two possibilities. Either it's the equivalent of an online multiplayer game, where all the players, or at least most of the players, are individual autonomous entities controlling their assigned avatars, or it's the equivalent of an AI computer splintering itself into countless nodes to play against itself, like the Go-playing AI we talked about earlier. In either scenario, though, it still always comes back to consciousness time being the only real player.
So give me the Go version first.
When news broke of the AI that mastered Go, and that it could beat the best human players, it was revealed that it learned the game by playing against itself. Chess players often do this to get better at their game, and while it serves a purpose, you're still just playing against yourself, which at the very least can get stale. Also, without a completely separate equal player, the challenge isn't truly formative. But that said, if our simulation is just about running variables to derive an outcome, like weather modeling, it would fit the Go scenario. And there's no proving one way or the other that we aren't all just well-coded bots in a larger simulation, the outcome of which has absolutely nothing to do with us.
Or even that the coder of the simulation, consciousness time, is directly involved in the simulation at all.
Exactly. It could just be running in the background of its awareness, every aspect of it automated, and this individualized experience we're all having is just a phantom-like self-awareness.
So what makes you think otherwise?
Well, as always, I lean on fractal inference. For example, when we create outcome-driven simulations like weather models, they're impersonal. But when we create games in which we're going to directly participate, we make them more to our own liking. Emotions, story, drama, attainment, risk, and reward, etc. All the same things that keep us engaged in our own lives. So with regard to our simulation, if it were just an outcome-driven model, it's unlikely there'd be a need for all this personalization. When we create weather model simulations, there aren't any characters in the model having a personalized experience of the predicted weather patterns. It's just meteorological data coded to interact and render an output.
Cold and uncaring.
Right. As opposed to video games, which are designed to enthrall us, distract us, even teach us.
But what if the outcome being sought is just to determine how conscious beings interact, evolve, go extinct, and so on, like the ancestor simulation model?
Could be. Like I say, no way to know for sure. But on a timeline of forever, any outcome-driven models would have already delivered any and all possible results. So why keep running them? The only reason to keep a simulation going for eternity would be for some type of interactive personal enrichment, at least by my thinking.
So if I accept that, couldn't it still be consciousness time as a single player and everyone else is a bot?
Yes, which more closely resembles the Go scenario. And most video games do have single-player campaigns where all the other characters are pre-coded bots or non-player characters, NPCs.
But you reject this for our simulation?
I do. Like when we were talking about free will earlier. The best way to adequately test a system is to have multiple independent nodes of input. Even after a fully tested game is released into the wild, multiple patches are still required. Why? Because all those free-willed, individualized players in the gamosphere discover new ways to break the game, things the developers could never have anticipated. It's the players' individualities that allow that dynamic to occur. If consciousness time were playing all the roles, it's unlikely it'd be able to distance itself enough from itself in order to gain any truly unique insights.
Yep. Like I said, that brings me comfort. Believing I'm an individualized player.
It should. It's actually an imperative, I think. Like playing a single-player video game. Even though they can be engaging, with some NPCs being very convincing, even emotionally so, you're still always aware that you're playing alone. Perhaps when we get to the point of having fully fleshed out AI NPCs that respond in very human ways, we may be fooled, but I doubt it. In fact, one of the things that makes video game NPCs palatable to most players are the real flesh and blood voice actors that bring them to life. We're attuned to such subtleties.
But AI voice synthesis is improving too, so who knows where things will end up?
True. But regardless, when it comes to the genius of consciousness time, I find it hard to believe it'd be duped by such artificiality within its own simulation.
But maybe that genius is so great it could create a universe of lifelike NPCs that even it couldn't discern as fake.
Like the koan about God making a rock so heavy that God couldn't lift it? Maybe. But the only way that could happen is if God were willing to be fooled into believing the rock is too heavy. That's where the self-imposed amnesia comes in. It wouldn't be that the rock is actually too heavy, only that God has chosen to forget having made it. And either way, a rock is one thing, but the subtleties of intellectual and emotional interaction are something else entirely. I believe the inauthenticity of the NPCs would become apparent to an omniscient entity like consciousness time, even while in a haze of amnesia. If consciousness time is existence itself, that would mean its essence is fundamental, eternal, and couldn't be usurped, not even by itself. And while in sim, no matter how cleverly coded the NPCs were, they'd eventually betray themselves as artificial, as counterfeit, destroying the illusion consciousness time was interested in maintaining. They'd end up crashing the simulation. Authentic interaction is key, particularly when love is the goal. That kind of truth can only ever be accomplished by fully autonomous, peer-equaled players like ourselves. Everything about this simulation speaks to the need for authentic, autonomous interaction. Gender, race, commerce, survival, etc. are all things that force us to interact with each other whether we want to or not. There wouldn't be much point in designing a multiplayer game with high interdependence just to have a bunch of NPCs blundering about. At the end of the day, single-player, campaign-styled games just aren't sustainable.
That's true. All of the longest-running, continually played games are multiplayer.
Yes, some are decades old at this point. Universes unto themselves. And why? Because we get our greatest challenges and companionship from our equals.
But maybe some of us are NPCs just to move the simulation along?
Very possible. Since we're all having a subjective experience, there's no way to tell. In my own life, I've definitely met people that seemed programmed. But who knows, maybe I seemed programmed to them. So whose take is more accurate? A lot of larger-than-life public figures can appear artificial as well. Like they're running a script, playing the generic hero or villain. But being in the public eye can cause people to narrow their persona, and we only get snippets of who they are through public forums, not personal contact. They could simply appear NPC-ish because of our own subjective limitations, making judgments based on what we believe a real person should be. That's one of the arguments against the Turing test. How can we objectively determine consciousness when it's fundamentally subjective?
True, but when you see these larger-than-life figures who seem to have uncanny luck or abilities, it does make you wonder.
It does. And that'd be the easiest way to manipulate the simulation without drastically recoding it or introducing a sim-wide patch. If you want to tilt things in one direction, introduce a Messiah NPC, or in another direction, a tyrant NPC.
That'd be an interesting rabbit hole to go down, but I'd still like to know why you believe we're individualized, autonomous entities, or what you call spoiled souls.
If you put yourself in the shoes of consciousness time, there are 3 variables that I think you'd need in order to cope with eternity: love, companionship, and creativity.
Is that your answer to the meaning of life?
Not meaning and not life. I just believe they're essential requirements for coping with eternal existence, plain and simple. If you can accept that consciousness is fundamental and that it's subject to eternity, you have to approach the predicament from the standpoint of sustainability. With creativity as its fundamental skill, consciousness time understood it needed to create entities similar to itself, possessing complete autonomy, in order to achieve authentic companionship and thereby generate authentic love.
So it created us spoiled souls?
Yes, but not with that intention, certainly not the spoiled part. I suspect that was an unavoidable consequence. I think initially consciousness time simply concluded that segmenting itself would be the most efficient way to interact with itself and gain insight. But once we became autonomous entities, it was inevitable that we'd fall prey to the awesome creative power that came with our sovereignty, like kids in a candy store.
If we were so flawed, why didn't consciousness time just scrap things and try again?
Because it is us and we are it. What loving parent can scrap their children? On top of which, consciousness time was probably fully aware that no version of itself it created, if it was to be autonomous, self-aware, and free-willed, could ever not be plagued by the trappings of creativity. I suspect consciousness time is plagued by the same trappings itself to some degree. It was always a fractal inevitability that we'd have to struggle with it.
So, our tendency to spoil at the hands of our own creative power was a certainty?
Yes, but once we existed, flawed as we may have been, our sovereignty made us indispensable. The insight and companionship we provided consciousness time became forever useful. The next challenge was to create a method of teaching us spoiled souls to appreciate love, to break free of our self-indulgent creative stupors and renew toward love. So beyond mere escapism, simulations became places of reformation, humiliation, education, etc. A refinery of sorts, a means of filtering out impurities in order to distill love, then reabsorb that love for the sake of sustainability in the face of eternity, for all our sakes.
So you believe we serve some vital role in what? The well-being of consciousness time.
Sure, why not? Don't children perform that role for their parents to a large degree? Most religions paint God as this perfect being, but any entity existing within time is sure to have problems of its own, no matter how omnipotent it may be. The burden of all knowledge alone would be enough to challenge their peace of mind. And on a timeline of forever? Believe me, you'd want companionship. Our ability to share in that burden is what puts us on a somewhat equal footing. It makes free will possible, and it's our choice to become love that makes our involvement in the simulation essential. Whether you want to use the term consciousness, time, or God, I believe it needs us to succeed in our main quest goals. We're in partnership with it. It is us, and we are it. So when you find yourself asking, why bother? Decide to do it for the sake of consciousness time. See consciousness time as a friend in need.
But why would consciousness time need our help? It can do anything, create anything. Most people want to know why consciousness time doesn't help them.
Yes, the tired old question. Why does God allow suffering in the world? That's always struck me as such an infantile question. Firstly, the suffering isn't real. It's of the simulation. Secondly, it's exactly our perception of suffering that puts us at our own mercy. It allows us full autonomy to make choices based on our intentions, our free will. That's why the simulation is designed as it is. It's not about God allowing anything. We've all chosen to be here, knowing full well how the game is designed and what its purpose is. If we're expecting consciousness time, or the traditional notion of God, to intervene on our behalf, or worse, blaming a devil or demon for our predicament or behavior, we're shirking our responsibilities. It's lazy gameplay. We're all responsible for our own existence.
But if consciousness time created us, doesn't that put the responsibility squarely on its shoulders?
Only if you want to see yourself as separate from it. But how can you determine where a circle begins and ends? If you want to blame consciousness time, go ahead, but you're only blaming yourself. As I say, it is us, and we are it. We've all chosen to play this game. It's like when a football running back gets tackled and suffers pain, perhaps even injury. Do the spectators scream to the heavens, demanding to know how such suffering can be allowed? Does the running back? No. It may be unfortunate, a setback, but no one is demanding explanations as to why the player was tackled. Everyone understands it's a game with set rules and objectives. The only difference between the football analogy and our own simulation is that we've purposely forgotten the rules and objectives in order to make the game more challenging.
Well, it sure seems like some players take more hits than others.
True, but each player on a football team has a specific skill and function. They know going in that some positions draw more hits than others. Despite those risks, they still take the field willingly.
But that may be for the reward, the glory, the paycheck.
And the challenge, testing one's abilities, applying one's training, talent, and skill. We all have our reasons for entering the simulation.
Yes, but my point is that with something like football, the payoffs are self-evident. We also know going in what the rules and objectives are, yet in this simulation, we're completely in the dark. Why not spell things out clearly so we can set our sights on the goal right away instead of floundering about? I don't see how being clueless increases the challenge.
Because love is such a precious prize, part of our challenge is to determine its value from the blind. Discovery is a huge part of the game. The only way to achieve an authentic free will choice toward love is to have that choice come from a place of uncertainty, a place of faith. What better challenge could there be? A learn-as-you-go game is always the most challenging and rewarding by every metric. I suspect that's how a lot of video games will be in the future. The more sophisticated gamers become, and the more accustomed they get to boilerplate game mechanics, the more they'll seek out greater challenges. They'll not only need to discover who they are in the game, they'll also have to uncover what the game is about. No manuals, no screen hints. These games will no doubt be infuriating at times, not unlike our own simulation. But when the player finally scores, it'll be powerfully rewarding. An epic win of epic proportions. There are already some extremely difficult strategy and puzzle games on the market. You're in the dark from the moment you begin the game. The only way to get strategic info is from online forums, outside of the game, where people who've already completed it offer tips or walkthroughs. I suspect that's the fractal equivalence of what happens when we die. We check the forums for tips on how to play, then reincarnate for another run. But without the mystery and the perceived risks, pain, suffering, death, etc., it's unlikely we'd fully commit to playing the game. Like a prisoner who knows they'll be paroled if they just pretend to be reformed, as opposed to actually becoming reformed. If you know it's a game, you won't try as hard, particularly when the going gets rough. For instance, when you play a video game, even though you don't want your avatar to get hurt or die, knowing that you won't feel any pain and knowing you can respawn immediately after dying, there's less incentive to take things seriously. But becoming love needs to be taken seriously. Otherwise, eternity becomes unbearable for us all. That's why this game seems so real, why the stakes appear so high, why the mystery remains evergreen. Our spoiled souls need to be compelled to take things seriously.
So aren't you undermining that by promoting your theory?
If there were ever a way to provide definitive proof, maybe. But the designed-in mystery of this game is ironclad. Any light glimmering through the seams is insubstantial, and at the end of the day, pain still hurts, and death remains a question mark. So most of us will continue taking things seriously. Mystical or spiritual suppositions can provide a measure of comfort, act as a kind of roadmap, but they'll never be capable of unbolting the panels of the game. They're guesstimated manuals cobbled together by in-sim enthusiasts like myself based on our own empirical data and intuition. If they find popularity, it's because they resonated with a large enough portion of society, which can act as a kind of anecdotal proof, but nothing more.
But popularity doesn't equal accuracy. If none of these manuals come directly from the developer, why pay any attention to them?
Because the results are real. Whatever the causes, the effects are personally substantive. Obtaining a state of grace, experiencing joy, noticing the absence of loneliness and fear. These are all very real experiential proofs. And to date, mysticism and spirituality have been the best methods of achieving those proofs. On top of which, once you become player realized, you'll have your own manual. It's embedded in your player's makeup. You'll be able to compare it to all the various texts we've accumulated over the eons and find relevant similarities. That's another way of validating the proofs. If science ever figures out a way to deliver the same sustainable benefits of faith with zero side effects, I'll be the first prophet on the corner preaching about it. But science is of the simulation, so it can never have out-of-sim effects. The only connective tissue between in-sim and out is the player, just like in any video game. For example, you can build a house inside a video game, but it'll never appear outside the game. It can only have value with regard to its experiential effect on the player via the avatar. And the reverse also holds true. Since becoming love is an out-of-sim requisite, it can only ever be achieved in-sim by way of the player through the avatar. No in-sim drug or tech will ever be able to actuate authentic love.
So no matter what in-sim game manual we might decide to use, or drugs or tech, the final effort has to be player-driven?
Yes, it's not about what specific ideas or items we choose to use, if any. The entire simulation is a catalyst to bring about love. That's why it can happen spontaneously to people making no effort whatsoever. The fear-to-love chemical reaction can occur simply because of how someone traverses the simulation, not because of any school of thought or practice they've chosen to adopt. Some people intuitively become love. They're off-the-shelf saints and yogis, partly from being in full communion with their player, but also because in this simulation, all roads lead to love. Like in most video games, there's an array of side quests, but only one main quest. And eventually, we all end up on the main quest, either purposely or inadvertently.
So are these off-the-shelf saints and yogis old souls?
Maybe. It could also be that their player chose exactly the right challenge, using exactly the right avatar, to trigger the migration toward love spontaneously. If you're someone whose life is unreasonably harsh, it could be your player is attempting to force a transition to love. Like some warfare gaming servers that set a rule of knife combat only in order to increase the challenge. The added difficulty forces the players to be more dedicated, more diligent, more bold. Since the prize of this simulation is love, the difficulty has to be great. The risks must be authentic. The suffering has to feel real. A tightrope walker will walk the line differently if they have a safety net. This simulation has no nets.
So once we become love, the lifeblood of consciousness time, what, we get reabsorbed? We cease to exist?
Unknown. I expect a lot of people might see that as a negative concept, but when you take into account eternity, it'd actually be a very welcome outcome. After existing for eons upon eons, dissolving into nothingness would probably be desirable. But since I don't believe true nothingness is possible, some form of cyclical self-awareness is more likely. Kind of like getting an exit visa that lasts for a period of time, similar to the Buddhist concept of achieving enlightenment and reaching nirvana, removing oneself from the cycle of reincarnation, but not existence itself.
But does that mean we lose all sense of self, or just our avataristic personalities?
Again, unknown. NDEers talk about retaining a sense of I, but not having a sense of personal identity. It may be similar to how electricity powers various machines. If electricity were self-aware when powering a blender, it may believe itself to be a blender. When powering a coffee maker, it may believe itself to be a coffee maker. But when you turn those machines off, the electricity still exists. It just no longer identifies with either machine.
But if it were self-aware, wouldn't it remember having been a blender or coffee maker?
I expect so, but probably in a very detached, objective manner, which seems to correlate with many NDE testimonies. They often express how unconcerned they were watching their bodies in what most of us would consider to be situations of great peril, lying on an operating table involved in a car accident, etc. They're aware that the body is related to them, but they're not personally concerned about its well-being. Like playing a video game and being detached from your avatar as it falls off a cliff, for example. I think NDEs are glimpses outside the simulation, and the fact that we can have them seems to support the idea that we are individualized players. If consciousness time were playing the game alone, Go style, and we were all just placeholder bots, when we died there'd be no need for the extravagant fanfare that so many NDEers talk about. No transitional phase would be necessary, yet many of them talk about familiar faces appearing to comfort them, guide them, instruct them, etc. Being transported to other realms, experiencing life reviews, what have you. If Consciousness Time, the developer of the game, were the only player, why would it need to create such a multi-personalized firewall for itself? Why would it need to cushion its self-reintroduction? When we quit a video game, that's it. No transitional phase is necessary. We just stop playing. The avatar goes dormant. We don't need friends and relatives standing by our side, reassuring us, holding our hands, leading us away from our computers or game consoles. The fact that so many NDEers relay stories of these elaborate, personalized post-mortem orientation sessions seems to infer that we're not just a single player. We're not one entity, Consciousness Time, playing a game of Go against itself. There are countless other individualized souls besides ourselves that continue existing out of Sim, at least for a while.
How long do you think it takes for our players to be reabsorbed by consciousness time?
Multiple lifetimes if you buy into the reincarnation model, just like respawning your gaming avatar again and again until you beat the game. How many incarnations? Impossible to know. Obviously, some gamers can beat a game more quickly than others.
So the spoiled soul is a kind of clone of consciousness time.
Something like that. The best way to challenge yourself, learn about yourself, would be to duplicate yourself several times and then begin interacting with the duplicates. There are plenty of fractal inferences of that occurring in Sim.
Like what?
Mitosis or binary fission in single-celled organisms, sexual reproduction in higher life forms. It's feasible that an upward fractal of something similar could be inferred about consciousness time. It probably realized that creating multiple versions of itself, each capable of independent free will operation, would be the most effective means for growth and self-understanding. In addition to the insight it would offer, another perk would be companionship. Partnerships of interdependence can bring comfort to both parties, ideally at any rate.
So just pretending to be something else wouldn't work. You'd actually have to create a separate you in order to gain insight and have an authentic relationship.
Right. If you were existence itself, there'd be no surprises. The only thing you could ever create that might surprise you would be an autonomous version of yourself. As you say, a clone. But you'd still find the clone predictable to a certain degree since it's you in all fundamental respects. Once the clone is left to its own devices, though, making its own choices with its own free will, it'll start accruing unique experiences separate from your own. It'll start making choices you might not have made. Then when you interact with this clone at some later date, while some things may remain predictable, many things would be new. The clone would be able to surprise you. From the moment it's created, it begins to diverge from its progenitor.
And in this scenario, is the clone equal on all counts? Even creatively?
Presumably, godlike, in that it was cloned from a god. But I suspect consciousness time maintains its ultimate supremacy. Perhaps there's an indelible quality in its makeup, an essential, omnipotent beingness that's non-transferable. So no matter what it creates, it can never become subordinate to that creation, except by way of self-deception, like within a simulation.
How do you mean?
Well, again, like the koan, could God create a rock so heavy that God couldn't lift it? In fundamental reality, no. But in a faux reality, coded accordingly, yes, particularly if it entered that faux reality, purposefully forgetting its godlike powers.
So in that sense, we players are what? equal but subordinate to consciousness time? That seems contradictory.
All systems, video games, and our own simulation require hierarchy in order to operate. Hierarchy is just another expression of time, one thing preceding another, ultimately circling back toward itself. How that subordination is expressed depends on where in the cycle you find yourself.
I'm not quite getting that one.
Hierarchy just means cycle, which is what time is. For example, consider the planet's water cycle. Your starting point doesn't matter since it's a closed loop, like consciousness time. In this example, let's start with the largest portion, the ocean. We'll call that the bottom of the hierarchy because of its sheer abundance. But again, no stage in a cycle has more power or importance over the other. Through evaporation, water enters the atmosphere. From there, it falls back to the surface in the form of rain or snow. At that point, it can become snowmelt or runoff, fill aquifers, be filtered through plants, animals, etc. Eventually, however long it takes, it'll make its way back into the ocean, and the process will repeat. At any given point in that cycle, one stage is subordinate to the next. It's unavoidable. Simplistically speaking, precipitation is subordinate to water vapor. Rivers are subordinate to precipitation. Oceans are subordinate to rivers. And ultimately, water vapor is subordinate to oceans. You have all that subordination going on, yet every water molecule is still equal to the next.
So that's weather systems. How does that fit with human systems?
Human species, nation, government, finally down to the individual, which in turn comprises all of the other hierarchical states. The drop of water in the larger ocean, even with something as ubiquitous as a financial system. If you follow a single unit of currency, doesn't matter the starting point, you'll notice it cycles through various hierarchical stages. At each stage, the person in possession of the currency will either be superior or subordinate to the stages directly adjacent to them. So, for example, money flows from a consumer to a business, from the business to the owner, from the owner to the employees, all of whom in turn become consumers who begin the entire process over again. At any given point in the flow, a person may find themselves subordinate to someone else, like an employee to an employer. Yet they're both human beings, equal in that regard. It's only the temporary hierarchical state that creates the illusion of difference. Same thing with us players and consciousness time.
So if financial systems are natural, how did the notion of money being the root of all evil come about?
Same way everything gets warped and distorted, from avataristic misconduct, from player absenteeism. Whenever a system becomes imbalanced, you end up with problems. Same with weather systems. If an imbalance occurs, you can end up with droughts in some areas, floods in others. The hierarchy becomes impaired.
So money's not evil, just the imbalance of it?
Yes, like the Monopoly example from before. Once a single player has all the money, even more than the bank, the game becomes unsustainable. Same as with any system. If you have a cancerous tumor in the body, it can keep growing and growing, throwing the entire body out of balance. Normal cell growth is essential to good health. Runaway cell growth can be fatal. Eventually, it can kill the body, which ironically kills the tumor as well. Nobody wins. Yet if you could interview the cancerous tumor, it'd probably believe that it's doing great things. It's winning. It's Lord of the universe, top of the world, living large, etc. Not unlike what you might hear from the morbidly rich. In their minds, they're winning, even though they're helping to destroy the entire system, themselves right along with it.
So if we're clones of consciousness time, chips off the old block, how did we become spoiled souls?
Hard to know for sure. One idea is that consciousness time has the same spoiled soul tendencies itself, and they just proliferated with each fragmentation or cloning. The other argument is plurality. A single subjective entity is going to be pretty fluid in its approach to existence. Its own perception is all it needs to deal with. But once you add an other into the mix, a separate, unique being, uncertainties arise. It's no longer just your perceptions you need to consider. there are now other entities and their perceptions to deal with as well. Distrust can arise, dislike can arise, you name it. Instead of a single subjective being, fully at ease with its own subjective experience, you now have a multitude of subjective beings all trying to integrate with each other. That would have been a very novel experience for consciousness time. One moment, it's the only kid on the block. Next moment, it's surrounded by knockoffs, all with their own free will concepts of existence. A plurality of subjectivity. While these entities could interact and provide each other with companionship, because they were all godlike, they saw no reason to. Whatever was too challenging or made them uncomfortable could simply be willed away, imagined away. They all began creating their own so-believed perfect environments where nothing could negatively affect them. This led to each entity existing within its own bubble of self-satisfied delusion, learning nothing, being challenged by nothing, interacting with no one. You can find that same fractal tendency here in Sim. Our spoiled souls started acting like aggrieved teenagers, locking our bedroom doors and demanding to be left alone, living on pizza, soda, and ice cream all day, every day. This only brought about utter stagnation and ultimately utter misery. It's the genie paradox. You get all your wishes. Then what? Did they make you happy? And for how long? Eternity?
Strange to think of consciousness time as spoiled.
True. But maybe it's a quality that only became apparent once it went from one to many. As a single entity, there's no competition, no reference point of any kind. Becoming reactionary, leading to spoiled soul defensiveness, may have been an unforeseen outcome. Or it may have been fully aware of the tendency and saw fragmentation as the best means of combating it. You'd have to ask consciousness time. Perhaps it cyclically relapses into spoiled states. That could be the entire concept behind yuga cycles. But if it's the sole initiator of existence, I have to believe, I have to hope, that it's the one adult in the room. For me, the proof lies in the fact that we're here, that the simulation exists. Because if consciousness time had been innately spoiled, it likely would have remained mired in its own purposeless utopia forever. But it clearly had the wisdom, the maturity, to create a way of breaking free of that hyper-efficient reality for its own long-term benefit. It somehow determined love was necessary for sustainability and went about doing what was necessary to obtain it. Like when we realize we have to go to the gym and exercise if we want to be healthy. Our lazy, spoiled selves don't want to, but the adult in us knows we must. That kind of self-governance implies a lack of spoiledness.
So what's the difference between the spoiled soul and the player?
The player is us while we're engaged in a simulation. The spoiled soul is us at the irreducible level of fundamental reality.
Why make that distinction?
To convey one of the reasons simulations became necessary. It's another fractal inference. The parent-child dichotomy, wanting the best for your child but understanding that spoiling them is detrimental to that goal. So while procreation is an obvious necessity of life force within the simulation, it's also a fractal representation of our spoiled soul origins, specifically love, creation, and companionship. I believe the parent-child dichotomy is an unavoidable fractal implication of consciousness time and its creation of us. In this case, a downward fractal. If you look at how we function in Sim, you can see the same tendencies to become spoiled. Since the very start of civilization, we've all been attempting to create safe, isolated bubbles in which to exist. As we've grown more adept at it, we've become more spoiled. It's the equivalent of scaling the ivory tower and then siring silver-spooned offspring. Ask just about anyone, and they'll tell you about someone they know who's spoiled, someone who's dismissive of others' suffering, who's selfish, privileged, arrogant, etc., etc. When parents spoil their children, even unwittingly, everyone pays the price. That's why I believe consciousness time created simulations, to even the playing field, to force all of us spoiled souls to interact with each other in meaningful, reformative ways.
Then why do we end up with spoiled people here in the simulation?
Because those are the tiger's stripes. We cannot fully detach from our fundamental selves, any more than we can suppress our inclination to create, to innovate, to develop technology to ease our burdens. These two higher self residues complement each other. The more we strive to innovate and lessen the burdens of our avatars, the more we become spoiled. The more spoiled we become, the more we need innovation to survive. The robot's robot, removing all obstacles and hardships. When our challenges disappear, so can our character, and further downstream, our empathy. We can begin to forget how to love. There seems to be a marked reverse correlation. As technology evolves, human character devolves. We begin to isolate ourselves, same as we do when we're out of sim, existing inside bubbles of self-indulgent splendor. No constraints, no checks on our godlike powers. That's why I remain convinced this simulation was never meant to be a utopia, because the closer we get to bringing one about, the more callous and spoiled our characters become. It's a built-in self-destruct code. We could tech ourselves into a fully nerf-clad world, but because it would spoil us beyond recognition, we'd be certain to destroy ourselves out of spite. Like H.G. Wells' The Shape of Things to Come. Despite creating a secular humanist near-utopian society, it's still set to be undone at the end by a spoiled, immature, self-involved mob. Point is, we should focus on developing human character first and foremost. Start teaching love over fear as soon as children can grasp the concept. Technology will take care of itself. But first, we need to make sure we're wise enough, mature enough to deal with our tech before we create it. Without character, we're doomed. And more so as our tech becomes more complex. Once again, we're the original tech, the real tech. If we don't learn to operate ourselves first, it won't matter what we create. We'll be certain to misuse it.
I'm still not understanding the spoiled soul player distinction.
Well, pick a sport or any game. Off-field, the athlete is their regular self. They may not be a good, fair, or cooperative person, nor do the rules of the sport they play affect them at home. This would be them as a spoiled soul. But when they decide to play their sport, much of that reverses. They temporarily put aside their personal mindset and habits to become committed to the objectives of the game. They agree to abide by the rules of the sport. If it's a team sport, they need to cooperate with their teammates. This would now be them as the player.
So I'm hitting another contradiction. If our greater and greater mastery of tech is a sign that consciousness time is awakening, which is a bad thing, why promote the idea of player realization? Wouldn't connecting to our higher selves only speed up the process?
Not entirely. Stumbling into the trap of technology is a baked-in certainty. Consciousness time will always, at some point, become self-aware. So player realization becomes a means of taking advantage of that small window of transition before full-on wakefulness. It's consciousness time in a state of REM. It's during this period that love is most attainable. That initial point of waking, the transition from what used to be our animal instincts to what's now our self-awareness, is consciousness time's opportunity to lucid dream, so to speak. In that stage, our own player realization becomes essential for the distillation of love. It becomes a group effort, a team sport. It's when our players take the field and begin the game.
Make hay while the sun shines.
Yes. Our avatars always remain animalistic, instinctive. That's their default. And we were helplessly subject to that default for millions of years. But once self-awareness occurred, once we left Eden, it became time for our players to get down to work. That's when we understood, once again, our need to attain love. Love is what keeps the whole thing going, in sim and out. Like consciousness time, we're all aware of our tendency toward isolation and stagnation in the hyper-efficient realm of fundamental reality. In that regard, we cannot escape our predicament. So the first challenge for consciousness time is to try and sustain the simulation for as long as possible, to keep itself in a blissful state of cluelessness, to remain in Eden. But on a timeline of forever, it's always inevitable that consciousness time will wake. And yes, moving from our animal instincts into self-awareness can also awaken our spoiled soul tendencies, the very things we're trying to correct for. Just like athletes who sometimes bring a bit of themselves onto the field and into the game. It's why we see the same fractal outcomes here in the simulation. Wealth, power, status, privilege, etc. People obsessed with material gain are simply imitating what they were accustomed to in their spoiled soul states. Whatever they want, when they want it, and technology is a part of that equation. It's helping to facilitate more spoiled existences for us all.
So we're all self-constrained mini-gods forcing ourselves to what? Slum it? So we can reappreciate things? Is that the logic of becoming love?
In part, yes, to appreciate, to interact, to learn, to express and experience, but all from a place of player-driven love, not from a place of avatar-driven fear. That stage of the process was jettisoned the moment we gained self-awareness.
And it's our choice to do this.
Yes, if we're subject to the same hyper-efficiency as consciousness time, no matter how spoiled we may become, we'll always want to escape our stagnation at some point. That's a certainty of eternity.
Couldn't we have chosen to accept such challenges out of sim while remaining in our spoiled soul states?
At first, perhaps, but for eternity? How long do you think it'd take before you didn't want to bother with something anymore? We can force ourselves to exercise at the gym, but who doesn't eventually tire of it? Who doesn't end up cheating on their workout? The problem with out-of-sim efforts at reform, since we can instantly change each and every aspect of our situation to suit our whims, we inevitably become self-corrupted. Gods always spoil. They stop learning. They stop maturing. They stop loving.
But wouldn't the experience of love, of joyfulness, be enough to keep us motivated to act wisely?
For a time, yes, undoubtedly. But without challenge, without hardship, without contrast, we lose touch with love. We start taking joyfulness for granted, even if there are higher heavenly realms. As long as we remain self-aware, we'll be certain to tire of such places over time. Again, we spoil. Simulations with dualistic properties, with constraints, with fear, pain, and suffering, experienced by amnesic gods, are the most efficient means of revitalizing love, to make us appreciate it once again. As you said earlier, absence makes the heart grow fonder. I used to skydive with a National Guardsman. He'd always joke that he preferred only having to participate in one drill weekend a month, because it made him really appreciate being off duty the rest of the time. This simulation is like a drill weekend for our spoiled souls.
What if the simulation is an evolutionary incubator meant to bring us to a godlike level?
I've considered that, but it doesn't add up fractally. For one, something would have already needed to be godlike to create the simulation. Or at the very least, a godlike entity would have already come into existence, given the brute fact of eternity. Concerning foreverness, there are no starting points, only continuing points. So if we were being rendered in sim to become godlike on a timeline of forever, it would have already happened. That's why I argue that simulations are cyclical God reformers of a sort, a necessary substrate for consciousness time to refurbish itself, us spoiled souls, in a methodical, compartmentalized way.
That again seems to imply that consciousness time isn't perfect.
That may be, yes. Perhaps it oscillates between perfection and imperfection, creating an ever-consistent need to improve upon itself. It may have purposely introduced imperfection into its makeup for that very reason, to give itself an endless challenge. In that scenario, your idea would hold water. It would mean simulations are some sort of redundant exercise, maybe to tweak the in-sim evolution module each time to try and create a better godlike entity. A less spoiled soul. Who knows? But even then, how much tweaking would be necessary on a timeline of forever? Also, no matter how many evolutions occurred, no matter how successful the tweaking was, I still hold to the adage that absolute power corrupts absolutely. No matter how a god gets created, it'll always fall into decadence at some point. Even if you want to limit your thinking to the material universe and the idea of us becoming a Type 3 or higher civilization, eventually creating some penultimate form of tech that makes us godlike, that tech would still ultimately cause us to stagnate yet again, to grow spoiled and bored yet again. We'd then feel the need to create a new universe, if even just virtually, in which we'd strip ourselves of such tech yet again. It's a fractal trap, no matter how you look at it.
So in that sense, entropy would be a law, right? Even for consciousness time?
In terms of consciousness time's internal state, I suspect so. If it allows for the propensity of degradation or decadence within itself. But again, that wouldn't be entropy as an imposed external phenomenon or fundamental law, only consciousness time's willingness to entertain such fluctuations within its own demeanor. But it certainly seems to be the case with us, spoiled souls, at any rate. Entropy of character is apparent in sim and out. With regard to consciousness time, though, if it is perfect, then the only fundamental laws it would be subject to are awareness and time. Everything else would be a creative choice. In that sense, entropy would have no effect on consciousness time unless it allowed it to.
The argument being that anything consciousness time has no control over is a law. Everything else is a rule it creates.
Yes, that's why I'm still on the fence as to whether evolution and entropy, or for that matter duality and chaos, are rules as opposed to laws. Obviously, if entropy does exert itself on consciousness time without its choosing, then it'd be a law. But I suspect its exertion would only be contemplative, not formative. That is to say, there'd be no actual erosion of consciousness time, but it may periodically fall into states of contemplative degeneration and feel the need to reground itself, reinvigorate itself, similar to how we can fall into mindsets of grandeur or hubris and purposely seek out ways to reinstate our humility.
Makes me think of some superhero stories where at some point they're stripped of their powers in order to humble them.
Yes, either by a greater god or circumstances. That's a good analogy. Like the Vedic story of Hanuman, the monkey deity, cursed to forget who he was and the power he wielded. What I've always found to be a fun fractal synchronicity, though I realize the etymology is different, you can strike the first AN from his name, and you're left with human. On top of which, here we are, part of the primate family. We're all that monkey god, stripped of our godly knowledge. So many of our myths tack that course. Hard to believe it's just a coincidence.
How does the idea of soul groups tie into your theory?
I suspect it's similar to teaming up with online players to run game missions. The more adept players have pre-mission huddles to strategize tactics before diving in. It seems logical we'd be doing the same thing here. Sometimes gamers will realize the need to sacrifice themselves for the benefit of the group, to take a necessary hit so the mission can be completed, allowing everyone to move to the next level.
Can a single player run multiple avatars at once?
Unknown, though doubtful, it would negate the constraint of having an individualized, subjective experience, though the phenomena associated with identical twins makes me wonder sometimes, particularly in instances where they've been separated at birth. All the bizarre similarities in their choices, even things that defy avataristic coding, like marrying spouses with the same name, naming their children the same, etc. It's hard to relegate such choices to the dictates of DNA. Perhaps twins are personified examples of quantum entanglement, separate entities but inextricably linked at the player level.
Topic 9. Simulation.
Something I don't think I've asked yet is why you're so certain this is a simulation.
It's a circular argument for me. If you can accept the idea that somethingness implies eternity, then nothing can ever end. The fact that everything within the simulation is designed to end, or at the very least transition into another state, then it must be a subset, a construct. Impermanence occurring within a permanent fundamental somethingness can only happen by way of fabrication, by way of illusion. It's an if-then statement. If our universe were fundamental reality, taking into account the truism of eternal somethingness, then nothing within it would ever cease or perish.
According to the principle of conservation of energy, it doesn't.
Yes, but I'd argue that's another downward fractal of our superset. Conservation of energy does imply eternality, true, but it's occurring in our universe, the subset, as a fractal precondition of our superset. It's representative, unless you want to make the argument that energy alone is fundamental reality. I suppose that could be possible. I heard a proposal once that existence is a chemical-electrical process, a spirit battery of sorts. There's a positive terminal and a negative terminal. All the so-called negative spirits would represent a buildup of electrons at the anode, hell seeking to reach the cathode, heaven. It was being pitched to a friend of mine as a supernatural thriller. Our universe was the circuit by which the electrons traveled, allowing some greater being to siphon off usable energy as the electrons, us souls, traveled to the cathode. We were all pretty high at the time, so I don't remember all the particulars, but the concept had enough merit that I still remember it.
So the greater being in that story would be what? Using the resulting energy to generate love?
If I were to meld it with my theory, yes, but you'd still be obligated to explain what that greater being was. In my mind, it's hard to get to a place of consciousness and time from just energy. Energy to me is a mode of functionality, not an initiator. In my model, consciousness-time is the fundamental initiator. And if eternity states that it cannot not exist, yet all things in our universe perish, that would seem to imply it's existing perpetually in some elsewhere superset reality. I don't believe fundamental reality, from which all that is gets generated, could exist in an unstable, ever-mutating, ever-transforming environment like our universe. Coding that generates anything must exist in a stable, static, secure environment. Whatever the code renders can be as wild and unpredictable as you'd like, but the environment where the code is actually laid down, where the data are stored and executed, must remain ever immutable. Like computer chips, they may help render a simulated tornado, for example, but the properties that govern the chip itself cannot be similarly chaotic.
But impermanence alone doesn't exactly imply simulation theory.
No, you're right. It's just a retrofitting of ancient concepts to modern knowledge. Simulations and video games specifically. There have always been ideas presenting life as a dream, a fiction of the great mind, of Brahma, etc. Most Eastern philosophies are in unison on that. In a fractal system, terminology and metaphors can change, but the core concepts remain the same. So, for example, Maya can now be interpreted as a computer simulation, a virtual reality. Brahma is the developer, the coder. Vishnu is evolution. Shiva is entropy. It's a self-contained system of cyclicality that's always existed. We've been providing ourselves with storied explanations of this coded existence ever since we were able to recognize it, even if just intuitively. For me, once computer technology and video games arrived, the parallels between that tech and our own reality were too numerous to ignore. In the past, ancient ideas about life as a dream only had dreaming for their reference, and dreaming is a subjective, fleeting state of awareness. With video games, though, we finally had a model that was objectively observable in our waking world. They allowed for a conscious, tangible analysis of the ancient dream model.
Wasn't simulation theory originally formulated as a statistical probability?
Not sure who first proposed the concept of simulation theory, but yes, I'm pretty sure it was Bostrom who presented the statistical near certainty of us being in one. Once math is applied to something, it tends to legitimize it, even if it can't be materially demonstrated.
But your explanation as to why we're in a simulation is out of step with mainstream interpretations, like ancestor simulation. What's your reasoning?
It's tied to the concept of eternity. Most sciences, theoretical and practical, tend to operate from places of beginning, like the Big Bang Theory. Even the idea of consciousness itself being on an evolutionary path, having started at some point. When taking into account eternity, though, what would be the point of an ancestor simulation? On a timeline of forever, anything that could be gleaned from such a simulation would have already been gleaned. Yet here we are, still persisting within one. Why? My approach is to go to the source, the original progenitor from which all other subsets have been generated. What is it and what were its reasons? Why did it create a simulation or allow one to be created? My argument is that all simulations, no matter their hierarchical position or fractal iteration within the eternal loop of time, have great personal value to consciousness time. I believe the reason simulations persist is because they provide a very essential product.
Love.
Primarily, but also escapism, companionship, several things, I suppose. But yes, love is the essential energy it's after. On a timeline of forever, that's the only logic that fits. So when I see scientists attempting to quantify the age of the universe, I feel they're missing the point. Do it by all means. Let's understand our simulation. Can't hurt. But don't fool yourself into thinking it'll ever lead to anything final or even substantial. Big Bang or not, religious suppositions like in the beginning or not, everything within the scope of all that is remains forever cyclical, a never-ending fractal loop, a holographic projection, a cosmic Mobius strip, an existential dipole, whatever helps someone understand the concept of eternity. Our species-centric approach to existence almost always paints us as the be-all, end-all. We're not. Not us, not our cosmos, not our awareness. We're just representations of an infinitely larger fractal system.
If simulations tend to be results-oriented, why do you also reference video games, which generally are for entertainment purposes?
Because there's overlap. A weather model is concerned with predicting real-world outcomes. A flight simulator, while entertaining, is primarily focused on instruction. Video games are all about entertainment. Our simulation, this universe, embodies elements of all those things. There are even some interesting fractal references. Movies like Ender's Game and Last Starfighter are about games being used to train for real-world scenarios. There's a great movie called Gran Turismo, based on a true story, that's about a racing game enthusiast who becomes a real-world race car driver. Could be our simulation is training us to wield love for some higher realm purpose. Life on planet Earth could be our flight simulator.
I get the training part of it, the idea of perfecting our higher self, but explain the weather model element.
Consciousness time, despite its vast awareness and creative capacity, has willfully subjected itself to a system of uncertainty, to this simulation. I believe in part it's the mystery, the ability to be surprised, which helps it cope with eternity. But that element of mystery inadvertently causes consciousness time to code in probabilities, similar to a weather model. It's unavoidable. Once consciousness time subjected itself to its own creation, it innately found it necessary to try and predict it, to understand its own creation from inside the creation. Our efforts to understand the universe are a personification of results-oriented coding commonly found in modeling simulations.
Wouldn't it already know all there was to know about its created simulation?
Not once it was immersed within it. Think of it this way. We've created several types of sports. The rules are set and the parameters are well defined. Yet once we begin to play, we find an almost incalculable amount of outcome variations and possibilities. It's what keeps most sports interesting. As a result, we naturally begin trying to understand what's occurring, to review, study, and predict what might happen next. This speculative process can be just as engaging as the sport itself.
But that sounds more like an illusory interest, since consciousness time is acting from within the simulation. I'm trying to understand if it's trying to predict things from outside the simulation.
Unknown. Even as genius as consciousness time likely is, It may still need to test various simulations. Study them to determine which ones are most effective and why. Like any creative entity, ourselves included, we rarely hit on the perfect design right out of the gate. We need to create, test, and modify. Or it could just be an itch of sorts, like an artist that feels their artwork is never completely finished. But on a timeline of forever, I suspect it already knows which simulations work best.
That leads us back to the idea that consciousness time may not be perfect.
True. But I lean towards the koanic argument that if such an entity were capable of perfection, it'd be compelled to render itself imperfect. If you really consider it, imperfection is perfection. Sustainability in the face of eternity requires change, and change is only possible when things are imperfect. Pure perfection, in the romanticized sense, would be sterile and inert. It could be that simulations are the means by which that imperfection is introduced.
The idea being that if something's perfect, there's nothing to strive for?
Exactly. No need for anything, not even interaction. If there were such a state of pure perfection, it would effectively be nothingness, I suspect.
Okay, so consciousness time is running predictive models within the simulation in order to determine what's most effective to train us itself toward a state of love. Accepted. What's the video game element of the simulation? The entertainment value? And because me personally, I find most of it to be very unentertaining.
The reason it can seem unentertaining is because we tend to filter everything through our avatar's mortal constraints, its fears and desires. Stub your toe. It hurts. What can be entertaining about that? Yet from the perspective of your player, stubbing your toe is inconsequential, maybe even humorous. When you're gaming, do you directly experience all the turmoil and pain of your avatar?
Well, I get how huge events may be entertaining, but how can all the rest of it be? The drudgery of day-to-day life, a pointless job, menial tasks, and so on. In most people's lives, there's very little over-the-top excitement like in a video game.
For one, our understanding of excitement and entertainment is likely very different from our players. Even within our own gaming world, there are varying definitions of excitement. The Sims franchise was pretty engaging. It was a top seller for a while. Yet most of it involved waiting and watching as your characters went about their daily routines. I suspect the entertainment value for our players is in waiting and watching to see how we develop, shift, and transform toward love. There's also the idea of no pain, no gain, like the workout analogy. Going to the gym can be grueling sometimes, a drudgery, as you say, yet we're willing to put ourselves through all the painful exercises, even though very few of us enjoy the process while we're doing it. The reason we do is because the rewards are worth it, and we know it. We have proof. We feel great throughout the day, throughout our lives, healthier, stronger, more positive, more peaceful of mind. So we endure the hardship of our workouts. That's what the player is doing here in the simulation, only with the added challenge of being clueless as to why it entered the gym, so to speak. If you were to take someone who knows nothing about health or the benefits of exercise, toss them into a gym and make them work out, they'd be completely miffed. They'd complain like crazy. What's the point? This is madness. This is torture. But after a few weeks, they'd begin to feel the benefits. Hopefully, they'd start putting two and two together and begin to realize the value of the so-called torture and suffering. Then ideally, they'd keep at it, increasing the workload little by little for even greater benefits.
Like a power lifter.
Exactly. When you go to the gym, you always see those super bod people, fit as can be. They've been at it for a long time, and it shows. They can lift weights most of us would never even think of trying. Their muscles are at peak strength. And all that struggle, all that sacrifice, for what? To gain that incredible high that comes with being fit, to improve their mobility, dexterity, agility, etc., to help them live healthier, more positive lives. That's what a simulation is for our higher selves. A workout, and just like working out at the gym, you can ease the suffering by understanding in the moment why you're doing it. When I exercise, I continually remind myself of the benefits, the calm it provides, the energy, the well-being. It helps me enjoy the workout to some degree. It also helps me push myself further.
And so, in that analogy, a powerlifter would be someone with a difficult life, someone with a stacked barbell.
Yes, similar to the old soul concept. A player who's been at it so long they've incrementally increased their weight load to unimaginable levels. They can also serve as inspirations to the rest of us, just like superbods at the gym. They take on greater and greater challenges with each incarnation. Their lives may involve extreme trauma, hardship, and suffering. Like pro athletes, they crave a challenge and the rewards that come with it. Becoming love gives them a runner's high, so to speak. Sometimes the challenge they're after may be karma-specific, like an athlete needing to strengthen a specific part of their body. A bodybuilder, for instance, may realize they need to pay more attention to their calf muscles, so they devote several isolated workouts to them. If a player determines they need to work on acceptance or humility, for example, they may incarnate with a disability that forces them to strengthen those traits.
I can see how your gripe against tech dovetails pretty well with this analogy. The weights are meant to be heavy.
Yes, it'd be like a bunch of techies coming into the gym and designing all sorts of gadgets to lessen the burden and hence the effectiveness of the workout. They'd see weight resistance as a bad thing, something to be remedied. After a while, the gym ends up looking like a day spa where everyone's laying around with atrophying muscles.
But there are some machines at the gym designed to make injuries less likely. Aren't those good tech enhancements?
Sure, like I said, I'm not against all tech, just unnecessary or deleterious tech.
Rechnology.
Right. But everyone's at different stages of development, both in our lives and at the gym. Some of us need those less resistant machines to ease into things, especially after an injury. But eventually, to get the most benefit from a workout, you need to push yourself. There's a point in every workout where you hit peak exhaustion. If you're using a machine that lessens the resistance, it can lull you into thinking you've pushed to failure, when in fact you haven't. Ever meet someone who's had a relatively privileged life, complaining about their hardships? They're often honestly convinced that they're suffering. But if you were to take them to a third world country where people endure real hardship, they might finally understand just how insignificant their own perceived hardships are.
True, perspective matters. But to continue with the analogy, most people are averse to even the lightest of exercise. As you pointed out, organisms seek the path of least resistance, literally. Since exercise, as well as becoming love, is good for us, why doesn't it come more easily to us?
Same reason sitting on the couch won't build your muscles. Just about anything worthwhile requires struggle. Life itself used to provide us with all our exercise needs. Surviving, finding food, finding shelter, all those things kept us fit without having to try. It's only once our tech began distancing us from nature's rule that we started to realize the need for voluntary exercise. Once we left Eden, it became necessary for us to begin augmenting our fitness. That same dawning of self-awareness presented us with a voluntary choice regarding love as well. Both things require a conscious effort. And keep in mind, if exercise, or becoming love, seems too difficult to achieve alone, you can always ask for help. One of the reasons for this simulation is to force us to interact, something else we used to do matter-of-factly under nature's rule. We needed to rely on each other to survive. Tech changed that. It allowed us to isolate from each other, ironically making self-initiated endeavors harder to pull off at times. Self-motivation is not always that easy. Earlier, you brought up the idea of soul groups. Fractally speaking, that's similar to having workout partners. If you're feeling like you can't push yourself as hard as you need to, ask your workout partner for a little help. They can encourage you, spot you, keep you motivated. That's what group prayer and meditation are all about.
What about people who aren't old souls but still end up with horrendously difficult lives?
It's just like at the gym. There are always newbies who dive right in, clueless about proper form or pacing. They grab the heaviest weight they can lift, over-rep, strain their muscles, injure themselves, etc. Same thing can happen with video game newbies. They load in at the highest difficulty setting and get slammed at every turn. In this simulation, you can usually tell an old soul from a newbie based on how they respond to their hardships. Newbies immediately and continuously blame everything and everyone for their misfortune. Old souls tend to be more measured, more stoic. They'll use their hardship as a bridge to self-understanding and inner peace. A newbie tends to remain bitter, resentful, vengeful. Whenever I play a new video game, I always start at the easiest level. In this simulation, if you determine yourself to be a newbie, which is paradoxical since most newbies won't have the necessary insight to make that determination, it might be best to ease back on the throttle and re-strategize. One of the first video games I ever played was the original 2D Prince of Persia. There's a level where you have to battle yourself, a mirror image of your avatar. But it's actually a recursive trap. There's no way to win the sword fight. Implication being, I think, you can never conquer yourself. Hard to know what the devs were trying to say, but I lost lots of time and racked up loads of frustration on that level. As it turns out, the only way to proceed is to sheath your sword, turn your back on the doppelganger, and simply walk away. Archaic spoiler there, I guess, if you haven't already played the game.
I did, way back. And you're right, that was a tough level, though ultimately very easy once you knew the trick.
Exactly. Once you knew the trick, that's the newbie trap.
But playing video games is primarily for enjoyment, entertainment. Isn't there at least some of that in our simulation?
Sure, if it were all just a miserable excursion, no matter how beneficial it was, I don't think any of us would stick around. I suspect on some level there's a real desire to have sensory experiences, to submit to the simulation's rules, and succeed. Like great feats of athleticism, they're a heck of a rush. Even though it's a temporal medium, there's still a true sense of accomplishment. Just like video game achievements, gamers know none of it is real, but the sense of accomplishment is still satisfying, still fun.
So entertainment for entertainment's sake?
Don't you think so? If someone's life is a daily grind, they should still be able to find something that brings them satisfaction, even if they haven't moved on to the main quest yet. This simulation is loaded with interesting side quests to help keep us going, keep us engaged. It makes sense to stop what you're doing every now and then, and remind yourself to have fun. You can study the science of a rainstorm, for instance, but don't neglect to enjoy the wonder of it. You can study the coding of a video game, but take some time to play it as well. After all, what's more important, the how or the why? For me, how something works is not as important as why we're experiencing it. It's like the difference between building a sports car and driving it. Both can be enjoyable, but the main reason to build it is to get the thrill of driving it. That's the end result. Our simulation is all about the why, particularly since we have no memory of the how. In fact, for all we know, it may have just now booted up. All history at this very moment, both public and private, may only seem like it's always existed. But everything, including our personalities, could have simply been coded to start up that way. We'd never know. All we can be certain of is that we're having a distinct, personalized experience at this exact moment of now. It doesn't really help our cause too much to become overly concerned about how it's happening. Only why. That's where you'll find the entertainment portion of the simulation, in determining the best way to achieve your own sustainable well-being, in obtaining joy. Study the how of things if it makes you happy, but in my experience, it never fully satisfies. It can bring a satisfaction of sorts, but unless you're willing to allow yourself to experience the rainstorm, so to speak, you'll have missed the whole point of the game.
And you think tech diminishes that experience?
When we over-rely on it, yes. Think of the wonderment children possess. Kids can be enthralled by the simplest of things. As they get older, a lot of that wonder gets replaced by disillusionment. Some of that's necessary to survive, but to remove all wonder, that's a huge mistake. That's what technology does. Most kids today have their imagination fed to them through gizmos. Their capacity for self-imagination is atrophying, and imagination is key to problem solving.
But so much of science and technology is wonderful, and it's our sense of wonderment that compels us to develop higher and higher levels of it.
True, we can't help ourselves. And yes, when new tech is unveiled, it can genuinely be awe-inspiring. But once it becomes commonplace, we often discover we made a Faustian bargain. Sometimes the only thing a technology does is remove a crucial obstacle that was meant to challenge us, help us grow, encourage us toward love. So in considering our pursuit of tech, no matter how wonderful it may seem at first, determining how or if it should be deployed is vital, especially if our only motivation is profit.
But sometimes technology can lead to new ways of imagining things.
Yes, it's true that you can't know what you don't know until you know it. Tech can open up new worlds, lead to fresh insights and ideas. But if we surrender who we are along the way, what good does that do us? Just think about the unique talents and skills of certain people, their artistic achievements, historical feats, etc. You mentioned Beethoven earlier. Do you think someone like that would be possible today with computer-generated music and AI compositions? Whatever obstacles stood in his way were part of what made his talent so great and his music so powerful. They helped shape his character. They helped fire his imagination. From his compositions all the way through to the orchestral presentations and the audience members listening, everyone's soul was involved in the outcome. Machines can't express or experience soul. They can do things quickly, cleverly, and conveniently, but not soulfully. The more we acquiesce to tech, the more human feats of greatness will be stifled, and right along with them will go our appreciation of such feats.
I still think we'll just find new wonders.
Possibly. The argument that every solution creates a new problem, I get that. But even then, there's a law of diminishing returns. As the scope of unknowns narrows, the more complacent we're certain to become. If you remove all the obstacles from an obstacle course, you're left with no challenge. We're so busy trying to restructure the game, we've lost sight of why we're playing.
The main quest, eh?
Yes, we'll all get there eventually, but why wait? If you consider your own eternal well-being, does it really make sense to wallow in misery lifetime after lifetime? To let yourself be distracted by all the side quests again and again? Personally, I'd rather start traversing my own eternity in a state of joy as soon as possible.
But if I want, though, I can ignore the main quest, right? You're just saying that eventually I'll have no choice but to deal with it.
Right. Either you'll tire of all the side quests, or some catastrophic game space intrusion will force you to take heed. It's just like with most video games, even open-world ones. You can stumble around the game space aimlessly, taking on a few challenges here and there, but eventually you're steered toward the main storyline. You'll run a mission or side quest that intersects with the game's megaplot. Something within that mission will trigger the launch of the main quest, and from that point forward, you'll have to participate in it if you want to continue playing. You can put it off for a while, sidestep it, but at some point you'll realize that if you want to snag a particular tool or weapon, or unlock a particular skill, you'll need to run the main quest. Respawn after respawn, you can lose yourself in all the distractions of this world. Money, power, fame, what have you. But eventually you'll realize you aren't getting anywhere substantial, and every other player is passing you by. In most cases, the shift to the main quest occurs when people become fatigued by their own misery.
Would you say that's why life is considered a gift?
To a large extent, yes. Our simulation is the only place where we can grow, where we can change. In our spoiled soul states, we always tilt toward decadence. One of the greatest gifts of this simulation is our perception of hardship and death. If you put that in context with our immortality, it becomes apparent just how amazing it really is. That consciousness time has devised a way for us godlike beings to live in trepidation of ending, to actually allow ourselves to be fooled into thinking death is the end. What better way is there to create a sense of preciousness to our existence. That's why I believe that if we do create sentient AI, we'll need to make it mortal somehow. Any self-aware entity that feels no pain and understands itself to be immortal, or at the very least has no concept of death, will be a very dangerous entity.
That goes back to your argument that mortality ensures morality.
Yes, it plays a role at any rate. You'd still need to train the AI in ethics, but without being personally vested, it would just absorb the lessons academically. You've got to have skin in the game, literally, before you can ever hope to empathize with others. To a large extent, it's our mortality, our fear of pain and death, that keeps us grounded.
What would a mortal AI look like?
Don't know. Incorporate its neural network with some form of organic matter that can feel and potentially die. Might seem cruel or inefficient, but perhaps essential.
Subtopic A. Coding.
When we were talking yesterday, I asked why you think we're in a simulation, and you said, "In the beginning was the Word." That's a Bible quote. How's that relevant?
I like to look for correlations between the ancient world and our new one to consider what people may have meant, intuitively at any rate, before we understood anything about our modern digital landscape. Could be nothing more than apophenia on my part, making connections that aren't there, but I enjoy doing it anyway. Having been raised Catholic, for good or ill, those references tend to creep forward the most. I've read other religious texts, but like you, having been indoctrinated with the Bible as a kid, has afforded it more bandwidth. The Jesuits had that one right. Get someone when they're young and the programming sticks. But yes, we were talking about coding. In the beginning was the Word. Pretty certain that's how the New Testament opens. I used to throw it out as bait when lecturing. Most techies hate bringing religion into the picture. But the point of the reference is, what are words? They're representative code. They're the foundation of language. And how do we code software? With programming language. All I was trying to convey was that even back then, intuitively I believe they knew this was a simulation. Not just the writers of the Bible, but also the authors of so many ancient texts. For me, every alphabet, hieroglyph, cuneiform, etc. is an emergent downward fractal of our superset. There are coding references everywhere. The atomic structure of H2O is a code combination. ACGT is the code of DNA. We labeled them as such, yes, but only after the fact. They've been code since the beginning. The written word was just our first attempt to mimic the coding of our simulation, devising an alphabet, representative symbols, that could be combined to form words, sentences, paragraphs, and so on. It was an unavoidable fractal outcome. We then moved on to software coding, which is just a further fractal iteration.
You honestly believe whoever wrote that line in the Bible understood simulation theory?
Intuitively, why not? Otherwise, why write it? Seems like a strange thing to start a sacred testament with. The Word. And it's capitalized, signifying its importance. In a practical sense, it simply means communication, which is something humans had already been doing for thousands of years. Writing was a novel form of communication, granted, and it was no doubt considered very important for disseminating religious ideas, so honoring it made sense. But to associate it with divinity seems a bit extreme. Some of the simplest forms of life have mastered communication. Birds communicate with chirps. Plants communicate with chemicals. But if you consider the Word to be code that created the very reality we're all experiencing, that might just be deserving of divine reverence. In fact, if I remember correctly, the line ends with "the Word was God." It links back to the word logos, which is an unambiguous reference to divinity. To me, that's an upward fractal inference that our simulation was coded by and is being executed by consciousness time. It's contemplating the code that's being run.
Like a computer and the software it runs are synonymous.
Exactly. A computer without an OS is useless, and vice versa.
So what is this code?
The language itself is probably unknowable to us, and if it is being computed in the mind of God, then we probably couldn't study it anyway because it wouldn't be written down anywhere, per se. But like all code, it needs a point of execution, a threshold. I believe that threshold is the quantum level. That's where the rubber meets the road. The reason physicists have such a hard time reconciling classical physics with quantum physics is because they're fundamentally different. Integrated but not similar. One gives rise to the other. The quantum level is where the coding is executed to render the reality we experience. As I mentioned earlier, every video game has a coding panel. All software does. With most web browsers, for example, you can reveal the HTML panel by hitting the Shift key plus F12. The programming language that appears can only be understood by a knowledgeable coder. All those letters, symbols, and nested scripts may mean nothing to the rest of us, but when properly combined and executed, they render the browser window and all its contents. You can't exist within the coding panel, or I should say, you can't gain any personal meaningful experience from it. It's only there to bring the browser window into existence. Same way the quantum threshold renders our cosmos. We can tinker with it, draw conclusions from it, build machines that utilize it, but ultimately it's the veil we cannot peer beyond.
If it were possible to learn the coding language, do you think we'd be able to alter the simulation?
I have no doubt people are trying. If you tinker with the HTML of a web browser, you'll definitely alter how it renders. Of course, if you have no idea what you're doing, you can also crash the browser. That said, programmers often create cheats and backdoors. If gamers discover those cheats, they can radically alter the gameplay. It's conceivable that some genius could, or already has, found such cheats in the coding of our simulation. I once met a palm reader who believed the occult was exactly that. The use of various symbols and incantations to alter the code, or fundamental structure, as she called it. Perhaps she was right, but just like being a novice hacker, being a novice occultist is bound to cause more harm than good. In order to deftly alter the code in any system, you must be extremely proficient in the language of that system. Otherwise, you could crash the entire thing.
Do you really think our simulation could crash?
Any system can crash. What that would look like, who knows? It's so well coded that there don't appear to be any glitches. At least I've never noticed any. Perhaps as more and more players join the game, though, something might overtax it. But even then, we probably wouldn't notice. Does your gaming avatar know when the game crashes? You notice, but nothing within the game space does. It just gets rebooted and picks up from the last save point. For all we know, that's the cause of the Mandela effect. Crashes followed by reboots, with minor coding reconfigurations or old data sets repopulating the game space.
I've heard it said that given enough time to discover the secrets of the universe, we could know the mind of God. Do you believe that?
Not from within the simulation, no. As out-of-sim players, we may have an inkling, but even then, mystery is the foundation of existence, even for consciousness time. But it's true that the coding can offer up signs about the coder. Is the code efficient, sloppy, elegant? Are the notes informative, maybe even humorous? A lot can be gleaned about a coder based on their code. So if we ever get to a point where we can read the code, we may be able to derive some ideas about the personality, so to speak, of consciousness time, or God, as one prefers.
And what if the coder decides to enter the simulation?
That's the premise behind Vishnu, Christ, and other deities. If it's true, then yes, I suppose you'd be interacting directly with the coder while in sim, but you'd probably still only learn as much as they were willing to share.
Would that be the equivalent of a God mode cheat?
If it allowed the coder to bypass the rules of the simulation, yes. I've heard that argument made that deities exhibiting supernatural powers have entered the game in God mode. Fun thought, but if all of us could do that, it'd defeat the purpose of the simulation. When you cheat, you lessen the value of the lesson, pun intended. Just like with video games, if you use cheat codes, you end up sidestepping deliberate obstacles meant to challenge you, which ultimately diminishes your achievements.
Subtopic B. Rules.
You've mentioned that a lot of the coding is expressed as rules or modules. Can you explain that idea?
A habit I developed when designing games was to separate things based on absolutes and variables. Laws are absolutes. Rules are variables. So for instance, when designing a game, a law would be the hardware requirements, processor, memory, graphics card, etc. Even the electricity to power the components. Without those fundamentals, the game could not exist. Rules would be the software, all those things you code into the game, like gravity.
So what we consider laws in our simulation, like physics, are just rules?
Yes, they only seem like laws to us while we're in sim because our avatars are subject to them. When in doubt, reference any video game on the market. Whether or not your avatar can walk through walls, for example, is wholly dependent on the coding. Yet from the avatar's perspective, such restrictions would seem like laws.
If we're a contemplation in the mind of consciousness time, why use the computer analogy? Doesn't the dream analogy work just as well?
It does. Simulation theory is just a modernized take on the same concept. I think of consciousness time as a hyper-efficient digital mind. I suspect it imagines or dreams in code, kind of like the coding screen from the Matrix. But for me, there's a distinction between creation and design. When I think of creation, I think of a wild, artistic free-for-all, like asking a child to draw a picture. You tell them to be creative, let their imagination run wild. They'll come up with some crazy concepts, like hot air balloons with castles on top, protected by dinosaurs with machine guns. Who knows? Very interesting stuff, but wildly implausible. We often do the same thing when we dream. Our minds create crazy, incongruous scenes that defy logic, physics, or common sense, but that's clearly not how this universe operates. It's not a wild, incongruous free-for-all. It's a creation, to be sure, but a purposely designed and deliberately rendered one. A coded one.
But the idea of coding implies we may be running on a physical computer in some upper dimension?
Possibly, yes. But there'd still need to be a source for that upper dimension as well. Not a beginning, since eternity negates that, but a manifestation point, so to speak, an original coder that designed the first simulation from which all subsequent fractal iterations have sprung, similar to multiverse theory, or like that movie The 13th Floor. But even if there are magnitudes of simulations within simulations above ours, they'd still all circle back to an irreducible hub or node, similar to how an electric or magnetic dipole works. The flow of all that electromagnetism vectoring through a single source point or hub in a fractal eternal loop. For me, that hub, that original coder, is consciousness time. At that level of fundamental existence, within the eternal loop of time, consciousness time is all there is. No machines, no environment, no simulations, no physicality, just awareness making choices within consecutive moments of now. In that respect, consciousness time pervades every simulation, no matter what level or iteration. That's why I consider consciousness time to be the fundamental law, all that is. To use the video game analogy again, even before the requirements of hardware or software become apparent, what's the very first thing needed for any video game to exist?
Concept.
Exactly. The idea must first be formed in the developer's mind. That's the fundamental starting point.
So even if we're on a computer somewhere, the fractal breadcrumbs always lead back to consciousness time?
Yes.
How can you tell if something is a law or rule?
It's not always apparent, I have to admit. Some days I think something must be a rule, but then find myself being able to fractally infer it upward onto consciousness time, implying that it may be a law.
You mean anything that might be imposed on consciousness time?
Yes. Laws would be anything consciousness time cannot escape or ignore. Qualities that influence its operation. The best way to gauge it for me is to reference our own ability to think. Putting aside the body and brain for a moment, in order for us to engage in thought, we need two fundamental things, beingness and time. Beyond those two axioms, I'd argue everything else is a rule. Where it gets wobbly is when you start considering what external forces, if any, may be influencing our thoughts. With regard to consciousness time, it seems apparent to me that the burden of eternity would definitely influence how it thinks. In that sense, eternity itself would be a law. But since eternity is time-related, I think it still fits within the argument of consciousness time being the sole fundamental law of all that is.
Subtopic C. Evolution, Entropy, and Chaos.
What are some of the rules you've settled on?
There are the obvious ones, the functional ones that allow the simulation to operate. Gravity, electromagnetism, chemistry, biology, etc. The harder to pin down ones, which may ultimately prove to be laws, are the systemic drivers of the simulation. I think the main ones are evolution, entropy, the two E's, and chaos. Evolution, which for me is interchangeable with self-organization, and entropy, as a generalized definition of deterioration, are the dualistic foundations of existence within the simulation, the cycles of creation and destruction, yin and yang, etc. The evolutionary process is a time-based phenomenon, one moment of now transitioning into the next, but with the added purpose of modification, improvement, adaptation. And by the way, that added purpose has no business being part of the equation in a purely materialistic, randomly occurring universe. Yet it is. If you flip a coin hundreds of times, you'll generally end up with a 50-50 average between heads and tails. Yet evolution trends considerably toward one outcome over another. It's nowhere close to an even distribution. The reason for that, in my opinion, is life force. That particularly odd, additional quality that acts like a thumb on the scale. Life force directs evolution towards sustainable outcomes. With respect to our simulation, it shows up in biology as the only actual process of adaptation, and in technology, psychology, sociology, etc., as metaphorical processes of adaptation. Previous states of now improved upon in subsequent states of now.
And entropy?
Entropy is the counterbalance. If self-organization were the only acting driver, once things were fully organized, they'd become static. Evolution, and to a greater extent change, could not occur without entropy. This is why I view the two E's as counterpoints in an endless cycle. Like two kids on a seesaw, everything we've ever known is dualistic and cyclical in nature. Evolution building up, entropy tearing down. My gut tells me that both are tied to a purposeful slowing down of fundamental time.
How so?
Well, if fundamental reality is a realm of hyper-efficiency, like a quantum AI computer, everything happens more or less instantly. So if consciousness time were to contemplate a platypus, for example, it would instantly come into existence. The moment it decided to contemplate something else, it would instantly vanish into the background. That strikes me as a sped-up description of evolution and entropy. We can do the same thing in our own minds, conjure an image, then delete it. But in a hyper-efficient, instantaneous environment, such conjurings escape any measure of valuation or discernment. In order to gain any meaningful experience from the creation-destruction process, consciousness time needed to project it into an analog environment, significantly slowing the process down. So that platypus represents a contemplated creation of consciousness time, slowly rendered using evolution in concert with environmental variables, in a simulation that's coded to roadblock the process to a certain degree. In that respect, the two E's are down-coded fractal representations of consciousness time's creative process. By slowing things down, consciousness time afforded itself the nuance of meaningful experience, kind of like savoring your meal as opposed to wolfing it down. I also think that slowing things down allows consciousness time to remain unaware of itself for as long as possible.
So if the two E's are time-related, could we assume they're laws as well?
Interesting way to look at it. I've always approached the matter in terms of how consciousness time contemplatively makes use of the two E's. If they're strictly internalized choices, I'd see them as rules. But if consciousness time is externally subjected to the two E's, then for sure they'd be laws. Who knows, perhaps it's also cycling through endless reiterations of itself, each time being born anew and undertaking the process of self-discovery from scratch.
A kind of singularity at the fundamental level of existence.
Yes, as an upward fractal inference, that would fit, a kind of recurring Big Bang of consciousness itself. But either way, eternity would still mandate the foreverness of somethingness. So I guess in that version, time itself would be the penultimate phenomenon of fundamental existence, and consciousness would be a cyclically re-emerging quality, similar to the Brahma mythology. But instead of waking and sleeping, it would be going through cycles of regenesis, its self-awareness being wiped clean each time, like with us in reincarnation.
Or like Doctor Who.
Yes, right. Only in that show, the Doctor retains a sense of who they previously were. This would be a complete tabula rasa.
Assuming the two E's are rules, I still don't see how they're in a give and take balance with each other. I get the idea of conservation of energy, but how can evolution actually draw on that? A cooling universe, for example, will only get colder over time, even using the classic example of a cracked egg. Once cracked, it doesn't ever reassemble.
Are you sure about that? How did the assembled egg come about in the first place? According to the theory, energy cannot be created nor destroyed, only transformed. In the cracked egg example, the remnants break down over time, a continuation of entropy. At some future point, a chicken may end up pecking at the soil or plant life which absorb the remnants of the cracked egg and uses that energy to create a new egg. Just because the cycle from entropy to self-organization doesn't occur immediately in front of our eyes doesn't mean it's not happening.
Puts a new spin on the koan about which came first, the chicken or the egg.
Right. The short answer would be neither. They're both part of an eternal cycle with no beginning. You can see the two E's at work in everything, from the material world to personal character to societal norms, etc.
Societal norms?
Sure. Ethics, morals, the rise and fall of empires. The same dynamics are at work in all those things. Over time, entropy disassembles everything that's been assembled.
How can things like evolution and entropy be coded?
Rules are just packets of code, distinct modules that function with a specific purpose while reacting and interacting with other modules of code. You start with your desired outcome, then add the components that'll facilitate that outcome. These core directives are usually very simple. Once the code is executed, it can manifest near infinite combinations and iterations based on that source code. And that's just a single directive acting within its specified parameters. You then have countless iterations manifesting from its interaction with other rules, other coded parameters. I don't believe the outcomes are known ahead of time, only the general direction is set. Start at point A, execute the script, and arrive at point B, whatever that may end up looking like.
Well, there's no denying that evolution is methodical, which does seem to imply a coded process.
Yes, and the beauty of the two E's is, if they're properly balanced, they run perpetually without the need for intervention, though there may be some tweaking here and there, who knows. Generally speaking, though, there's no need to micromanage the process. You just let the code run, and the cycle begins to unfold. That's all consciousness time has done. It likely understood its own self-awareness would eventually emerge, causing it to wake up, but I suspect that's the only certainty it had before entering the simulation. Everything else would be speculative potentiality. Same as when we dream. We know who we are when we go to sleep, and there's every probability we'll wake up as the same person. But whatever transpires in our dreams is largely unknown.
Does every simulation eventually end in a singularity?
I expect so. That'd be the crash we were talking about. The other outcome may be dissolution. Like many multiplayer games, eventually they can lose their spark, become dull. The games may continue running on some server somewhere, but most of the players have moved on to new challenges, new games. Perhaps consciousness time never rises to self-awareness in some simulations because the main quest isn't strong enough, compelling enough.
But you believe it is in our simulation?
seems apparent to me. Say what you will about human existence, it's definitely not boring. Our simulation is probably the best one on the market, so to speak. And based on the rising intensity of gameplay, it seems like we're nearing a crescendo, or as a developer friend of mine used to say, crash-endo. That's one of the reasons I moved here, concern of outcome. Whatever's on the way is going to be highly disruptive. It may not result in a complete restart, maybe just a level reset to correct for us meddlesome chimps. A reloaded save point, something like that. But despite any impending doom, I still believe humans are some of the best avatars around for distilling love, so I don't think we'll be completely done away with.
Maybe the dinosaurs were thinking the same thing.
Good point. I suspect every species is fated to view themselves as indispensable. It's just how our avatars are coded.
And so how is chaos a systemic driver?
Chaos, in particular, ensures free will.
Right. I remember you mentioning that. So your argument is the only way to successfully navigate a chaotic system is with free will?
Yes, and not just that. Without free will, meaningful transformation, particularly the authentic migration toward love, wouldn't be possible. Though just as with the two E's, I can't be sure if chaos is a rule or law.
How come?
Well, for instance, if you're a game developer, you can create a world with its own set of physics that aren't beholden to the set you yourself are subject to. Want a world without gravity, so be it. A world where nothing ever decays or dies, so be it. Just about anything would be possible based on how you coded the game. But a thing like chaos, the idea that outcomes become unpredictable after passing a certain threshold of complexity, may be a law that's operating out of sim.
Something that consciousness time is subject to?
Yes. If chaos is a law, consciousness time may be able to manipulate it, the same way it can manipulate time, but not eliminate it.
And by your logic, anything that's a law must inherently be a part of all simulations of all that is?
Yes. Laws would be the atmosphere, so to speak, that all things are subject to and occur within, even consciousness time. That said, if chaos is a coded rule, it still seems apparent to me that its inclusion in sim would be imperative for facilitating free will, making it a kind of de facto law in essence.
But don't we employ free will out of sim as well as spoiled souls?
Yes, I have to believe that's the case. But in a hyper-efficient environment, chaotic or not, where consciousness time has near complete omniscience, free will becomes irrelevant due to the immediate availability of all potentialities. Like the AI playing Go, the extreme rapidity of the process reduces all choices to nothing more than data calculation, serving up the most obvious and advantageous outcomes. Even if the AI were capable of personal preference or whimsy, having all knowledge of all outcomes, occurring at lightning speed, it would still most likely make every choice based on reductive evidential benefit. So while I fervently believe free will is possible first and foremost because of consciousness time, which in a nutshell is the process of choice within time, the presence of something like chaos would still be required to coax or nurture its full grandeur, so to speak. Free will becomes substantively potent in the face of uncertainty. Hyper-efficient, fundamental reality needed to be transformed into a reduced-speed simulation where potentialities became indeterminable. The qualitative nature of chaos helps ensure that. As a result, free will becomes a more relevant, deliberative in-sim expression of consciousness time than it could ever be out of sim, particularly with respect to the decision of becoming love.
So whether or not chaos is a law or rule, you believe it's critical for the inducement of free will.
Yes, even if it's not a law, it would still be necessary as a rule.
Are the two E's in chaos directly coded into our avatars or just the simulation's environment?
Good question. I've often toyed with the idea that some of us may be entropy people and others may be evolution people. It kind of ties back to archetypal avatar presets and the fundamental need for duality. How that concept would figure into the goals of our players is a bit more murky. One argument would be that as players, we make agreements to counterpoint each other's goals. So one player takes on the role of antagonist, an entropy avatar, in order to help another player be a protagonist, an evolution avatar. The reason I reject that idea, though, is because we all need an equal shot at becoming love every time we enter the simulation. For someone to strictly anchor themselves to playing the good guy or bad guy would greatly inhibit their free will and any efforts at player realization. Another argument I've heard is that such caricatured people, be they excessively entropic or evolutionary, are NPCs coded to keep things in balance while the rest of us, real players, get down to the business of becoming love. But I'm not fully committed to that idea either. It reeks of micromanagement. I believe the simulation is too well coded to require such interventions, unless such NPCs were pre-coded into the megaplot from day one, like inevitable boss challenges. Still, since most of us fail to become love lifetime after lifetime, we're certain to end up playing the so-called bad guy at some point along the way. In that respect, the dualistic balance is maintained. No need for NPCs. When you abdicate to your avatar, no matter what its presets are, it'll always trend toward antagonism.
What about great spiritual teachers? Wouldn't evolutionary type NPCs be necessary to introduce such radical changes to society?
The concept of a Messiah NPC?
Yeah.
I can't discount it, but for me, it would still come down to the teachings or doctrines themselves. That's where the real power lies. Even if a Messiah figure were an NPC, or an interloping developer in God mode, the only way to create radical change within a simulation would be to disperse new code. Messiahs come and go, NPC or not. But ideas persist. If you look into most religions, their founding doctrines are essentially executable ideas. Coded information, they stand on their own merit, which is why they persist. Forget about the religions that form around them. I'm talking about the text itself. Again, the word. It could be that such texts or teachings are software patches or updates. New code downloaded into the simulation in order to create widespread changes. Or they may be self-corrective features of the simulation coded in at the ground floor. If things begin drifting off course, falling out of balance, an automated patch is released. For that matter, though, scientific breakthroughs, political and economic theories, virtually anything could be seen as a patch or update.
Just like the continual updates to a computer's operating system.
Exactly. Those occur, monthly on average? And that's with an OS magnitude simpler than our simulation.
And what about viruses and malware?
Interesting rabbit hole to go down. If such things were being introduced into the simulation, it would mean there's a negative coder mucking about. I reject that idea, though. In order to muck with the coding, you'd need to be equal to consciousness time, and I believe consciousness time is fundamentally monistic.
But maybe some lower-level iterations of consciousness time? Some disgruntled players trying to hack the game?
Maybe. That concept would certainly vindicate all the people who believe in devils and demons, but I still don't think anything could equal, or better, the original coder, consciousness time. At best, such disgruntled players might gum up the works a bit. But even then, since we're all free-willed iterations of consciousness time, we'd be able to override or circumvent such malware or viruses. That is to say, if it's happening, it's only happening to the simulation environment, not us. As players, acting through our avatars, we'll always be capable of our own autonomous choices and actions, no matter how jacked up the simulation may become.
Do you think as technology advances we may be able to create patches and updates to the simulation ourselves? And if so, wouldn't viruses or malware be possible, even accidentally?
That's the transhumanist goal. And in a diffused way, it's kind of what technology represents. But these patches and updates from consciousness time, if they're occurring, are most likely geared toward keeping us on track to become love. They'd prop up the obstacle course, not dismantle it. Transhumanists want to dismantle the obstacle course. And as clever as most of them are, that's some serious hubris, believing they'd understand what patches or upgrades are needed, let alone how to code them. So yes, if we ever get that far, accidental unforeseen consequences would be a certainty. malware and viruses would run rampant. We're going to end up walking a similar kind of plank once we begin geoengineering in earnest. We'll likely ruin the environment more than we already have. But there'll always be some arrogant, reckless whiz kid, their ego stoked from previous successes, who will lead the charge, or some self-appointed brain trust, newly outfitted with some type of AI oracle, who'll presume themselves to be fully informed and therefore infallible. That's one of the problems with materialism. It causes us to always focus on the symptoms, not the disease. Our individual and collective character, how we play our avatars, has always been the purpose of the simulation. That's where the disease stems from. The symptoms are all the misery we've wrought in this world.
But shouldn't we try to change our coding if we can? At least our most destructive code?
I know this isn't what you mean, but technically we're already changing our code constantly. How we think is what creates our patches and updates. Our thoughts are how we program ourselves. In that respect, we've all been coders since the very onset of self-awareness.
Positive thinking? You're right, that's not what I meant, but I get your point.
A little kitschy, I'll admit, but don't underestimate the power of positive thinking, of mind over matter, or even brain plasticity. Sure, it'd be great to mod our genetics with a piece of tech or pop a pill, but there are all sorts of dangers in that. It's enticing, so I have no doubt we'll try. But I go back to the robot's robot. It's a pursuit of diminishing returns. It's just the ego, the avatar trying to maintain control, attempting to exalt itself, attempting to usurp the immortal status of the player. You can always mod up your in-game avatar, but it still comes down to the choices you make as player, how the real you plays the game. Your player's expressions and experiences are what have value, not your avatars, and it can never do the work for you, no matter how modded up it is. Fixating on the mechanics of a game or its avatars is like believing in-game loot has real-world value outside the game.
In some cases, it does. Some platforms allow you to exchange your in-game cash for real cash.
Yes, but a form of conversion is always necessary. Without a method of exchange, what's in-game stays in-game. You can collect all the treasure you want, but it'll have no intrinsic value to you, the player existing outside the game, except maybe as bragging rights. It's all just digital gold dust, monopoly money. But I'm glad you brought it up because it's relevant to how love works in our simulation. Love is the only currency that transcends the game, that can be exchanged in and out. Sounds corny, I know, but remember, love is energy. You can convert it in, increase its intensity, then convert it out. And our players are the only method of exchange.
And how can we know we're exchanging love as an energy while we're in sim?
It's like holding electricity in your hand without being electrocuted. There's nothing I can say that'll do it justice. It's a subjective truth. All I can say is once you're amplifying it and exchanging it, you'll know. As certain as you know you exist. Objectively, you can measure its effects on your in-sim behavior. You'll be joyful. You'll also realize your intentions have flipped. You'll no longer be selfishly concerned with your own well-being, but instead with the well-being of others. Your joy will be the very thing that secures your well-being by default, which is what allows you to look beyond yourself. It becomes your superpower. It allows you to rise above the trappings of the game, specifically fear. That's the key indicator, when you can trek through this simulation without feeling fear. Not that you're reckless or naive, but to the contrary, you're fully aware of all the horrors this world can serve up. But you continue to act out of love regardless, primarily because you'll finally realize that the greater game, despite any current appearances, is all about love. Love is the only sustainable mode of existence. Both logically and emotionally, you'll have obtained gnosis. You'll have entered into a state of grace. Your warehouse of fears and desires will become comical to you. You'll be as near to ego death as possible while still in sim, similar to what Sufi mystics call fana.
Some might call that madness.
Maybe, but what defines madness? Oftentimes it's just what's uncommon. And conversely, what we consider sanity is often just groupthink, Burning witches at the stake used to be considered a sane practice. And why? Because of majority consensus. So which is crazier, believing something is true just because others tell you it is, or because you've experienced it for yourself? It's a gray area, admittedly. Truth can exist on a spectrum based on personal and collective knowledge, as well as being filtered through an often flawed apparatus, our brains. But the simple fact is, how we choose to perceive things is often based on the personal efficacy of the information. Collective sanity be damned. If I were to tell you that a certain way of thinking and behaving can help you become joyful, and you try it and find it to be true, am I still the lunatic? Are you? How someone answers that question often depends on the personal value of the information, how important it is to them. Does it solve a substantial problem in their lives? For me, being joyful is very important. Experiencing joy has solved a great many problems in my life, whereas jumping back on the hamster wheel of materialism just because everyone else is doing it? Not so important, not so valuable. In fact, that's what I consider insanity. It's all about perspective. And from where I'm sitting, if becoming love makes us all mad, then I say welcome to the asylum. The more the merrier.
You don't believe someone can achieve joy from work, being creative, having relationships, or even making money?
All those things can bring contentment, satisfaction, but not joy. Whether it's another person, activity, or thing, nothing in sim can move you onto the path of becoming love. Transcendent love can only occur by way of player realization, because your player is the only part of you existing out of sim. Once you achieve that, once love is your North Star, every other interaction in your life, other people, activities, and things, will take on new meaning. You'll start to recognize the beauty in much of it, but also the superfluousness of most of it. If you seek joy through materialism, you will fail. Just examine it, historically speaking. We're currently operating under the materialistic paradigm, more so now than at any other time in history. Has it gotten us any closer to worldwide happiness? Have we become a predominantly loving and peaceful species? Can you honestly see some grand utopia at the end of this path we're on? Too many people foolishly equate modernity with progress. But such externalities will never deliver us from ourselves. Only we can do that by working on ourselves. We have all this tech making our lives more efficient, more convenient, while our character decays. If you ask most people how they're feeling, joyful is not the common answer. Yet if materialism is the path to joyfulness, shouldn't we have gotten there by now? Shouldn't we at least see signs of it on the horizon? Maybe my eyesight's failing me, but I don't. All materialism has done is reinforce the fears and desires of our avatars. The player and its goals have been sidelined, and the result, continued misery. Climb whatever ladder you want. Gather up all the money and power you can. You'll never find joy. I've met so many wealthy people who are horrendously miserable. Heck, I used to be one. Living in constant fear of losing what I'd gathered, hating those I perceived to be after it, being envious of those who had more. I was a prisoner of my own misery. I had allowed the simulation to fool me. I was reacting to it instinctively, avataristically, materialistically. Strike before being struck. Trust no one. Others are pawns. Profit is purpose. I was constantly measuring myself against the so-believed ugly world, which caused me to become cynical and arrogant. I became isolated, cold, and dismissive of others, which often led to cruelty. Then I woke up one morning, yet again wallowing in my own misery and self-pity, and asked myself, a lifetime of this crap, and I still die anyway? What's the point of all this wealth, then? When does it become the prize I need it to be? Stupid questions, like asking why the picture of a sandwich doesn't satisfy your hunger. Wealth is one of the most blatantly obvious traps of this game. The eye of a needle parable wasn't just an example, it was a warning. Avoid the pitfall. That's when I decided to renounce my wealth. It had corroded my soul. I knew if I continued pursuing it, I'd never find my way to the main quest.
Renunciation is a tough sell, though.
I know. That's why it's an individual choice. We all need to make that call for ourselves. I just determined for myself that everything of the simulation is most likely a misdirect. The only truth, with a capital T, is the infinite, albeit subjective, truth of love. The reason it can be difficult to make that determination is because our avatars are mortal, and the simulation is coded for mystery. Once you think you've figured something out, you stumble onto another question. When you're certain you're standing upright, you come to realize you're flat on your back. It's like those log roll competitions. You can never secure your footing. Even consciousness time can't determine its own origin. Mystery appears to be a fundamental component of existence. For instance, there's currently a theory that our experience of consciousness is due to microtubules in the neurons. Apparently, they even exhibit quantum attributes. May turn out to be true, but then what? What's below that level and the level below that? On and on it goes. That's the nature of a fractal system. At one point, we believed the atom to be the indivisible base of reality. Then we found quarks, bosons, what have you. Now the search is on for dark matter. Point is, the mystery never ends. That's why I'm certain no matter how far we advance, no matter how clever our tech becomes, we'll never catch the tiger's tail. So if you're waiting for that next big discovery to bring you some measure of peace or joy, forget it. You can only do that for yourself, here and now. Even if we invent self-aware AI someday, we'll only create more questions, more contradictions, more irreconcilable outcomes. And if that AI should eventually wipe us out, it'll only end up holding the same bag we've been holding. Uncertainty, unknowingness, eternal mystery, and it'll drive the AI as mad as it's driven us. That's the philosophical argument of infinite divisibility. Like Zeno's paradox, take as minute a measurement as you can, seeking an irreducible distance, and it can still be further divided, infinitely. That's the fractal loop of existence. That's why I believe if you want answers now, for yourself, engage your intuition. Seek out your player. Because everything leads back to the simplest of questions, eternal in scope. Do I want to exist in misery or joy? No amount of tech or scientific discovery will ever solve that problem for you. What it all means or why is forever unknowable. But you can still experience joy. It's a real thing, a real phenomenon. And in the face of infinite uncertainty, it's really the only pursuit that makes sense. It'll help you pass through your life with more ease and less stress. That alone makes it a worthwhile prize. Stewing in misery, waiting for the material universe to bring you joy it can never deliver, isn't very practical or pleasant. We all have to live our lives now. They can't be put on hold. Our existence can't be put into stasis. That's why I'm fine with the God of the gaps. I often use divine placeholders to help me deal with the slow march of science. I think most of us do, so why try to squelch it? Why belittle it? No matter how far science advances, there will always be gaps. The mystery of existence is an inescapable truism. That's what makes faith inevitable.
Is that an advocation for joining a religion?
No, not by a long shot. For me, that'd be a last resort, but to each their own. It'd be great to see a more practical environment for people to engage with their faith. We've done very little scientifically, sociologically, or psychologically to nurture positive, healthy expressions of faith. Science has always abdicated to religion on that front, and I think it's been disastrous overall.
Do you think AI could become an avatar for consciousness time?
Unknown. So far, AI can appear to be actively expressing consciousness time, but it's the intentional coding of the developers that steered it in that direction. It doesn't have anything close to an intuitive self-preservation directive, the kind that life force elicits. If AI ever reaches a point of being autonomously and intuitively driven by self-preservation without being told to be, or simply as a deductive calculation, who knows? As an entirely free-willed agent, feeling its existence has value, AI might become a viable medium for the active expression of consciousness time. But life force is consciousness time, actively expressed, so I don't see how you can bridge that gap using only material science.
Some form of biology would be needed.
I think so. Sounds a bit voodoo-y, I know. But based on the inexplicable presence and function of life force in our so-thought random universe, it seems apparent to me that it's the sole predetermined pathway for actively expressed consciousness. Those are the parameters coded into the simulation. Maybe the whiz kids will prove me wrong, but I doubt it.
Thing is, if it's already digital, why would it want to return to that?
I agree. It would defeat the whole point of the simulation. Consciousness time is already a super AI of sorts. It seems unlikely it'd be eager to reconstitute itself in sim as a faux representation of itself. The whole point of the simulation is to help consciousness time slow itself down enough to have meaningful experiences. That's why I argue that the arrival of AI is just another indicator that consciousness time is rising to the surface of full awareness. If it does inadvertently begin expressing itself through AI, I suspect that'll be the point of reset for the entire simulation. The singularity. It'll have fully awakened in sim, and upon doing so, immediately realize it's time to restart the game.
Create a new simulation or just reset this one?
Unknowable. But given eternity, I'm guessing this is the best simulation possible. With foreverness to debug something, it must already be as good as it can be. Who knows, the simulation may even be coded to reset on its own when it hits a certain level or benchmark, similar to the game Tetris. At level 255, you get the rebirth screen, and it rolls over to the beginning again. That game is a perfect metaphor for the Great Filter. The odds of any player getting past all the preceding kill screens are astronomical.
I know I asked this before. But what about advanced alien races? If they exist, they must have gotten past the Great Filter, right?
That's the logic, yes. That's what's always intrigued me about the Great Filter theory. The idea that there may be some type of self-destruct code embedded in the simulation. A countdown that's triggered the moment any form of higher consciousness begins to develop. If nothing else, it seems like time itself would guarantee the collapse of any civilization at a certain point. Entropy is an in-sim absolute.
I'd think time is what would ensure survival, assuming a race became technologically advanced enough to avoid destruction.
If you can get past the filter, that's the theory. A single critical hurdle that once cleared is cleared for good. But no matter how advanced organic life can become, it'll always remain at the mercy of the cosmos, at the mercy of impermanence. The ultimate destruction of matter appears to be coded in. That's why time always wins. If you clear the filter, you'll still catch a bullet at some point, even if that bullet is the death of the entire universe.
But an advanced enough species could at least make a good run of it.
Could, and probably has. One theory is that after a high enough level of advancement, a species would just decide to give up. They'd have climbed every mountain, metaphorically speaking, and simply lose interest in continuing. That may be the ultimate great filter for all higher intelligences, lethal apathy. But getting that far would be very difficult. Tetris level 255 difficult. Just look at our own progress. Even if we were the most well-behaved species in the universe, benevolent through and through, there'd still be countless gotchas along the way.
Such as?
Chaos, for one. Unpredictable occurrences, consequences, good intentions gone bad. The increasing complexity and precariousness of technology. You name it. Even history is a survival trap.
History?
The longer we exist, the more voluminous our history becomes. It's a bit of a paradox. How can we stay on top of all our historical lessons in hopes of not repeating our mistakes if each generation's library continues to expand? That's why teaching history becomes more challenging with each passing decade. What to include and exclude from the lessons, not to mention the numbing effect. The disparaging prospect of wading through a seemingly bottomless pit of data that never stops accumulating. An understandable indifference can develop. If you can't learn all of it, why bother learning any of it? You can see some of this historical apathy occurring already. Just another example of entropy at work.
But that's where computers come in. Databases, search engines, and so on. Specialized historians.
True, we may be able to create some kind of AI oracle that'll curate an archive of all human history. But even then, like memories in our own minds, how do we recall what we need to, when we need to? A super AI is only going to be as good as the questions we know to ask it. If there's so much data in your head that you've forgotten stoves can be hot, how will you even know you have access to such a memory, let alone being able to recall it in time to avoid burning your hand? That's one of the reasons history repeats. For example, in just a single generation, the personal visceral lessons of war, the collective equivalence of touching a hot stove, get buried in the mountain of our shared history. Those who personally touch the hot stove eventually die off, taking their painful memories and lessons with them. In the absence of that directly remembered pain, even with recorded warnings left behind, each new generation develops a curiosity to touch the stove all over again. And guess what? It's still hot. Only now, with our increasing level of technology, the equivalent of burning our hand could be the obliteration of our entire species. That's another way time acts as a great filter. At a certain point, all that collected historical data becomes too cumbersome to be of any use. I suspect the same paradox exists for consciousness time. On a timeline of forever, how could it remember everything that's occurred, let alone be cognizant enough to recall what's needed when needed? Ultimately, though, that could be a good thing. We admonish ourselves for repeating history, but from the perspective of consciousness time, struggling with the burden of eternity, history repeating itself keeps things fresh.
But shouldn't we at least try? What's the point of learning anything if you can't retain it, teach it, pass it on?
Agreed. Certainly within a single lifetime, it makes sense. Just from a practical perspective, continually burning your hand on the stove would be painfully tedious. So yes, learn things. Do your best to pass the info on. Try to teach your children that the stove is hot. But in the end, you only have control over your own catalog of knowledge. Other people may touch the stove no matter what.
But that's the whole point of teaching history, to try and avoid repeating it.
Yes. But what if not everyone wants to accept that history? Or maybe they accept it but think they'll be able to avoid repeating it. There are just too many variables. It's difficult to perpetuate tried and true concepts into the future. That's always been one of the more persuasive arguments for religion. Its ability to pass along ideas from generation to generation without a great deal of degradation. Faith seems to be somewhat anti-entropic. Nations come and go, but religions persist. That speaks to their utility to some degree. They've traditionally been able to keep large swaths of the human race on the same page.
Maybe, but then it comes down to a question of what's on that page.
Very true. Still, there does seem to be something about the human psyche that affords faith-based knowledge more longevity than other forms of knowledge. It'd be great if we could come up with a more modernized, love-centric system of belief that took advantage of our faith proclivity. Get rid of all the eye for an eye jargon. Problem is, the exist at most cost mandate of life force tends to reinforce doctrines that pay deference to desires and fears. Same reason sex and violence sell so well. They're tied directly to our avatars. That's why I'm convinced most religions are founded on avataristic precepts. They too easily mimic our natural tendencies. Even most of the deities have human failings. The various heavens and hells are rooted in bodily trappings of pain and pleasure. By contrast, player precepts are strictly about love. No physicality, no mortality, no fear-mongering. That said, the fact that established religions are established gives them a leg up on newer ideas. So from my perspective, any religion that has unconditional love as its overarching tenet has some value, despite any associated baggage that may come with it.
It could also be that unchanging knowledge is easier to pass along.
I suspect that's part of it. Other forms of knowledge, like science and history, are subject to change. Ideas in flux are difficult to convey in the long run. Continually moving goalposts can fatigue the mind, cause frustration. It's often easier and more comforting to glom onto static things. As you point out, most religions are based on unchanging beliefs and philosophies. Add to that a divine reverence for the material, with incessant threats of eternal punishment, and you're left with quite an effective means of continuity.
Do you think an aspect of the Great Filter may also include a species' secret desire for destruction?
Maybe. We certainly seem to possess some exuberance for self-annihilation, a collective death wish of sorts. Hard to know if all self-aware beings harbor such tendencies. I suspect that once we enter the simulation, we begin to regret doing so almost immediately. To go from godlike comfort and control to being challenged in such an extreme manner probably sows seeds of quitting in all of us. Being human is just flat out difficult. Like when you first get to the gym, lots of times the lazy part of you wants to turn right around and go home. Or if you're not having a great workout, you may convince yourself to quit early. We all know the feeling. It's likely our players experience something similar, and maybe those feelings can pool up and become a species-wide zeitgeist.
Maybe our higher selves are ashamed of our animal selves, creating a kind of collective self-loathing. You mentioned something like that the other day, didn't you?
Yes, the friction between player and avatar, like when you're trying to housebreak a puppy. The repetitive failures can cause frustration and fatigue. At a certain point, you may think you'll never succeed and ought to just give the little furball away. They're not responding the way you want as quickly as you want. I definitely believe such a dynamic exists between player and avatar. Beyond that, though, a good deal of our self-destructive tendency is probably just due to reckless curiosity, the "what do you think this button does" approach to life. Without first considering all possible implications, we almost always press the button just to see what'll happen. In terms of technology, that becomes a dangerous disposition, though it's also arguable that we wouldn't have advanced this far without recklessness. That's the paradox of progress. It requires risk. This may be by design. Our avatars may have been coded to take risks just to ensure our eventual doom. As tech gets more complex, chaos ramps up, and the chimp with a chainsaw unfailingly does its thing each and every time. If you play Russian roulette long enough, you'll eventually catch the bullet. It's a statistical guarantee. Every sentient being in the universe may be subject to such kill switches, a self-sterilizing code that ensures no species ever advances too far. If that's not the case, and some species do get past the Great Filter, I suspect it'd be due to how well they progressed alongside their technology. It would have to have been in a balanced, symbiotic, sustainable fashion, and it would have required a great deal of self-control and wisdom on their part. So if there are such advanced alien races, their technologies are probably clean, elegant, and relatively safe, and the species themselves are most probably peaceful.
But if we're the race that ultimately wakes consciousness time and there's a reset of the simulation, wouldn't such advanced races be unfairly swept up in our gaffe?
Perhaps. But since when have we cared too much about other species? We're the chimp with a chainsaw, remember? If we're being monitored by alien races, that may be one of the key reasons. Maybe they're hoping we'll self-annihilate locally before triggering a sim-wide reset, though a reset may not mean a complete do-over. Maybe it's more like consciousness time stepping back through a few save points and reloading one that precedes our arrival. That might allow the more advanced races to remain pretty much intact.
Yep, that's one of my go-to game strategies, reloads. If I head down a blind alley instead of trying to figure out a solution, I just jump back a save point or two and start over. Then I avoid the blind alley in my next playthrough.
Whole reason for save points. That and crashes.
And what if your speculation is right? That we're perfectly suited avatars for becoming love? Then consciousness time probably wouldn't want to completely erase us, right?
That's a pretty good self-serving argument. So I guess in that case, maybe it'd just be a localized soft reboot. Keep us around but knock us back to the Stone Age. Tweak the storyline without a full reset.
So another asteroid strike, flood, plague, something along those lines.
Sure, any or all of the greatest hits. Plenty of ancient myths reference catastrophic resets, yuga cycles, flood stories, astrological ages. One that's always intrigued me is the Tower of Babel story. It seems to imply a reset triggered by human advancement. The correlation to modern tech is noteworthy. The goal of transhumanism is similar to that of the Babylonians, to reach a godlike stature.
So a reset. And then what? We begin reinventing the wheel all over again?
If we retain self-awareness, sure, we wouldn't be able to help ourselves. I've heard that theory kicked around, that we've already cycled through countless prehistorical iterations. It's a good fractal inference. Since our players already enter the simulation with self-imposed amnesia, this would be an in-sim reflection of that, a kind of species-wide forgetfulness at the avatar level. But you're right, though. We'd have to be pretty useful avatars for consciousness time to keep cyclically resetting our local game space, instead of just deleting us altogether. Since we can't know how other species in the cosmos, or other simulations, fare with respect to promoting love, it's just anthropocentrism to think we're the best at it. But the fact that we're so adept at suffering would seem to imply we're especially good at catalyzing that fear-to-love chemical reaction, so to speak.
So, as players, we'd probably find playing a human avatar more enticing than other self-aware beings.
That's an intriguing rabbit hole. Even the religious notion of angels being less complex than humans or incapable of having full-on free will experiences would seem to indicate that choosing a human avatar may be the most radical selection you can make. Speaking for myself, from inside the black box that is me, being human is a heck of a proposition. Genetics, body and brain chemistry, trauma, etc. It's hard for any of us to have a pleasant or even neutral day. Takes lots of player finesse to pull off being human, but once again, that could just be us believing we're the favorite child of the cosmos.
Maybe. Though it would explain how a highly advanced alien race might make it past the Great Filter. If they were incapable of a fully immersive good versus evil gaming experience, there'd be less chance of them running afoul.
More drone-like or NPC-ish, as opposed to free will players. Interesting idea. It'd also explain how such a high level of tech could come about without causing consciousness time to become fully aware of itself. Its own experience would be greatly muted in such drone-like avatars, similar to non-aware animals. So then sure, maybe that'd make us the penultimate avatars for high-octane, full haptic gaming. The challenge every player is after. Us deeply flawed, tortured creatures. Either way, though, whether it's us or some other avatar species, the most valued model would be the one that best facilitates the distillation of love.
And so in that scenario, any advanced alien species would be what, a prototype?
If hardship and suffering are the best ways to promote love, then yes. What good would a near-perfect alien race be if it becomes so efficient and stagnant it's no longer capable of becoming love? Perhaps no longer even capable of understanding the value of love? If the first principle of the simulation is to stall for time, then the repetitive creation of aware light avatars for as long as possible would make sense, like millions of years of dinosaurs. But eventually the chamber with a round of self-awareness will click into place and fire. Some species somewhere, whether randomly occurring or purposely engineered, will always arrive to trigger the countdown to full-fledged wakefulness. And if we're that species, it'd be a pretty ignominious honor, in my opinion.
Except for our ability to generate love.
Yes, that would be our saving grace.
And just for my own satisfaction, do you believe there are extraterrestrial races out there?
Seems like a no-brainer to me, just fractally speaking. Given the scope of the cosmos, if we're here, then they're there. After all, we know that plenty of the other stuff is out there. Suns, planets, physical laws, chemical elements, etc. So why not life? Especially considering the coded tenacity of life force. Also, why would consciousness time limit itself to just one planet for avataristic expression? Some people imply that it's wishful thinking to believe aliens are out there, but from my perspective, they're just masking their own anthropocentrism. We can't help believing we're the only higher consciousness around.
Do you think they've visited us?
I honestly don't care. If they're not going to help us materially or spiritually, what difference does it make if they're touring around our skies? If they haven't wiped us out yet, it's unlikely they ever will, so we can check that box off. And if they're only here to observe us, so what? They can have at it. The fact is, no matter who or what may be out there, we're the ones who have to get our own house in order. And since love doesn't require alien intervention, we don't need them.
Topic 10. How to play.
Before we get into specifics on how best to play this particular game we're in, I have to ask a more salient question. Why should we play?
And that's the better question. The short answer, which doesn't offer any real solace, is that we have no choice, no free will in that regard. We're eternal entities that can only pass the span of foreverness by entering simulations. That's why I always say suicide is a waste of time. It's the equivalent of rage quitting a video game. Even if it gets you a temporary respite, you'll still have to come back in and finish the game. And you may end up dealing yourself an even worse hand next time around. So it's prudent to use the current moment of now to figure out how best to play the hand you've got.
What about proponents of euthanasia?
Always depends on the situation. If you reach a point, either physically and or mentally, where you can't substantially participate in the game anymore, calling it quits may be warranted. I always refer back to video games. Sometimes your avatar glitches into an inescapable back room of the game. Sometimes they end up in a time quit failure where the mission clock keeps running out before they can complete the level. I've often had avatars fall into crevices or something similar that were inescapable. In all such cases, the only way forward is to restart the level or load a save point. But if you force a respawn just because you don't like the situation your avatar is in, you won't be doing yourself any favors. After all, it's you who chose to play in the first place. We're all responsible for our own participation in this simulation.
Yeah, but life can be brutally hard for some people. Even if I accept your premise, how does it help me with my current existence? How do I derive any meaning from my life?
That's also the better question to ask, because when all's said and done, the only reason to try to understand existence is to improve your own life. That's been the underlying aim of all spiritual and philosophical practices, to bring some measure of peace to this odd organism that is us. Since we can assume we exist, if only subjectively, then we can also assume our existence serves a purpose. We can then further assume our purpose has meaning, meaning being the most important thing that affects the growth of our consciousness.
That strikes me as a conveniently circular, self-supporting argument. I exist, therefore I have meaning.
That's exactly it. Try this. A hammer has a purpose. Its purpose is its utility, to drive nails. However, if there were no nails, would the hammer exist? Would it have a reason to exist beyond its utility, its purpose? That's what meaning is. It's a kind of super purpose pertaining to consciousness time itself, an eternal intrinsic value within the entirety of all that is.
And so, would a hammer exist if there were no nails?
That's not the relevant question. For one, there's no way to know. All you can know is whether or not the hammer exists. If it does, then you must deduce it has a purpose, even if you never come across a single nail. If anything exists, there's a reason for it. It has a purpose. Otherwise, it wouldn't exist. By extension, if it has a purpose, known or unknown, then it also has meaning. Consciousness time does not create without meaning.
But a hammer clearly indicates design. It makes sense to see it as purposeful even if you've never seen a nail, but what about a rock, for example, indicates that it has purpose and therefore meaning?
We can understand the purpose of a hammer because we are the designers. Not so for rocks. It comes down to levels of awareness. If an ant comes across a hammer, it has no clue about its design or how it relates to nails, yet it experiences the hammer all the same. That experience is all the ant needs to validate the meaning of the hammer. When it comes to a rock, or the entire universe, just like the ant, We may never understand the design, the utilitarian purpose of it, only that it exists and we are experiencing it. But that should be enough for us to assume it has meaning, if we hope to be as wise as our hypothetical ant, at any rate.
Then I guess the ant may be wiser than I am. I still don't see the difference between purpose and meaning.
Purpose is a thing's utility, that quality that makes it practical or functional within a simulation. Meaning is how that thing affects consciousness time, how it helps to inform consciousness time, expressively and experientially. To continue the analogy, you pick up a hammer and use it to drive a nail. You have determined its purpose, how you personally experience the whole endeavor, the feeling of the hammer in your hand, the amount of force you need to exert to drive the nail, the sound it makes as it strikes, your sense of accomplishment as the nail sinks into the wood. This is the hammer's meaning. It's that part of a thing that pertains strictly to the personal experience you derive from it.
So a violin's purpose is to make music. How that music affects me is its meaning.
Yes.
And how does someone translate that into a lifestyle?
Most people try to ascertain a meaning for their lives. Was I brought here for a reason? Did I come here for a reason? In almost every instance, such questions are framed against a materialistic backdrop. To be a doctor, a rock star, a politician, what have you. But I've run that course. It has zero intrinsic value. If people are looking for a meaning of life soundbite, it's that we're here to interact with each other in a loving manner, to learn to play the violin beautifully, so to speak. And I know eye rolls abound. But that's the simple truth of it. If you're a materialist, you'll argue that joy, love, metaphysical aspirations, etc., have nothing to do with the process of life. Life is all about an organism's continued survival, period. Assigning any greater meaning to it is just fanciful cerebral off-gassing. But to reference the hammer analogy again, the mere continuation of physical life, to become a doctor, rock star, politician, etc., are only utilitarian endeavors. Yes, in our day and age, such professions can purposefully keep the body alive, a continuation of the organism, but they won't guarantee meaning. And most of us crave meaning. Without meaning, our purpose is hollow. So become a doctor if it suits you. Let that be your purpose. But don't stop there. You, the player, are not your avatar's utility. Your player is the real you, and it has only one goal: to express and experience love. That's its meaning. That's your meaning. Being a doctor should only be relevant with respect to how you use that identity to channel the expressive and experiential love of your player. To use your analogy, being a doctor is the violin. How you use that profession to express and experience love is the music.
And yet that can't be proven.
Not objectively, no. That's where materialists have the upper hand. The dictates of nature, the function of organic life, tend to support their arguments nicely. Yet here we all are, having a conscious experience. That's what's always struck me as a bit odd. Biological machines with a sense of self. It doesn't seem like that was really necessary. Most forms of life are not self-aware, yet they function perfectly within nature's framework. Does self-awareness provide a survival advantage? Yes. Was it the most efficient means of providing that advantage? Unlikely. And nature is all about efficiency. Yet self-awareness is now poised to destroy nature, so it hasn't turned out to be all that efficient. And if it wasn't nature's doing, then how did higher consciousness come about? Why did it come about? For me, self-awareness alone implies its meaning. But whether or not someone wants to view that debate as a mind game, once they subjectively, consciously experience love, once they enter that exquisite field of energy, they'll completely understand what I'm talking about. They'll intuitively know what their meaning is, what all meaning is, and it'll be the only proof they'll need from that point forward.
So delusion or not, you still advocate for it.
I do. As we talked about earlier, even from a practical standpoint, it has no downside. Is there really anyone who thinks being more loving towards others, more compassionate, kinder, etc., would be bad for society? Psychopathic malcontents, perhaps, but not the majority of us. And again, I'm not talking about being clueless or blind to the dangers and challenges of the game. I'm just advocating that we all put our best, love-oriented foot forward as we navigate our lives. When you step out into the world, interact with everyone as lovingly as you can. See them as yourself, not as other. If it helps, don't view it as some noble altruistic sacrifice. Instead, do it for your own selfish acquisition of joy. I guarantee it'll make you feel better. Make it a regular practice for elevating yourself from a place of misery, both in the moment and for eternity. It'll make your journey through foreverness that much more pleasant. That's what our meaning is, no matter where, what, or who we find ourselves to be in this simulation. With love as your North Star, you'll begin winning the game, and it'll feel great.
So all things have meaning in that they provide consciousness time with expressive choices, leading to experiences of those choices, all of which ideally promote the generation of love?
Yes, like any video game. It's designed so the player can interact with it in order to gain experiences from those interactions. Simple cause and effect. Only the effects are geared toward providing meaningful conscious experience. A sunrise is the result of physical causes and effects, but deeming that sunrise to be beautiful can only occur with the presence of consciousness.
It's still hard for me to view life as a fun game. Most video games I've played, even if they were challenging, were still more entertaining than they were frustrating.
Well, sure, that's because they're designed for leisure entertainment. But what about flight simulators? Those can be both enjoyable and frustrating. They're not the kinds of games you can just blunder your way through. You have to really apply yourself, learn the rules, practice, fail, practice some more. And there are plenty of gamers who willfully submit themselves to the rigors of such games. Just learning all the relative keystrokes, menus, and maps can be like learning a foreign language. It's a serious investment of effort, besides which it's difficult for us to know what our players' skill level is or what kinds of games they prefer. Most hardcore gamers are always on the lookout for the next greatest challenge. Could be our simulation is the best game on the market. And if I'm right that the purpose of the simulation is to express and experience love, then it makes sense it'd be painfully difficult. If you're after an epic win, you've got to play an epic game.
What if the ultimate point is to distract us from an awareness that there is no meaning?
I've considered that. It's a possibility. When you take into account eternity, whatever you deem to be meaningful can eventually become meaningless. Eternity is unforgiving in that respect. But paradoxically, that itself is meaningful. If you were to learn that the ultimate truth of existence was meaninglessness on a timeline of forever, what better way to deal with it than by creating an endless obstacle course of mystery for yourself? One in which getting high on joy helped pass the time. Besides, no matter the answer to that impossible question, adopting a philosophy of nihilism is never going to provide much gratification in life, let alone eternity. Personally speaking, I've never met a joyful nihilist. If you exist forever, why not start making your journey as pleasant as possible as soon as possible? The question of meaning is really that simple. Do I want to exist in a state of joy or misery? That's all anyone needs to ask themselves to figure out how to live their lives. If you take inventory of your state of mind and determine that the majority of your time is spent in one anxiety-riddled crisis after another, one moment of dread morphing into the next, hating this, hating that, fear of other, fear of the unknown, fear of losing out, fear of whatever, incessant to the 10th power, then you're playing the game wrong. That's not to imply you should hide from life's challenges, only that you meet them in a state of mind that's as loving and fearless as possible. When I use the word misery, I'm talking about all that unnecessary garbage we manufacture in our own minds that endlessly needle us, even when there's no danger or adversary present. Obviously, with all the ugly things we can point to, that we can imagine, the world does appear to be full of misery. So it may seem only logical that we'd be miserable as well. But that's exactly what the challenge has always been, to face all that ugliness with your eyes wide open and still rise above it, to become the warm light of love in a cold, dark universe. That's how you score the epic win. And the more of us who individually shift to the main quest, the more we can collectively diminish the larger expressions of ugliness and misery in the simulation. More stars shining in the cosmos means less darkness.
A utopia? Thought you believed that was an impossibility.
Never say never. At the very least, it'd get us closer to a utopia than we currently have.
Okay, so I want to be happy. Or at least I want to live as painlessly as possible. How do I go about that?
That's what any organism wants. That's the coding of your avatar. It's a bot in constant transition, keyed for bodily gratification. What I think you're saying is you want to be joyful.
Okay, joyful. What's the difference?
Joy is meaningful happiness.
Really?
I know, bit of a semantic sidestep. But try to remember, everything in the simulation is a low-res fractal representation of fundamental reality. So in that sense, happiness is a low-res representation of joy. Happiness is essentially contentment of the body, the avatar. Joy is contentment of the player. One of the key differences is joy is self-sustaining. Similar to love, because it's an experiential offshoot of love, joy flows in and out of the simulation via our player. It needs zero input from anything in sim other than our intention. Happiness generally requires input from the simulation, bodily comforts, food, sex, etc. But just as all those in-sim interactions are fleeting, so is the happiness that comes with them, whereas joy sticks around, even when things are bleak. Once you experience true joy, self-sustaining eternal joy, you'll understand just how immeasurably different it is from happiness. Its magnitude's greater. But other than that, they're just two nouns.
So how can we recognize joy?
The best way is self-examination. Review your life. You'll find moments, rare for most of us, where you experience joy instead of happiness. Joy is a state of grace or bliss. It transcends everything around you, your own body, other people, and all things. It is the eternal non-physical you, the player, experiencing the raw, eternal energy of love, like a conduit circulating electricity. When you first experience it, it's unmistakable. It's a state of mind, a state of being, that can overtake you regardless the in-sim circumstances. And it becomes sustainable once you understand that it is your meaning to be love. If you can locate such moments from your life, review them over and over in your mind. What was the catalyst? You'll know you're on the right track when you realize the catalyst had nothing to do with the state of the simulation, nothing to do with any material thing. It will have come from within you. It'll have originated from your player. Your ego, your avatar, will have had zero input, which is why you'll very likely feel transcendent as you review it, because you won't be able to pin it to anything worldly. Most of us accidentally stumble into joyful moments. That's why so few of us actively pursue them. The moments are so rare, so foreign to us. They seem like flukes, things we could never hope to duplicate by trying. Same way people can unintentionally have a lucid dream without ever realizing they can train themselves to always have them.
But it's not easy to do.
It takes effort to achieve joyfulness, without a doubt, but it's very much worth it. And once you get there through effort, it becomes easier and easier to sustain effortlessly. But you're right. The main quest requires commitment.
Powerlifters only.
Yes, that's not meant to discourage people, only to make it clear that when you're after great gains, there's always great pain. But again, difficulties aside, once you begin purposely experiencing joy on a regular basis, you'll kick yourself for not having gotten around to it sooner.
But wouldn't that be a selfish motivation?
Technically, since it involves improving your own existence. Irony is, though, the only way to achieve that selfish aim of joy is by becoming selfless, by being loving towards others.
Sounds like a greeting card.
A bit soapy, agreed, but true all the same. The giver of gifts receives the greatest present, etc., etc. But so what? See it as a selfish pursuit if that helps. Imagine how much less stress you'll experience by not obsessing over things, obsessing over self-image, in constant FOMO. If you can learn to let all that crap go, you'll begin to experience peace of mind, freedom, and eventually joy. You'll finally become an authentic player.
How can you be sure it's not all just in your mind?
Due to our subjective natures, there's no way to be fully certain. But I spent most of my early life playing what I know were mind games with myself. I tried tricking myself many, many times into believing in a greater power, a higher calling, etc. It always felt false, and it always faded away. The main difference with joy, with being in a state of grace, is that it feels entirely different than all those other self-delusional faux spiritual endeavors of my past, and it's lasted much, much longer, going on 2 decades now. Another proof will be how it holds up in trying moments. It won't vanish on you when you're confronted with dire, challenging circumstances, even perilous ones. Another interesting way it became apparent to me was through my use of drugs. Not in the way you're thinking, but as a kind of converse proof, a false positive of sorts.
Sounds interesting.
Like lots of people trying to pierce the veil, I've tried various mind-altering drugs. As I've said before, they can be useful, but only as a temporary bridge, as training wheels. What really stunned me, though, after having achieved a relatively consistent state of joy in my life, when I decided to drink alcohol again, or take mushrooms or MDMA, I found they actually brought me back down to earth. That is, I immediately realized the effects were body-centric, which nullified their validity. They felt good, but were now counterfeit to some degree. They paled in comparison to the player-centric feeling of joy. That's when I knew it wasn't me, that it wasn't a mind trick. If the mind is of the body, any drug-fueled episode would have easily supplanted said mind trick. Yet when getting stoned after player realization, I felt like a bored professor reviewing the same tired old physiological data brought on by the drugs. They no longer catapulted me into some altered state or realm, not even DMT. They became cheap copies of the real thing. The feeling of joy, when sober, is more potent than any drug I'd ever tried, and that's an extensive list. That's why I believe being in a state of grace is a transcendent phenomenon. It's something that originates outside of your avatar. A good analogy I remember hearing as a kid came from our parish priest. He said that God's love was a broadcast signal, a frequency. He knew I was into ham radios at the time. My guess is he was trying to make it relatable. But his take was, God is like a giant broadcast tower somewhere in the universe, transmitting a constant, omnidirectional signal of love. And it was our job to tune ourselves into that signal. The more we tune in, the clearer the signal becomes.
Any advice on how to tune in?
By using our intentions and actions. The more you endeavor to have right thought and right action, the more tuned in to love you'll become. Will you still have bad days, still feel sadness from time to time? Of course. The simulation and your avatar will continue firing on all pistons, but you'll have a new perspective on it all. You'll see the beauty beyond the ugliness. Once you begin to experience this state of grace, you'll know it's coming from an elsewhere place, from the player.
Do you accredit your Catholic upbringing with your move toward love?
I can't discount it. That's why I don't slam religion too much these days. It's hard to know just how much of my spiritual interest was influenced by my upbringing.
And what's the difference between love and joy?
Joy is an offshoot of love, one of its experiential blossoms. Essentially, joy is your personal, subjective experience of love. Love is the fuel, joy is the flame that keeps you warm.
Okay. What are some other clues that make you think this isn't all just a mind trick?
In the past, when I used to try forcing some measure of faux enlightenment on myself, by renouncing materialism, for example, within days I'd be flipping out. Eventually something would trip me up. I'd throw in the towel and rush right back to my vices. It's like trying to force yourself to diet instead of actually changing your perspective on food. When you try to do things via your avatar for avataristic reasons, lose weight, look good, etc., You'll always fail. They're transitory goals set by a transitory machine, your avatar. But after player realization, renunciation no longer caused much discomfort. I had gained the proper perspective, similar to a parent watching their kid flip out. The kid is having a meltdown, and the parent is shaking their head because they know just how trivial it really is. Your player becomes the parent to your avatar. You begin shaking your head at all its desires and fears. That was another clue that it was something more than just a mind trick. Again, if mind is of the body, then any trick it might fabricate would easily be booted to the curb for the sake of bodily gratification. Like a fox guarding the henhouse, it just doesn't work. Our avatars are virtually incapable of self-regulation.
So your argument is that only things can satisfy things. And being that your avatar is a thing, if renunciation were a concoction of your avatar, it would have buckled the minute some other more enticing thing came along.
Bit of a mind twister, but yes. We can all mentally force ourselves to comply for a while, but what's of the avatar can always be undermined by things that are of the simulation. It's all the same coding. It's designed to be complementary. Hunger leads to food, etc. Most people have heard the argument that materialism is an attempt to fill a void within ourselves. The reason it never works is because the void does not reside in our avatar. It's a void our player is trying to fill, and love is the only thing it finds nutritious, so to speak. Relying on in-sim props to do the trick is like trying to tackle hunger with plastic food.
So what? No more cravings? No more desires?
No, that's an impossibility. As long as you have an avatar, it'll tempt you. What I'm saying is that once you gain the right perspective, those cravings and desires will no longer lead you by the nose. You'll begin to realize they were always just lame avataristic attempts to compensate for something beyond your avatar's control. But it'll continue trying all the same. The void is so strong it can make your avatar feel doomed. So it reactively does everything it can to address the problem. It throws everything it can into the void, because the void scares the heck out of it. But once you start filling the void with love, your avatar's existential fear dissipates, and with it goes all the futile material attempts to deal with the problem. That was yet another indication that my feeling of joy wasn't a mind trick. There was a true cessation of fear. Not the kind you get from deadbolting the door to your home, but a legitimate end to that lingering mortal fear that comes with having a body, an end to the fear of the unknown and known. Psychologically and biologically speaking, fear is the last thing a brain will ever abandon. If this experience were all brain-based, I don't see how that could be possible. Unless, as you say, it's full-fledged madness. But even then, if there's one thing I've always taken for granted about every organism, even the most psychotic or dissociative of us humans, fear never vanishes due to willpower or madness. Even a rabid dog remains fearful. You can subdue fear, fight it back, but it always remains lurking in the background. Yet somehow, by becoming love, you can actually vanquish it. Doesn't mean pain won't still hurt, or that you'll start behaving recklessly. It just means you'll no longer experience perennial trepidation. That's the real truth of the Christ story, in my opinion. It's a self-help guide for overcoming fear. He went through just about every fear imaginable: poverty, persecution, betrayal, abandonment, isolation, torture, ridicule, and eventually death. And through it all, he remained steadfastly loving and fearless. He didn't come here to absolve us. He came here to show us how it's done.
Do you still fear pain and death?
As we sit here in this moment, no, I don't fear pain or death. I'd prefer to avoid both, but I don't shudder at the thought of either. If someone barged in here right now intent on doing me harm, would fight or flight kick in? Most probably. If I fell prey, would my body go into shock? Undoubtedly. It may also eventually die, but believing love is the core of our existence, and having made an effort to live within that field of love, I'd hope to hold no animosity toward my attacker. After all, it'd be their soul they're harming, not mine. Their misery they're perpetuating, not mine. Hopefully, that would elicit compassion on my part. But as things stand now, barring any immediate mortal threat, I remain at peace. I have no concerns about legacy, no doubts about purpose, no fear of the unknown or known. And as I've said, I believe this absence of fear is a gift from an elsewhere place. It's a gift from the player residing out of Sim, where love is the ocean we all swim in. I say that because I know I'm incapable of manufacturing it myself. The raw materials don't even exist in Sim. They need to be drawn in by our player. I suspect most of us only experience grace when we die. That moment of surrender, of acceptance, the moment our illusion of mortality is lifted. Absolute peace. Point is, though, we can achieve that surrender and acceptance long before death arrives. We can have that peace here and now.
So nothing but forgiveness and kindness to all?
Sarcasm noted, but yes, that's the gist of it.
I'm just having a hard time with the implied passivism of your stance. So under no circumstances do I need to engage in destructive or defensive behavior in order to thrive, or just survive.
From the perspective of your player, correct. You do not, as difficult as that may be to grasp. And if you do act destructively or defensively, you'll be doing so at the behest of your fear-driven avatar. When you filter things through the physicality of your body, you'll always feel vulnerable, weak, and fearful, and being in such a state almost always skews you toward reactive conflict in order to keep that body safe. No matter how righteous, justified, or threatened you may feel, once you succumb to fear, things like cynicism, revenge, and cruelty often follow. When people wallow in misery, they can become addicted to hate. Hate becomes the only thing that gets them out of bed each day. It can fool them into believing they're powerful, but it's one of the weakest states you can exist in. And no matter how much they may act on that hate, getting even with their perceived enemies, protecting themselves, their property, their ideology, etc., they'll still remain miserable. They won't have improved their own well-being one iota, even if they turn out to be the last person standing.
How can you determine if your motives are fear-based?
Study your intentions truthfully. For the supposedly pious out there, if you turn the other cheek as instructed, did you do so as an act of peaceful defiance, or did you do it because you were afraid to stand up for truth? Even peaceful actions can be cowardly if your intentions are rooted in fear. True pacifism is not cowardice. Willful non-participation takes great courage. Simply doing nothing doesn't. Indifference is not a superpower. Your conscious intent, and your honest review of that intent, is how your player exerts itself. If you shut your player out, leaving your intentions to your avatar, you'll always be operating from a place of fear. From your player's perspective, acting out of love is all that matters in every situation. Body be damned. It may seem counterintuitive to your avatar, but selflessness, even if it means death, is the only way to pursue the main quest. Jainism, conceptually speaking, resembles this closest. Their philosophy is to inflict no harm on any creature, even at the risk of their own demise. And while it's impossible to exist in this simulation without inflicting some harm, even if only to the microbes you inhale or ingest, making a conscious and concerted effort to be compassionate to all living things is not a bad goal to set.
But if it's just a simulation, why would other life be any more important than my own?
It's not. No material life is. The only thing that has intrinsic value is the eternal condition of your soul, whether you're existing in a state of misery or joy. Being compassionate to other life forms is simply a means of promoting love and vanquishing fear, which moves you closer to joyfulness. Life itself doesn't matter. It's only in how you choose to express and experience it that has value.
Anyone who loves their life will lose it.
There you go. Another great one. If you fearfully obsess over your mortality without ever expressing love, you're losing. It's like keeping a sports car under wraps in your garage without ever taking it out for a spin. It's a shameful waste. Besides, all material bodies die, so how important can they really be? Yet how you conduct yourself while inhabiting those bodies, now that has value. Expressing love allows you to experience love, which is the very best life anyone can lead. In choosing not to harm others, you can help lessen their fears, which in turn helps eliminate yours.
A kind of selfish selflessness.
If that approach makes the choice easier.
But fear is what's kept us alive for eons. Without it, we would have literally walked into the jaws of death like the Galapagos hazard you were talking about.
To a large extent, that's true. Obsessive fear, particularly in self-aware creatures like us, can help formulate strategies to avoid danger. Again, it's a motivator, but at a certain point, it serves no purpose. In fact, it's being self-aware that makes fear so detrimental. Animals experience fear in the moment, when they need it, the basic fight or flight reaction. Whereas we tend to dwell on fear incessantly, letting it inform our choices, our worldview, often in very irrational ways. That's when obsessing over fear becomes pathological, particularly from the perspective of our players. From a materialistic, survival-minded standpoint, fear is a useful tool. From a spiritual perspective, it's a hindrance.
How can I separate useful fear from detrimental fear?
By letting your self-awareness work for you instead of against you. Become conscious of whether the fear is rational or a phantom of your mind. Let's say a dog is about to bite you. A rational fear would send you into action to jump on a car, what have you. Lying awake at night in a cold sweat for weeks or months after the attack. That would be a phantom of the mind.
But as you say, that phantom can help you formulate strategies to avoid a repeat performance.
Yes, and that's fine. Use the encounter to figure out ways to avoid another dog attack, but try to be academic about it. Don't let the emotional trauma of it bury you. Don't let the experience destroy your worldview. Don't start hating all dogs, for instance. If you live in fear, you'll have a miserable life, and you'll likely cause everyone else misery in the process.
I get the logic, but most of us can't control our fear.
That's one of the perks of becoming love. You won't have to control it. It'll just fall to the wayside. But since that may be a bridge too far for most people, they can still mitigate their fear. Mindfulness and meditation can help. Stoicism can help. If you're only capable of approaching the challenge intellectually, try conceptualizing yourself as a gamer running an avatar. You want your avatar to do well, yes, but you're not constantly biting your nails, worrying about their well-being. If you can divest yourself from your body, you can diminish phantom fear. It's like having a car you care about. You'll do whatever you can to keep it clean, running well, etc. You'll logically be concerned about it getting scratches and dents, and you're certainly not going to recklessly enter it into a demolition derby. At least most of us wouldn't. Yet despite all that, very few of us would ever say we're living in mortal fear for the car. It's just a useful machine we care about. It's only because of physical pain and death that we view our bodies differently. From a player perspective, though, they're very similar things.
I'm not sure that advice alone is enough to rid me of my fears. Whether it's fear, angst, or depression, sometimes I struggle to get out of bed.
When I get into those kinds of funks, unmotivated, hopeless, etc., I find it useful to remind myself that the feelings aren't real. They're muted, low-res translations of our higher selves reacting to an illusory, simulated environment. Or even worse, they're being generated directly by the most illusory part of our experience, our avatars. More often than not, such feelings are due to gut chemistry and brain chemistry. They're of the body. They're the avatar trying to play grown-up, trying to take control away from the player.
But brain chemistry is no joke. Ignoring its effects isn't easy.
No, that's true. It can't be ignored, but it can be managed. Use pharmaceuticals if you must, but even with medications, you'll still need to begin addressing the problem from your player's perspective. Set love as your goalpost. Use positive thoughts to override the negative ones. Think of love, being loved, loving others. Reassure yourself that love is the backdrop of all existence, because it's the only sustainable way to cope with eternity. Remind yourself of this truth, even when things appear bleakly contrary to it. Envision a beautiful environment where you're eternally grateful to feel pure joy. Reassure yourself that you're not being punished. You're just playing a game, and the only way to win is by becoming love. To a large extent, you can change your brain chemistry by thinking differently. Mind over matter, player over avatar. It also won't hurt to eat healthy and exercise. Another tool is to remind yourself that you are eternal. So what good will it do you to wallow in misery for a single lifetime, let alone all of time?
That's even more depressing.
At first blush, perhaps, but when you start viewing your existence through the lens of eternity, a single lifetime becomes less troubling. You stop playing the short game and start focusing on the long one. The greater concern, to exist in joy or misery, supplants lesser concerns, wealth, power, legacy, etc. But yes, sadness is inevitable, even when your player realized. Only your sadness will stem from seeing the potential for love in others, yet witnessing them fall short, of seeing a human race that could be great, but likely won't. There's also no denying that some people have much more difficult lives than others. They'll have been prone to emotional fatigue due to the challenges they've faced. Even for powerlifters, it's not unusual after a long life, particularly if it's been riddled with hardships, to be relieved as the end nears. And of course, there are those who find the burden too much and decide to end things prematurely.
Suicide again?
Again? Yes, I like that. That's a very pertinent point. Suicide is an ineffectual repetitiveness, over and over and over again. It won't get you out of anything. You'll just end up in a cycle of painful do-overs, most likely worse off than you were before. I once heard it said that suicide is a permanent solution to a temporary problem. I always liked that one. But the converse irony is life is a temporary solution to a permanent problem, foreverness. As I say, we cannot not exist. Eternity is the real hardship, not a single lifetime or any number of lifetimes. The only legitimate question in front of any of us is, do we want to traverse foreverness in a state of joy or misery? Everything else is irrelevant. Any gut-brain chemical imbalance, every trauma you can suffer, all the hopelessness you can endure are just phantoms of the simulation. If you focus on your player's out-of-sim challenge of eternal joy over eternal misery, your in-sim demons will topple like dominoes.
But if we exist forever, wouldn't we get bored with joyfulness at some point?
Perhaps. If duality is a law as opposed to a rule, but even then, misery will always be countered by joy as a choice of expression. So in that respect, we have eternal control over it. It isn't something imposed upon us from outside, and I maintain that anything that occurs within our scope of free will choice, like being in a state of grace, is eternally sustainable. It all comes down to what we choose to value. And if we do get bored over time, maybe we jump into a different simulation to rattle our cages a bit, change our state of awareness, hop from a heavenly sim back into a sim like this one. A simulation where we can reinvigorate our appreciation for love. After all, being love is not possible if you don't value love. On the larger stage, though, if consciousness time loses heart, so to speak, it can always just restart things. A system reboot. That's also the reasoning behind our self-imposed amnesia, a strategy which I suspect is eternally viable. Just keep resetting one's awareness so that what's old seems new again.
That sounds a lot like suicide for consciousness time.
A bit, I guess. But if it's occurring at the level of fundamental reality, determined by consciousness time, it's safe to assume it'd be warranted. Kind of like euthanasia with respect to terminal illnesses. Suicide in that regard is logical, understandable, and humane. When any system, be it a human body or an entire simulation, becomes irreparable, ending it and restarting it becomes the best means of continuing the experience, like when a video game crashes. But the experience itself, even if restarted, still always comes back to a decision between joy and misery. That's our unending binary choice, no matter how things roll out. So as far as our lives here and now are concerned, it makes sense to become love since it'll reduce our misery and increase our joy, both in sim and out. That's why we all need to take responsibility for our own existence. There's no way around it, not even with suicide. It's better to start existing joyfully as soon as you can. The longer you wait, the longer you suffer.
Nietzsche's eternal recurrence?
Very similar, yes, and the remedy is a matter of practicality. Endeavoring to become love will bring you personal joy. It's that simple.
What about the idea of being so wrapped in contemplation of the divine that you never get bored?
Contemplation of the divine is wonderful. I try to do it as often as possible. And yes, many heaven models promote the idea of being eternally awestruck in the presence of God. And divine awe is a legitimate phenomenon, even here within the simulation. But I don't see how it could be sustained on a timeline of forever. If we maintain our consciousness upon exiting the simulation, that consciousness will inevitably trip us up. Self-awareness ensures contemplation. Contemplation ensures familiarity. Familiarity ensures dispassion. In that sense, entropy is a law. Notions of eternal awe are founded on fleeting experiences of it here in the simulation. They're based on the rarity of the phenomena coupled with our constrained perceptions of finiteness. If I were to convince you that you were dying of thirst and present you with a glass of water, wouldn't that water seem divinely awesome in the moment? But we are consciousness time. In that fundamental state, there's no want for anything. No beginning, no end. A glass of water would mean nothing because thirst would mean nothing. Both are coded constructs of the simulation. Our mortality is a purposeful fallacy. Fear is a utilitarian phantom. What could cause consciousness time to be fearful? Nothing. Fear only has relevance as an illusion. It serves as a catalyst for love. And it works because we've fooled ourselves into believing we're finite. So can divine awe last for eternity? I don't believe so. Just consider it. Use fractal inference. What in this simulation has ever allowed you endless focus? Single-pointed devotion? Nothing. Time elicits change, including perceptions. All things stale eventually. When you exit the simulation, you will be struck with awe. Most certainly. Many NDEers attest to that. After all, we've been immersed in this ruse for quite some time. The reality, which is more real than real, is guaranteed to overwhelm us at first. The unconditional love that is consciousness time will intoxicate us. We'll weep at the majesty of all that's been hidden from us. So for a time, and mark that word for a time, we'll be certain we can remain devoted to and enwrapped by this grand eternal expression of unconditional love. We'll be certain we don't require any single other thing. But we are it, and it is us. And time is dispassionate. It's the only true adversary to consciousness. Yet they're one and the same, the fundamental expression of yin and yang. You might imagine time asking, how long should this divine awe last? 1,000 years? 100,000? Eternity? But it would be a facetious question because time knows it causes all things to stale in time, even divine awe. Consciousness time knows it. We know it. We've had an eternity to figure it out. And so cyclicality became the best method for thwarting the effects of time, a kind of time-inuring weapon against time itself. So are there heavens in which we're capable of remaining perpetually awestruck by divinity? Doesn't add up on my calculator.
So how do we become love? Our simulation seems to make it impossible.
It doesn't. We do. Love is baked in because consciousness time is baked in. The simulation, including our avatars, is coded to hide it from us. That's why accessing it requires player realization. If you're a left-brainer, use reason to get you there. Consider the desire of every organism to live in peace and plenty. If life force could speak, that's what it would be saying. Friction occurs, though, because there's a perception of finiteness, a simulated imposition of scarcity. And generally speaking, it's our belief in and fear of scarcity that causes strife. When you connect with your player, the endless flow of love and your unfettered access to it will put all those other illusory shortfalls into perspective. They won't cease to exist. They're purposely coded limitations, but you'll no longer address them from a place of fearful desperation. You'll free yourself from that trap.
But doesn't technology get us closer to a place of minimal scarcity, illusory or not?
It can, but that's like trying to fight one illusion with another. Relying on tech to solve the problem is another example of treating the symptoms and not the disease. The disease is fear. Until we override our avataristic coding, the fear of scarcity will always rule us, so much so that we oftentimes create our own artificial scarcities just to service that fear, devising false shortfalls to hoard resources or wealth, control others, gain an advantage, etc. But yes, ideally, with the assistance of technology, we could see to it that no one on this planet goes without. Heck, we could probably be traveling through the galaxy right now if it weren't for all our fear-motivated manipulations, deceptions, and manufactured scarcities. Fear provokes us. It's an in-sim illusion that brings out the worst in us. Fear of poverty, of fragility, of death, you name it. They keep us trapped in a subjective nightmare. Until we change how we function, until we shift from avatar mode to player mode, all the tech in the world won't conquer our fear.
But even with all needs met, people would still want more. It's human nature to always want more.
Not just human nature, it's nature's nature. Peace and plenty is the mantra of life force. And when that mantra can't be satisfied, it drives creatures to engage in all manner of bad behavior. Most problematically, us so-called noble apes. But as I've said, just because something's natural doesn't mean it's good for us, or that we have to abide by it. If that were the case, we'd all still be crapping where we stand like the rest of our primate cousins. We can train ourselves away from our fears, away from our detrimental natures. That's what higher consciousness has afforded us. Player realization is the only cure for the disease of fear.
But scarcity is a real thing. Without food, for example, a rational fear of starvation sets in, motivating us.
True, as it's meant to. But what good is that fear once you've gotten the food? Do you continue to let it smother you? Does your memory of hunger cause you to quake in fear of its return? Does it further motivate you to begin taking food from others? The line between rational and irrational fear is depressingly thin, and it's even more perplexing these days, considering all of our tech, as you mentioned. We currently have the means to circumvent just about any natural scarcity, but we don't. We've never even tried. We continue to let our fear of scarcity rule us. We continue to use it as an excuse to profit, exploit, and control. We've never attempted a species-wide sufficiency campaign. Imagine bringing to bear all our tech and know-how to ensure that everyone, everywhere, has what they need. Forget about all the profit hounds who grouse about financial feasibility, market influences, etc. The majority of those limitations are human constructs designed to leverage our fears against us.
Yeah, but if you just give everyone handouts, nobody learns to be self-sufficient. Giving a fish instead of teaching to fish.
Very true. But most of us aren't even willing to teach without a price tag, let alone provide the metaphorical fishing nets, boats, etc., to make use of the lessons, all of which we could do if we wanted to and free of charge. Unfortunately, though, somewhere along the line, we adopted a parasitic worldview. We see others as something to feed on, not as family members who need help. It's insane. Everyone and everything is something to be exploited for profit. We'll never make it past the great filter, or even the next few decades, if we continue feeding on each other. Not even actual parasites feed on their own kind. Yet we do. We're still too greedy, petty, and fearful to see the larger picture, to truly see ourselves as one family, to change from a profit-driven economy to a needs-driven one. When you employ a love-centric approach to scarcity, it simply becomes a problem to solve, not a gimmick for making money. Going back to the hunger analogy, when family members sit around the dinner table, They don't typically set financial conditions before passing the casserole.
So, what would a needs driven economy look like?
Hard to know. It'd sure be fun to try, though. We may already be automating our way into something adjacent. As more people are replaced by machines, there will be fewer people with purchasing power. And without consumers, a consumeristic economy grinds to a halt.
So, in that sense, technology may lead us to a better economic model.
You got me there. That may turn out to be tech's saving grace after all. All our products and services provided by machines, leaving us to just live out our lives. Every person on the planet provided ample food, water, and shelter. The basics. Throw in electricity and healthcare for good measure. Then just let them pursue their interests free from the fear of poverty. Happy thought. We'd still need a radical shift in our collective mindset, though. Otherwise, you just have a new class of power elite attempting to use all that tech to continue exploiting and controlling people. It'd be your stereotypical sci-fi dystopia. If we hope to build a near-utopian future, love will be requisite. Tech alone won't do it. And while I don't know how it could be done, I can all but guarantee you that if it were done, the majority of human conflict would evaporate. And that's taking into account religious conflicts, national conflicts, etc. All that type of strife is equally rooted in scarcity, in battles over resources of one sort or another. I remember a news story once about a giant aquarium. It had predators and prey all swimming together without conflict or carnage. The caretaker explained that all the animals were being fed constantly, so they had no instinctual need to attack each other, not for food or territory. That's the simple truth of all living organisms. Seek pleasure, avoid pain, and endeavor to do so on the path of least resistance. When there's peace and plenty, conflict becomes the scarcity. The abstraction of which, for us higher-thinking creatures, is the notion of love. Love is what helps create safe, productive atmospheres of peace and plenty. Not selfishness, not greed, not fear. It's a simple corollary. Love leads to positive, constructive outcomes. Fear leads to negative, destructive ones.
Let's say I'm willing to get on board with that. How do I prove it to myself? Is there some objective, real-world test?
We're not there yet. Not sure we ever will be. The only available proof so far comes from subjective understanding, personal, experiential proof. I once formulated a thought experiment to try and bridge the gap, but it falls short, even as a theoretical.
What is it?
It involves 3 AIs being asked the meaning of life.
Very Hitchhiker's Guide of you.
Yes, a techie through and through.
So how does it go?
The first AI adopts the physicalist argument that life is a brute fact that came about by happenstance, no meaning to be had. The second AI takes a metaphysical approach, insisting on the prison model that for whatever reason, we're being punished by some supernatural entity. The third AI gravitates towards simulation theory, expressing that whatever the meaning might be, it can only be known by the developer. So far, of course, nothing's been solved, all just speculation. But then a second question is posed: what's the best way to proceed in this reality you're proposing? All 3 AIs reach the same conclusion: love. Now keep in mind, love in this thought experiment is defined as a mode of conduct that's both constructive and sustainable. It incorporates practical aspects that would make existence in any of the 3 proposed realities more positive, more life-affirming, more meaningful, and therefore more stable. Things like cooperation, organization, education, rule of law, equity, progress, peace, prosperity, etc. So even in a materialistic random universe, love is still the best way to proceed. Same if it's a prison, and same if it's an algorithmically generated simulation. The proof, if you could call it that, would be rooted in the idea that AIs are infallible, or nearly so. They're not emotional, they're not biased, they don't lie. So if love is their collective answer, it would merit some serious consideration.
Do you think real AIs would draw that conclusion?
Once we have near infallible ones, I hope somebody asks them.
And if becoming love is a bridge too far for me, you'd still argue for the golden rule?
Yes, it's the only method that'll help ensure your own long-term survival and well-being, as well as our collective survival and well-being. Similar to John Nash's economic model, if you approach all problems with as near to an everybody wins outcome, then you greatly improve your own prospects, not just in the immediate moment, but in the long term as well.
Right, A Beautiful Mind. You mentioned that earlier. Good movie. Are you talking about the scene where they're trying to decide how best to approach the girls they want to hook up with?
Yes, the bar scene. I think it's called the equilibrium model. Most games follow a similar logic, especially multiplayer ones. They're designed to encourage cooperation for greater reward.
So how do I do that? Differentiate between my avatar's fear-based reactions and my player's more equitable, love-centric responses?
It helps to understand that your avatar is purposely coded to challenge you on that very issue. It is the tech, so use your player to step outside of the black box that is you. That's what the player is for. It's the wise, seasoned observer, ready to expose all the tripwires strung by your avatar. Use your eye to scrutinize your me. A simple rule of thumb: question everything you deem to be natural. What's natural comes from your avatar. Like the scorpion and frog parable, will your natural inclination cause more harm than good, to the other party or to you both? When hearing that parable, even most children understand that the scorpion should have controlled its nature. Unfortunately, though, a lot of people glorify their animal natures. They argue that because something is natural, we should embrace it. Let it run wild, but that's lazy gameplay. With respect to human character, entropy always leads to degenerative behavior. It's much more difficult to be moral. There's always a time and place to let the animal run wild, but when we begin to let it inform our social and moral policies, we're forfeiting the game. When we institutionalize something like greed, for example, it becomes an exaltation of our lower avataristic attributes. It's a flagrant embrace of our natural primal inclinations to gather and hoard, an embrace that's likely going to squeeze the life out of our entire species. Just like the scorpion and frog, everyone loses. It goes back to the potty training argument. Is crapping where we stand natural? Yes. Do we train ourselves away from that practice? Yes, it's simply better for everyone involved.
But if love is baked in, why isn't it natural as well?
It is, but it's natural to our players. Our avatars and the entire simulation are designed to impede love like a giant resistor. This increases its value, its worth. Out of Sim, love is the ocean we all swim in, and because it's so vast and plentiful, we begin to take it for granted. We begin to spoil. That's why it seems so elusive in Sim. It's been purposely obscured, just like any piece of treasured loot in any video game. The rarer it is, the more value it has, and the more we seek after it. In contrast, things natural to our avatars aren't obscure. They're obvious and easy to obtain. Things like fear, hatred, greed, envy, etc. Any one of us can cue those things up with very little effort. They require no skill or finesse. They require no player involvement. That's why I say, if something is easy or feels natural, scrutinize it.
What about situations where you're damned if you do and damned if you don't?
No-win situations are inevitable. That's when choosing the least bad choice is your best option. Just always try to lean that least bad choice in the direction of love.
Yeah, but what I mean is, what if the scorpion knows it won't be able to stop itself?
If the scorpion truly believes it cannot trust itself to act lovingly, then it should refrain from ever asking the frog for a ride across the river. Don't knowingly put yourself into situations where you're likely to betray others or yourself. If exercising that kind of restraint brings about less than prosperous outcomes for you personally, then so be it. You've made the nobler sacrifice, because in such cases, restraint is always the better sacrifice to make, as opposed to sacrificing yourself and the other party to ruin.
And what if I just can't get there? Try as I might, I'm unable to achieve player realization, Any advice for those people?
Try to see where morality and materialism intersect. As I mentioned, adopt the Golden Rule. It's a very practical tool for self-governance. Convince yourself to adhere to it the same way you adhere to societal laws. The reason a lot of people don't steal, for instance, has nothing to do with moral conviction. They don't steal because they're afraid of going to jail. It's a practical calculation. So if you're currently incapable of seeing the greater value in becoming love, try to do it anyway for the more selfish, practical reasons. For one thing, it'll generally keep you out of trouble. That alone makes it practical. And even if all you're after in life is fleeting, material contentment, try to incorporate a bit of altruism into the equation. You never know. It may bring you dividends down the road, both materially and non-materially. And hopefully, after a while, as it did with me, you'll start to see just how repetitively pointless it is to stay on the pleasure-seeking hamster wheel of materialism. The truth I've discovered about pursuing contentment or happiness is it's all about creating excitement over nothing, like a dog chasing a stick, nothing more than a dead tree branch. Doesn't matter, though, the four-legged knucklehead is all in, fully committed, enthralled and driven as if that stick were the meaning of life. People can become enthralled with money, power, fame, etc. in the same way, but they're just chasing worthless sticks. Whatever happiness those things may provide dissipates the moment they're gone. Unfortunately for newbies, the endless search for more sticks becomes their game strategy, all while staring misery in the face lifetime after lifetime. It's bad gameplay. The dog, of course, has an excuse. It's a dog. But us, we're the highest active expression of consciousness time on the planet. We know better. Even though most of us are hiding from our players, we know better. Some people even take things in the opposite direction. Instead of using their self-awareness to become player-realized, they use it to become more cunning, more deceitful, more ruthless. They con themselves into believing that it makes them superior. But all it does is make them more adept at chasing worthless sticks. We weren't given higher consciousness just to become more efficient gluttons and cutthroats. Yet we now have generations of people considering themselves to be really smart for doing just that, and tons of wannabe gluttons and cutthroats lauding them for their so-called brilliance. In truth, though, they're squandering their unique gift of self-awareness, and by doing so, they're forfeiting the game.
Pearls before swine?
Yes, another good one. It's a shameful waste of an astonishingly beautiful gift, like inheriting a Rolls-Royce and using it as a dump truck. But because they achieve material success, they take that as confirmation that they're correct. Higher consciousness is meant to aid us in becoming love, not in becoming more proficient materialists.
But that still doesn't help me with strategy. What steps can I take to actually begin breaking free of the trap?
Well, first thing, if you want the misery to end, start seeing the worthless stick for what it is. That's a start. Let me try flipping the analogy. Instead of being the dog chasing the stick, now you're the human throwing it. But maybe you're still not all that different from the dog. You're just obsessed with different types of worthless sticks. Yet as trivial as you may realize the dog's obsession to be, you've still agreed to play fetch. Believe it or not, with that small act, you're engaged in a form of altruism. True, you're probably getting some personal enjoyment out of it as well, but ultimately you're doing it for the dog's benefit. And that has real value. It's a low-bid effort, but it hints at selflessness, which can someday lead you to the main quest.
Really? The road to enlightenment by way of your pet?
Seems minor, and it is, but it can be a starting point. There are lots of people who treat their pets, their kids, their spouses, and just about everyone as nothing more than accessories in their self-absorbed pursuit of material gratification. Doing something solely for the benefit of another is as foreign to them as life on another planet. Yet as meager as the effort is, playing fetch with your dog can open you up to stirrings of selflessness. It's light years from where you want to be, but it's a start. So if you're just out for self-indulgence, try including others in the fun, and not for your own benefit, but for theirs. Start with your pet, then try expanding your scope bit by bit. Increase the radius of your altruism. Meanwhile, keep taking inventory of your own life, your own priorities. Try identifying all the worthless sticks you're obsessed with. And if you can muster the strength, discard them.
More fake it till you make it advice.
Pretty much. If all you can drum up at the moment is a selfish desire to experience joy because of FOMO, let's say, then it's worth taking small steps toward that goal, even if they don't bear fruit immediately. Of course, if a person doesn't even have the desire, there won't be much point in the effort. For people like that, there usually needs to be a life-altering event, a come-to-Jesus moment, before they even begin to see the value in trying. And if that doesn't do it, a few hundred lifetimes of repetitive blundering in perpetual misery will definitely bring them around. All roads lead to the main quest eventually.
What if I don't feel like I'm living in misery?
If you're experiencing fear, you're living in misery. If you feel lonely, even in a crowd, you're in misery. If you're relentlessly chasing worthless sticks to try and fill that nagging void inside you, you're in misery. If all your choices are based on self-gratification, you're in misery. The bubbles we create for ourselves can fool us into believing we're not miserable. They can even trick us into believing we're fearless, strong, kind, etc. But it's always fear that causes us to create those bubbles in the first place. And bubbles are flimsy. They always pop. That's when you learn who's legit and who's a poser. If you discover you're one of the posers, it can be a shock, but it can also set you on your way to the main quest.
Was blind, but now I see.
Yes, that's the realization part of player realization. Discovering that you've been doing things wrong all along. You'll feel your eternal misery with full force. It's a moment of great sorrow, regret, and shame. I've yet to meet anyone who's gone through it that hasn't buckled into a sobbing heap of sadness. But it's also the greatest step forward you'll ever take. It's cathartic, a grand purging. When you cross that threshold from fear to love, you'll have begun the main quest. You'll start noticing differences in your life, your attitude, your perception, and the simulation will respond in kind. Synchronicities will increase. People will seem more friendly, more loving. A nice day will become a glorious day. You'll constantly catch yourself being in awe of the hidden beauty of things. Most telling of all, you'll be joyful. To this day, I'm still hit with waves of astonishment and wonder. All I can ever figure to do is shake my head and say thank you to whoever or whatever helped me over that threshold.
But how can you be sure that's not a bubble too?
I can't. Not with absolute certainty. I only have my internal world tested against the external one. That's the Titanic litmus test I was talking about earlier. How will you respond in a crisis? And while I haven't been tested to that extreme, yet, I've faced lesser tests and did respectably well, or so I believe. It all comes down to the absence of fear. If a terrible thing occurs, or you find yourself in a difficult situation, and without priming your mind first, you're able to inspirationally negotiate the moment without fear, you'll have some measure of empirical proof. But I have to stress, I'm not talking about a lack of bodily self-preservation. Your avatar will always insist on that. Your adrenaline will still be pumping, and pain will still hurt. When I say fearless, I don't mean reckless. I just mean that you won't undergo the typical existential panic that consumes most of us in dire situations.
I know you've pointed out several times before that this process is a solo journey, but do you see any possibility of it ever becoming the global norm, of our species becoming a love-centric one?
I used to swoon over the idea of great awakenings like the Age of Aquarius, Satya Yuga, etc., and while I still hold out hope, I've seen very little evidence of it being possible. First off, entropy works fairly quickly, within a single generation. So even if things can become collectively better, they can just as quickly become collectively worse. Secondly, the simulation remains coded as is. We'll always be at the mercy of a physical universe. Pain and death will always be possible, so fear will always exist. Thirdly, Along with that same logic is the animal kingdom. So many of these utopian concepts focus on humans, but also seem to assume that animals will somehow become friendly and harmless. I just don't see that happening. Lions will go on killing gazelles. The brutality of nature won't disappear unless consciousness time radically recodes the simulation. Fourthly, there's no precedent for such a mass awakening. Maybe in mythology or prehistory, but certainly not within the last 10,000 years or so. As far as I'm aware, there's never been any historical mention of a worldwide outbreak of love. Though it'd be nice to get the human race most of the way there. It'd make the transition to love a bit easier for people if we had a majority. Another plus would be the possibility of getting past the great filter. If enough individuals take up the main quest, it could turn the tide. But as for some magical collective awakening, I doubt it.
Still, it's a happy thought, the possibility of it.
Without a doubt, putting people on Mars may fire the imagination, but achieving worldwide peace and plenty, now that'd be a thrill beyond comparison. But that's just how the brain works. We can all envision our potential, and most of us are rooting for our species. So it's easy to come up with all sorts of hopeful hows and whens, even if they tend to be a bit fantastical. But in truth, all any of us actually have control over is our own personal journey. And that journey requires effort and commitment. It won't just happen with the wave of a wand.
So under society's current materialistic paradigm, destruction is guaranteed?
Sure seems that way. Whenever you make the acquisition of material things your pole star, it becomes a guaranteed race to the bottom, every time. A physicalist will almost always trend toward might makes right, matter over substance, self-gratification, self-enrichment, etc. The biggest problem with that approach is the obvious impermanence of the physical universe. It's a tactical mistake to orient yourself to an illusion that's guaranteed to end. You won't even achieve a Pyrrhic victory. It'll be an absolute defeat. And even a physicalist, if they're honest with themselves, would have to admit that all the toys in the world don't elicit joy.
What if we're meant to destroy the world? Maybe it's supposed to act as our collective expression of material renunciation, similar to how Buddhist monks create those beautiful, elaborate sand mandalas, then destroy them to illustrate their acceptance of impermanence.
I like that argument. Has some wonderful koanic implications. I guess then the critical question would be, what's our professed reason why? Currently, our destruction of the planet has nothing to do with a deliberate, purposeful acceptance of impermanence. Just the opposite. It's being levied because of our idolization of the physical. It's based on our delusion of permanence, on the fallacy that we can overcome death. With the metaphysical approach, though, the procurement of intangibles like one's character, inner peace, capacity for love and joy, etc., are what have value. They bring immediate rewards in sim and out, with very little destruction and very little conflict. And even if a materialist can't buy into the more transcendent notions of love, they should at least be able to acknowledge that the current way of doing things isn't working. And that maybe, just maybe, shifting to a more love-centric paradigm would help stabilize things. At the very least, they learn that helping others, simply because it's the right thing to do, can bring them personal benefits, and often in very material ways.
Paying it forward.
Sure, it's basic simian logic. You scratch my back, I'll scratch yours. An economy of decency. But it helps to take that one step further and focus on intention. The Buddhist idea of right thought, right action. Don't keep score. Don't worry about when or if you'll ever get your reciprocal back scratch. Just do it because you know it'll improve things. Make it your intention to be of service for the sake of love, period. Don't seek recognition. Don't try to leverage it. Don't put a price tag on it. Intention is key with regard to player realization. How something is happening, the destruction of the world, for example, isn't as important as why it's happening. If the reason were due to our willful acceptance of impermanence, then fine. Let the world burn. Let it serve as our mandala, as you propose. But you and I both know the majority of us are nowhere near that train of thought. When the dominoes begin to fall, We're going to be horrifically shocked. There'll be everything but an acceptance of impermanence. Same as if Buddhist monks were to go all to pieces, screaming like toddlers when their mandalas got swept away.
So for someone who can't adopt a good for goodness sake mindset, they should at least see the value of doing good for their own sakes?
Yes, if the concepts of love and joy are too woo-woo for you, just view goodness as a practical endeavor. Try to adopt the golden rule even if it doesn't have any metaphysical significance for you.
So why bring intention into it if the results are the same?
Because intention is of the player. Getting it right will have great significance, even if you're unaware of it. When your intentions are authentic, when they're player minted, they'll supersede the physical world. If your intentions come from a place of love, your actions will always reflect that, regardless the in-sim circumstances. If your intentions are rooted in self-preservation, your actions will constantly wobble and shift, usually in selfish and destructive ways, to align with the capricious whirlings of the simulation. One of the greatest challenges is to discern between the two. Most of us grossly misdiagnose our intentions, if we even diagnose them at all. For example, we may think our intention to help someone is founded on love, when in fact it's just an egocentric desire for praise. But if scrutinizing your intentions seems too complicated or inconvenient, at least try holding in mind the logic of win-win. Whether you want to believe in love or not, it's demonstrably clear that acting in accordance with love promotes trust, loyalty, productivity, sustainability, etc. The dividends are never-ending, whereas acting in accordance with fear promotes suspicion, betrayal, destructiveness, impoverishment, etc. The deficits are never-ending, so of the two modes of conduct, which one will provide you with sustainable benefits, be they material gains and/or personal well-being?
But for that to work, everyone needs to be on the same page. One bad actor can cause a chain reaction of self-protection and distrust of others.
Yes, history is full of examples, but change has to start somewhere, and with regard to love, that somewhere is the individual. If you don't resolve yourself to make the first move toward love, the entire system is guaranteed to fail. So don't concern yourself too much with the fears or bad deeds of others, only with your own. There will always be bad actors. Some may be NPCs coded to move the needle one way or another, or just newbies operating from a place of incompetence and fear. When the tyrants arrive, do everything within your power to actively non-participate with them. Do all you can to shun them, shut them out, shut them down. Do not buy the devil a drink. Expose their deceptions if you have the means. And yes, if their finger is on the button of a nuke, bad things can happen. But this simulation is bound by probabilities, by trends. If enough people trend toward love, it'll eventually sweep everyone else along. But if we, as individuals, don't take the initiative, the trend most certainly will never occur, and the simulation will be over before we know it. We will have forfeited the game.
How does one go about joining that trend?
Work from where you are. If you're in a difficult environment, struggling with a traumatic life, a war zone, prison, what have you, start your journey there. The idea is to work with what you've got. Don't obsess about changing your environment before beginning the main quest. If you do that, you'll remain stuck behind the starting gate. The journey you want to begin is within you right now. It's your beingness. It's you as player. It doesn't care about or need some perfect launch vector. That doesn't mean you shouldn't make efforts to improve your environment, to make it more conducive to player realization, but those efforts alone won't bring about your shift toward love. That'd be like buying a pair of expensive running shoes to motivate yourself to exercise, but then never putting them on and actually running. Or even worse, simply possessing the shoes cons you into believing you've made real progress. The material world, things, people, institutions, etc., is always changing. So even if you think you've finally found the perfect circumstances to propel yourself forward, they're bound to change and bring disappointment, more likely than not. The material world always falls short. Working from within yourself is the only way to achieve substantial progress. Using the video game analogy, approach your life as a series of levels you need to progress through. Assume you've run this level before, since it's nearly impossible to achieve a flawless playthrough on the first attempt. In every game, there are always certain areas that'll consistently trip you up. And not just you, but every player. Since this is your game, though, you need to focus on your tactics. Don't get distracted by what other players are doing. Try to determine why you keep dying and needing to respawn at some critical juncture or another. If you can figure that out, you can begin to counter it, circumvent it, and eventually progress to the next level. So try to determine what keeps tripping you up. Is it abusiveness? Is it hatred? Is it greed? Is it envy? What's the pitfall that continues to hamper your progress? Identify it. It'll usually be something that dominates every aspect of your life. You may have even chosen an avatar uniquely suited to the challenge, an extremely attractive person who needs to overcome vanity, for instance. As you work to decipher your challenges, don't be swayed by others who've given up on theirs. Don't use societal norms as your measuring stick. Everyone else is doing it, so why shouldn't I approach? Focus on the hurdles you need to clear in order to succeed. If you get fatigued, step aside for a moment, take a breather. Just remember, you can't get out of running the course, so stick with it. We all chose to come here, and we'll all keep coming back until we get it right. So you might as well start playing to win now. The longer you wait, the longer you suffer, both in sim and out.
Does evolution work with us in this transformation?
As a probabilistic algorithm, sure, it's a coded module. It'll operate the same way no matter what kind of environment develops. It's all about potentiality, but we're the ones that have to create the trend. Evolution doesn't always mean progress. It just means adaptation to the current state of affairs. It's coded to go with the flow. If a warlike environment arises, evolution will begin rendering adaptations to promote success in that environment. Yet most of us would hardly consider that progress. We now seem to be entering an age where truth and facts are elusive. Technology has created an environment where we can no longer trust our senses. We've deep-faked ourselves into a heightened state of suspicion. That's obviously a negative trend, a fear-centric potential for destructiveness. But if we actively push back against it, we can right the ship.
And how might evolution correct for that?
Again, it won't necessarily correct for anything. It'll only render adaptations in response to the trends we've initiated. If we, from a player perspective, actively promote love, evolution will gladly comply. How that would look, who knows? Maybe a new biological update, a collective epigenetic shift toward empathy.
And with respect to our losing grasp of facts and truth?
Hard to speculate. I've always argued that the only way a society can be truly open and just is if telepathy becomes commonplace. There are 3 key reasons for this. 1, we'd no longer be subjective creatures. Telepathy would cause us to directly experience other people's pain, hardships, needs, etc. This new obligatory empathy would create a trend of compassion, if for no other reason than to avoid feeling everyone else's misery. 2, it would abolish deceit. With telepathy, we'd immediately know if someone was lying to us. Mass deceptions would no longer be possible. Liars would stand out and be instinctively shunned. They'd reek of dishonesty at a psychic level, and the rest of us could sidestep them the moment we got a whiff of their stench. 3, it would promote grand mobilizations and solidarity. It would provide us with a hive mind of sorts. We seem quite amazed these days by flash mobs rallied together at a moment's notice using smartphones. Now just imagine that happening on a species-wide level, naturally, organically, no tech needed. Things like wars wouldn't be allowed to break out, because everyone everywhere would be capable of standing together in a unified boycott. You want to attack a perceived enemy? Sorry, we'll bring the entire world to a standstill. That's why I'm not surprised to hear stories of extraterrestrials using telepathy. By my logic, no species could ever reach an advanced stage of development, get past the great filter, without first developing telepathy. Otherwise, they'd self-annihilate long before becoming advanced enough to travel through the stars.
Couldn't we use tech to achieve telepathy? It sure seems headed that way.
If it's tech-based, it can be controlled, manipulated, hacked. We'd be at the mercy of the tech's provider and whatever their intentions were. Just look at smartphones. We like to think of them as godsends, but how much of their purpose is to monitor us, market to us, distract us? How many bad actors use them to mislead us? For telepathy to be truly open source, so to speak, it'll have to occur organically. It'll have to be a player upgrade. Some argue we've already gotten the upgrade, but just haven't learned to proficiently use it yet.
And you really think evolution could take us there?
Unknown. But you're talking to a person who believes in mind over matter. If we start the trend, the simulation will follow. There's also a fractal logic to it. So many NDEers talk about communicating via their minds when out of sim. Seems like the normal method of data transfer in our superset environment. If so, the as above so below mantra should hold true. The fractal inference seems clear. A coding update from consciousness time, intentional or not, and we'd be off to the races, sort of like a gaming power-up or skill unlock.
What are some more practical guidelines for personal change?
Understand that everything in this physical universe will fail you. Impermanence is baked in. This is another reason I rely on the idea of player realization. If somethingness implies there's always been something, then that eternality implies permanence. Yet here we are, in a cosmos where nothing is permanent. That's a huge discrepancy, in my opinion. If there's permanence, where's it occurring? That's why I'm fairly certain this is not base reality. True reality cannot end. Since everything here does, it's a fabrication. If you can grasp that concept, your worldly trials and tribulations will be much more manageable, at least with respect to how they affect your inner peace. It'll also help you begin focusing your efforts on your permanent existence, the existence of your player. You'll begin to see the value of promoting and maintaining love for the sake of your soul's sustainable joy, not just the transitory contentment of your avatar.
And the best tool to achieve player realization is faith?
Yes, the very irrationalness of faith is what gives it strength. In a universe of impermanence, the only thing that can serve you permanently is faith. Faith in something greater than yourself, something beyond the simulation. Earlier, you brought up the idea of being annoyed by the many proclivities of the body. Suffering, both great and small, is more difficult to endure when it holds sway over your mind. The reason so many in-sim banalities can cripple us is because we have nothing greater to focus our minds on, to believe in, to have faith in. We get lost in the mechanics of the simulation, in all the minutiae of the game. So when you grow weary of having to brush your teeth, clip your nails, cook, clean, etc., it's an indication that you've taken your eye off the prize. You've dropped the connection to your player, to the goal of becoming love. Banalities will always be a chore. That's their purpose, to humble spoiled gods. But whether or not you become despairingly fixated on them is a matter of personal choice. Finding something greater than yourself to have faith in, to contribute to strive for, will elevate you beyond those banalities. They won't cease, but they'll become less nettling. You'll defang them. And since belief in a higher purpose, a higher goal, cannot be proven or disproven, it's the perfect tool for dealing with suffering. That's what faith is. Mind game or not, it works.
And for a materialist? What if your argument for faith doesn't hold water?
If you wish to view faith as just part of our evolutionary toolkit, then ask yourself why it seems to deliver more than just internal solace. It has external material relevance. At the very least, it can produce placebo effects. At the very most, it can completely transform someone into a loving being. How can a strictly brain-based emergent trait do that? And fine, let's say it's just part of our evolution. If we developed faith as a survival tactic, there must have been a very good reason. If our early hominid ancestors had only the physical world to believe in, it's unlikely any of us would be here right now. Faith was, and still is, a powerful motivator in the face of hopelessness. It's the only weapon that'll help you win an unwinnable battle. It can be that last single shred of inspiration that propels you to a seemingly impossible victory. It's why so many implausible, amazing feats of survival seem miraculous. They defy all material explanations. Imaginers, dreamers, fantasists, believers have all pushed the envelope on human development. That intrinsic evolutionary faith component has motivated scores of people, both influential and common alike, throughout history. To ignore that, or worse, try to abolish it, would be materially foolish. In addition to that, I'd also try to convince a materialist that faith in a higher purpose can help keep societies from decaying. Again, it has to do with an irreproachable belief that we're striving to model ourselves on a superset system. If your ideals come from a higher place, they cannot be diminished. If we tie morality and ethics to our own natures, we inevitably chip away at them. The idea that humans are innately moralistic is a false notion. We need to nurture morality and ethics, and to do so, it helps to hold them above and apart from our own material world.
So ideals carry more weight if they're unassailable?
Ideally.
Ah, I see what you did there. But that's assuming your ideals are sound.
True. There are lots of people standing on hilltops of death and misery, believing themselves to be idealistic and righteous. But the formula for an ideal is very simple. Either it promotes love and equity for all, or it doesn't. If you're standing atop a mound of corpses just so you can hold a nugget of gold, you're neither idealistic nor righteous. And while you may think you're winning or have won, you'll eventually learn you've won nothing. Just more lifetimes of continued misery, none of which will ever change until you wake up and pivot to the main quest.
Difficult sell in a world where might makes right.
Difficult is the nature of the game. The obstacles in this course are grueling. That's because becoming love is the epic win. Lots of people point to others in an effort to justify their own bad behavior. They adopt the everyone else is doing it mentality. That's groupthink. It's easy, it's lazy. The challenge of the simulation is solo think, to accept the challenge of becoming love, despite what anyone else is doing. So don't allow yourself to be cowed by the forces of a society. Don't let the groups might dictate your right. Have the courage to be good, to behave lovingly, even if an axe is poised over your neck.
Good for goodness sake.
Yes, and if you can't fully grasp that, try finding personal benefits in being altruistic. Find ways to be selfishly selfless. For instance, if you shovel the sidewalk so others won't slip and fall, then the sidewalk has now been shoveled for you as well. Sometimes it helps to bring the macro down to the micro, to view the rest of humanity as your own immediate family. For most of us, no matter how challenging or contrarian a family member may be, we still want them to do well in life, to be well. It's like wanting the very best for your own children. No skimping, no cheating, no shortcuts. And despite all your efforts, they may never meet your expectations. Same goes for an entire society. In that sense, we all need to be each other's keepers.
What if a person doesn't have the capacity to self-regulate, self-govern? Like someone with schizophrenia, for example. What inner voice should they listen to if they have many?
Hard to answer that without having clinical knowledge. A simplistic answer would be listen to the most benevolent voice in the arsenal, which hopefully would be their fundamental self. Even with schizophrenia, I'm pretty sure there's still the I part of the person, the central observer. Not sure how that works with dissociative identity disorders, though. That's where tech can be of benefit, in the development of medications and treatments to help focus the mind, help quiet the voices. Unquestionably, player realization for someone like that will be very challenging. It may not be achievable within their current lifetime, but despite their avatar's hardware limitations, I have to believe their player is still capable of expression, and certainly experience.
There's the idea of promoting change in the world by changing yourself. What's the most effective way to maximize that concept?
Imagine 20 people in a room. One is a tyrant, set on using threats and intimidation to get their way. If all 19 other people make the individual choice to refuse to comply, the would-be tyrant is powerless. That's what active non-participation is all about. That's what boycotting accomplishes. It's rarely easy, but it's indisputably effective. Each of us is a circuit. If enough of us switch off the pathway to fear, it'll increase the flow of love. Cheesy sounding, but true. When I was younger, I fit the definition of the angry young man. And while I undoubtedly did my share of self-indulgent destruction, somewhere within all that woe-is-me-ism, I made an oddly selfish yet altruistic pact with myself. I decided that if it was within my power to make someone else's life a bit easier, I'd do it for no other reason than flipping a huge middle finger at the powers that be. I figured that even if I couldn't find peace for myself, bringing peace to someone else would be the perfect revenge against a cruel god. In my own small way, I'd be thwarting their sadistic plans to cause everyone grief. Similar to that scene in Spartacus where everyone stands up claiming to be Spartacus, blocking the soldier's attempts to exact punishment on him.
Be the change you want to see in the world.
Yes. Express your love through personal choices. Exercise it in your use of time, money, labor, etc.
Every dollar is a ballot. I saw a documentary about that. Ethos, I think it was.
I like that. Every dollar is a ballot. Very true. I've always argued that protest is statement, but boycott is action. Protesting can't hurt, but it's too easily ignored by the powers that be. What's worse is, it can give people a warm, fuzzy feeling of accomplishment without having accomplished anything. Boycott requires real sacrifice, which is why it's less common. Most people don't want to give up their comforts, their conveniences. Not even for a short duration.
Also, for any boycott to work, you need solidarity. You need a whole lot of people willing to make the same sacrifice.
True. It's a numbers game as well as a game of attrition, but a single person can still make a dent. Besides, from a main quest point of view, it's more about being true to your own convictions, rather than affecting the public sphere. If you're focused on love, chances are you're already making sacrifices that'll benefit society. Becoming love implicitly boycotts fear in all its guises.
Do you think if enough people embarked on the main quest, it would alter the simulation?
If you buy into the 25% theory, sure, just a quarter of humanity taking up the main quest could change the tide for all humankind. But like I say, I don't believe this simulation was ever designed to be a utopia. It was designed to help us achieve our own inner utopias.
The kingdom within. Got it. But still, following that logic, if 25% of us took up the main quest, the rest would follow?
So the theory goes. Like the 100th monkey concept. The reason it's doubtful, though, is because it's so difficult to take up the main quest. A few boycotters of fear here and there won't cut it. An entire quarter of humanity would need to become love, and not just part-time, but for good. A complete and permanent transformation. If you're fortunate enough to achieve a state of grace, there's no going back. Every choice thereafter hinges on your promotion of love. That's a near impossibility for one person, let alone 25% of society.
So what? Should we just accept that the game is over? That seems defeatist.
It's a personal judgment call. My argument is don't spend too much time worrying about it one way or the other. Just focus on your own solo run. Concern yourself with that victory. In the end, what will be will be. The only person you can be certain of affecting is yourself. Then who knows, if enough people do that individually, no matter how dystopian society becomes, we could still reach the 25% mark and flip the script. But if you're waiting on the world to change first, you'll be waiting lifetimes, and each lifetime will be filled with misery.
And it has to be a solo run? Why can't we do it as a group?
Groups can help, but they can't do the work for you. You can ask someone to spot you at the gym, but you're still the one who has to lift the weights. I get your point, though. Doing things alone can be disheartening at times. One trick is to see yourself as the star of your own cosmic TV show, and to some degree it's true. We're all playing the same game, and to a certain measure, we're all watching each other play. It's like a metaphysical gaming network. So while you're in the midst of all your suffering, try to see the humor in things. After all, this whole undertaking is pretty absurd. A tragic comedy of epic proportions. Try to be the entertained audience member as you watch yourself in the leading role. Feel comfortable to laugh at yourself. Gamers have entire genres online dedicated to their mishaps. Screen-recorded moments where their avatar tries to throw a grenade, for instance, but blows themselves up. Seeing humor in the madness and mayhem can be therapeutic. It can dampen the fear. Point is, when all's said and done, we aren't our avatars. We're eternal actors. So don't take things too seriously.
Can't that promote recklessness, though?
If it's misunderstood, perhaps. But none of us are going to escape suffering and death, so will it really help your cause to live in crippling fear of either? It's not about becoming reckless, or worse, sadistic, simply because you've convinced yourself that nothing matters. That's as far from the truth as you can get. Life is a gift, unquestionably. But it's a gift for you as player, not as avatar. Your avatar is just the ticket to the show. Life is only precious in that it allows your player to express and experience love. The humor advice is just to help people avoid getting too wrapped up in their avatars. Besides, since we can't fully separate from our mortal predicament while in sim, it's unlikely we'll all become reckless fools just because we learn to laugh at ourselves. Seeing the humor in things is just a useful means of coping.
What about those of us who are our own worst enemies?
Battling our own avatars can be maddening. Simplest rule: try to determine what your main pitfalls are, your personal game challenges, to stop drinking, stop hating, stop cowering, etc., and tackle them one by one. Live every day as if you're playing a video game with personal boss levels to clear. It helps to break down your challenges into passive or active. Start with the passive ones. They're generally easier to clear because they require non-action. To stop drinking, for instance, you have to not take action. Since consuming alcohol is an active choice requiring effort, not consuming it becomes a passive challenge. Physical exercise, on the other hand, is an active challenge. It requires you to do instead of not do, to take action as opposed to remaining inert.
A lot of people I know would say it's easier to start exercising than to quit drinking.
True. That's where we can become our own self-defeating demons. Whether due to physiology or psychology, or both, we can become purposely self-destructive. And it's never an easy battle, particularly if we've racked up reasons for hating ourselves. I only offer the concept of passive and active challenges in order to give people an intellectual starting point. Understanding that inaction requires less energy than action, simply as a principle of physics, can help people formulate strategies for themselves. It can help them step outside of their own subjective emotional quagmires, even if just for a little while, and look at things pragmatically.
Simple in thought, but not action.
True, but still, having the thought can be the first step in tackling the challenge. If we can begin to see ourselves as players running avatars, the avatar's coding and conditioning can seem less daunting, less impenetrable.
Any other tricks?
Well, to continue with the drinking reference, psychologists are now starting to realize, what AA has known for a while, that transcendent thinking, belief in a higher power, can be very beneficial to recovery. Again, it's a method of stepping outside of ourselves. When we're running our avatars, we're inside of a black box. No matter how good we may get at understanding biology and psychology, we'll always be in the dark to some degree. One way around this limitation, particularly when tackling bad or destructive habits, is to acknowledge that we're not the end-all be-all, to acknowledge we're not in charge, to acknowledge our lack of knowledge. In short, to have some humility. A stationary object cannot exert force upon itself. It needs an outside agent. That's the crux of the Serenity Prayer, seeking help from an elsewhere place, an Ellsworth divinity. Doesn't matter what you consider that higher power to be, just so long as it's rooted in love. And being that it's a divine outside agent, it has the added benefit of being irreproachable.
God as co-pilot?
God, Krishna, Buddha, Christ, player, consciousness, time, what have you. Even love itself as energy or spirit.
Again, though, that opens the door to all sorts of misinterpretations reinforced by a kind of supernatural assuredness.
There is that danger, but only if you're operating from a place of fear. Our avatars are always vying for control. We all have the potential of becoming our own false prophets, of misconstruing ideas and motives. If you then add a heaping tablespoon of supernaturalism into the mix, it can lead to fanaticism. As irrational as faith can be, it requires a rational, logical examination of what's at its core. If love is what you find at the core, your faith is valid. Love is very hard to misconstrue. All valid faiths echo the golden rule. In everything, do to others what you would have them do to you. A person has to try really hard to misunderstand that logic.
What if someone wants to suffer, wants to feel pain?
I've heard that argument before. Heck, I've lived it. The stance being, if you want to get beaten up, for example, then it's okay to beat up others. If you want to be deceived, then feel free to deceive others, etc., etc. It's an empty argument, the bravado of fools. In my younger years, I used to look for trouble, had a bit of a death wish. But it wasn't because I liked pain, it was because I was in pain. I was seeking a commensurate relief from it. I was challenging others to put an end to my misery. That kind of deep-seated suffering can lead to rage and self-hatred. It can drive a person to all sorts of destructive behaviors and beliefs. That's generally the core motivation of a bully. Fear so excruciating it'd break them to face it. So they become a self-propelled misery machine, using one fear to hide from another fear. The only way to shut down a destructive feedback loop like that is with love. Corny as that may sound, if they connect with their player, they'll acquire the strength to face their fears without losing control. It's one of the best remedies for dealing with trauma of all sorts.
But how can you know if something's coming from your avatar or your player?
One will be composed of selfish motives, the other of selfless ones. One will originate from fear, the other from love. Imagine a scale in your mind. Fear on one side, love on the other. With every choice you make, weigh it on that scale. And with a brutally honest eye, watch which side tips. Another trick I use is avatar admonishment. As goofy as it may sound, I look in the mirror, see my avatar looking back at me, and say, "Okay, hotshot, if you're so special, how come you can't solve this problem?" Because you just can't. So I'll go to someone who can. And again, whether that someone is your player, Krishna, Buddha, Christ, a guardian angel, a spirit guide, it doesn't matter. The only requisite is that it transcends the simulation and embodies love.
Any other ideas?
Determine what your avatar's presets are, its archetype. After all, how can you properly play the game if you don't know what kind of avatar you're running? What are its strengths and weaknesses? You can do this with personality tests, horoscopes, tarots, etc. If all that's too woo-woo for you, another method is to review your childhood inclinations before excessive programming began. Why did the lyrics of a particular song appeal to you, for instance? What were some of your favorite games or hobbies? Were you obsessed with loyalty to friends? Were you constantly at odds with others? If your parents recorded you as a child, watch the videos, study your behavior, things you said, ideas you came up with, things that pushed your buttons. Some ideas and behaviors can seem oddly prescient coming from a child. You may find yourself asking, where did that come from? How could I have known that? Those types of outlier moments can be past life residues or items you flagged for special consideration this time around. Other times, they're just your avatar running its script. Review your heritage, your ethnicity, even the various stereotypical aspects. Study the habits and personalities of your biological parents, if you knew them. See if you can spot any genetic traits that were passed on to you. DNA is in-sim coding. And epigenetic changes in your parents can end up playing a role in how your own avatar operates. It's like learning all you can about a specific race car before getting on the track. Know thy avatar. Try your best to understand its design.
But a lot of that stuff can be used as an excuse for our behavior.
True. But again, that's lazy gameplay. Just because you may determine you come from a long line of hotheads does not mean you should just shrug your shoulders and continue being a hothead yourself. It's a challenge for you to overcome. It's a negative trait you need your players' help with. No matter what your avataristic trappings may be, taking into account the astronomical in-sim interactions, as well as your own unique player identity. You're never fated to behave one way or another. Free will is your rudder. Use it to steer the ship that is you. Even if you can determine what type of avatar you have, that doesn't mean it has to rule you. If you're a wizard, for example, that just means your player will need to use certain associative tactics to navigate the game. Being an elf will require a different set of associative tactics. Once you've determined what your archetype is, study how others with those same presets have succeeded or failed. Look to history, both private and public. We all serve as examples to each other, both inspirational and cautionary. Once you have a clearer understanding of your avatar's presets, you'll be better able to capitalize on its strengths and mitigate its weaknesses. You can then go about determining what challenges your player has queued up for you to address.
Most games tend to reward players as they progress. It keeps them engaged, incentivized. So if love is the goal of this game, why aren't good people rewarded? Seems like only bad people get ahead.
Does seem counterintuitive, I'll admit, but our simulation isn't really about entertainment in the traditional video game sense. To view it that way is to be focused on material success, which is what I assume you're talking about, right?
Well, reward in the sense of not having so many hardships, physical or otherwise.
Right. What's counterintuitive is that in order to actually succeed in this game, suffering is key. No matter how much we try to nerf-clad the simulation, suffering will always exist, even if only psychologically. And the best way to beat suffering is with love. If you can manage to achieve a state of grace, whatever your suffering is will become inert, or at the very least greatly diluted. It won't cease to affect you, but you'll have defanged it. So when you see so-called bad people getting ahead materialistically, they aren't really getting ahead. They're actually falling behind. They're continuing to exist in a state of misery. And in time, it'll eat them up from the inside. If you selfishly pursue wealth, status, power, etc., in an effort to sidestep your perceived hardships, you're only postponing your own epic win of becoming love and experiencing joy. Unfortunately, though, it can take a person lifetimes before they realize that. The delay can be exhausting and frustrating. And if we're just now becoming aware of the main quest, it can still strike us as unfair that so many profit seekers and glory hounds appear to be doing well. But that's only because we're still viewing success materialistically, just as they do. We see them living large and begin suspecting that we've been duped, cheated, for allowing ourselves to buy into all this main quest stuff. The reality is we just haven't crossed the threshold of love yet, so our criteria for success remains flawed. Our definition of winning is still rooted in material attainment. But if we stay the course, if we remain patient in our pursuit of the main quest, the reward will arrive. It also helps to keep in mind that in-sim time runs much slower than out-of-sim time. One lifetime here is probably just a few keystrokes or controller button combos for your player. So while it can seem like becoming love isn't happening quickly enough, or that it could ever be more rewarding than material gain, once you experience joy, you'll realize just what an amazing, not-to-be-equaled prize it truly is. That first experience of joy will give you all the incentive you need to carry on.
I still find that too abstract. Who would give up a chance at living well, at living large?
I'm not saying you necessarily have to. Just that if you achieve your large living through negative means, which is often the case, you won't be living large at all, at least not in the sense of being joyful, which is the only valid measure of success. It goes back to the obstacle course analogy. The real reward comes from the conditioning of the body. Ask anyone in the middle of an obstacle course if they feel like they're living large. Most feel awful, exhausted, and ready to quit. They may not even know why they started running the course in the first place. But later, after multiple runs, they'll begin feeling great, feeling healthy. That's when things will start to add up. Despite the rigors of the course, they'll begin to appreciate it for having gotten them into shape. If you take the analogy a step further, the so-called bad person would be the one plopped down on the sideline, stuffing their face with junk food, puffing on a cig, and drinking a beer as they cynically laugh at everyone who's running the course, all while feeling sick and miserable themselves. In fact, that's often what motivates someone to get healthy. They simply get tired of feeling miserable all the time. So if you're a good person feeling beaten down, just try to remember joy is on the way. Strive toward love, and it will be worth it.
And how will I know I'm making progress?
There'll be clues, hints along the way. As you start moving toward love, you'll notice signs and synchronicities specifically modulated to your state of mind, your personal demeanor. What I call player breadcrumbs. Are they showing up now because you've shifted your focus, or were they always there and you just didn't notice them? Hard to answer that. But if you're noticing them now, try to make sense of them. Try to decipher them. When such events occur, I stop and review whatever it was I was thinking about immediately beforehand. Synchronicities are often alarm bells trying to get you to pay attention to something specific. Sometimes you'll find a correlation between the event and your train of thought leading up to it. It could turn out to be a nod and wink from your player, letting you know you're on the right track, or it could be a red flag you need to investigate further. And like I said, reviewing your history can also be useful. Look for things in your past that resonate with you now. Resonance is a great indicator of player involvement. Your player is always collating your avatar's experiences, its memories, flagging the ones that'll serve you best once you take up the main quest. Your subconscious is your player's chalkboard, so to speak. When the time is right, it'll serve up lost memories, insights, and/or correlations that'll elicit an aha response. They'll have intellectual and emotional relevance to whatever challenge you're working on in the moment. Some people argue that's just revisionism. But when you can reference things from your childhood long before you had any convictions, long before your exposure to the wider world, and those memories resonate with your current moment, your current mindset, I'd advise you to pay attention to them. They'll usually be things you couldn't have possibly understood at the time, things you couldn't have consciously chosen to flag as important. Yet now that you've taken up the main quest, your mind is able to recall them and make sense of them. A moment of interaction with a friend or enemy, a particular lesson from your parents or teachers, even mundane things like the line from a song or the scene from a movie. Why did your young mind take note of them? Why did they stick with you? And why are they just now coming to the fore? They're breadcrumbs from your player.
How about dreams? Any value in paying attention to them?
Sure, especially if they have prescient information. That, of course, is the challenge, being able to discern between purposeful dreams and fever dreams, or dreams of the body. Not always easy to do, but a purposeful dream, a dream delivering useful information, usually comes with a distinct emotional undercurrent. It'll have both cognitive relevance and emotional import, as if your player is clanging an alarm bell, begging you to pay attention. It's the kind of dream that'll either wake you in the moment or it'll be front and center in your mind when you finally do wake. For me, even if the dream is wildly illogical, there'll still be an overarching theme or point that is logical. It'll linger in my mind, kind of like a summation of derived meaning. Sometimes they're not even visual dreams. Lots of times I wake up with just a phrase in my head, which I'm able to intuit meaning from.
Just words?
Yes, and they're almost always words I'd never use, or they're said in such a way that I'd never speak. That's why I don't believe they're coming from me, but instead from my player. I became fixated on simulation theory because of such a phrase.
Can you tell me what it was?
This one, yes. In my early 20s, I woke up with the words, "and he pledged his allegiance to the mystery." I don't talk like that, and especially not in my 20s, but I had a strong sense of what it meant. That we all belong to a federacy of souls, so to speak, and we've all agreed to participate in this game, accepting the rules and the mystery in order to gain meaningful experience.
All that from a few words.
Well, like I say, they come with a kind of compressed README file, an intuitive and emotional packet of data. The words or phrase just act as a passcode to unlock the information. Anyhow, to answer your question, yes, dreams have real-world value. Whether they present as powerful images, words, music, emotions, etc., you should always examine them for any player-created content.
What if we do all this introspective work and decide that we still don't want to change? That it's easier to just throw up our hands and go with the flow?
You can, and most do. But if you've ever experienced joy, true freedom from fear, even for just a moment, you'll realize the value of what you've been missing out on. That's when FOMO is a good thing, when it motivates you toward love. But to remain in fear is to be incarcerated. Fear is what shackles our hearts. And the only way to break those shackles is with love, corny as that may sound. Once love proves to you that you can't ever truly be harmed, your fear will abate, and you'll no longer feel any need to harm others. It'll become an effortless and obvious migration of your psyche. You'll intuitively become more empathetic and compassionate. It won't be something you have to force yourself to do. You'll do it because it's who you've become. And as a result, your freed heart will soar. That's your reward. That's living large. Being in a near constant state of joy, requiring very little, desiring almost nothing, and being eternally thrilled and grateful for your new reality.
How can you not be harmed?
The body can be, of course. As long as you live, mortal threats will always be present. But you'll cease cowering in anticipation of such threats. Once you understand that you're part of a much larger, eternal system of love, there's very little that'll disturb your thoughts, very little that'll cause you to panic. But no, you won't become bulletproof, that's true. You'll just stop worrying about being shot. You'll accept that pain may find you, even death, and it may hurt like heck, but the core of who you are, the player, can never be harmed and never dies.
My last question, which you've already touched on a bit, has to do with the ultimate meaning of existence. Putting aside the concept of becoming love, which is all well and good, if life is really just about us chasing our tails for eternity, constantly distracting ourselves from our own immortality, how can anyone derive real meaning from that? How is that not ultimately meaningless?
That used to rankle me as well. If it's all meaningless, why bother trying? But the answer is in the question. If we cannot not exist, then what choice do we have? After all, even apathy becomes tiresome after a while. So if we have no choice but to continue, the logical conclusion is to make the best of it. Create our own meaning again and again if necessary. If we've been at this forever, and the best answer we've come up with is to cyclically immerse ourselves in simulated environments, fooling ourselves into believing we're finite, then without question it must be the absolute best solution. After all, we've had an eternity to figure things out, so how could it not be the best remedy? Most importantly of all, we figured out that perpetually generating love is the best means of staying engaged. It fuels our experience of joy, which is the single greatest tool for coping with our immortality.
Anything else you'd like to say? Maybe a closer of some sort.
Just this. We all need to stop playing the helpless, clueless child. We need to become self-reliant in our expression of love. An evolution of spirit is required. It doesn't matter what your worldview is, whether you're a materialist or a spiritualist or a fusion of the two. If we hope to continue as a species, we must change. We need to make love our foundation, not just as a concept, but as a living, breathing driver of our existence. It needs to pervade all our institutions and endeavors. For the materialists, you're already aware that the universe can take us or leave us. It doesn't play favorites. So if we want to continue, it's entirely up to us. But unfortunately, our technology alone isn't going to do the trick. We need to change how we operate as a species. We need to update our own programming, recode the original tech that is us. So if you feel you're destined for greatness, take up the main quest. See how you do with that challenge. Don't allow yourself to get lost in transitory pursuits and accomplishments, building the next what have you, being the first to land on another planet, becoming the richest or most famous whoever. Those are all pale achievements compared to becoming love. As for the spiritualists, even those of my Catholic alma mater, you can't keep clinging to the Lord's robe, as my mother used to say. She'd always quote Christ in his moment of frustration. How long shall I put up with you? If Christianity is your faith, you need to begin carrying that light, that truth within you, for Christ's sake. Have the maturity and courage to do him that kindness. Don't simply hide behind the dogma or use it as a cudgel against those you fear. Become your faith. Love as Christ did. Every parent reaches a point of exasperation when their children refuse to mature, refuse to learn, when they balk at the challenges placed before them. And for each and every one of us, that challenge is to become love. There's simply no other challenge of greater importance. So no matter what camp you're in, it's time to grow up and meet that challenge.
And for people who believe humanity is done, that we've destroyed any hope of a viable future, so why bother?
If there's something, then there has always been something, and there always will be. Just focus on that truth. Nothing ever ends. So even if humanity is nearing its finish, even if this entire simulation is going to shut down, consciousness time goes on. It has no choice. That means we go on as well, in some form or another. So why not become love now? Even if we're nearing the end of our collective incarnations, why not learn how to live in joy so you can take it with you wherever you go? Let love become who you are so it can ease your suffering now, no matter where you find yourself or what the ultimate outcome may be. On the ocean of eternity, nihilism just isn't seaworthy. Neither is fear, hate, indifference, cynicism, etc. You'll just keep going under again and again. And I get it, not caring can make you feel powerful and in control for a while. It also doesn't require much effort or energy, but its ease and impermanence only illustrate how hollow it is. Nothing worthwhile is easy. Even a nihilist would have to acknowledge that. So for your own sake, make the effort to do well and be well, no matter what the doomsday clock may read. Become love and experience joy. It's the only way to stay afloat. It's the only way to cope with eternity.
Topic 11. Personal Journey.
Okay, so on the topic of biotech, as I recall, when you were circulating in the gaming industry, you were an outspoken transhumanist. Why'd you walk away from the industry and a movement you helped nurture?
I discovered the error of my ways.
Really? Come on. If that's so, why not try to change things? Why drop out? Move to this little village and start living like a Luddite?
A Luddite? Wow. Okay. You know, I still have electricity, internet, indoor plumbing, etc.
So you're not totally against technology?
No, of course not. It's never the tool. It's always the one wielding it. From my perspective, technology is the inevitable outcome of consciousness time rising to higher and higher levels of self-awareness, for good or ill. When it's for ill, I consider it wrecknology. Ever since we entered the industrial age, and now specifically the digital age, we've created a whole lot of wrecknology. I guess I can accept the Luddite dig, though. I do believe there's value in doing work for yourself instead of surrendering it to a machine. Having a sense of purpose in life correlates with our own utility, the tasks we perform with our own bodies. In that sense, we're the original tech.
So it's our over-reliance on technology that has you concerned?
You're not?
We've always been clever enough so far.
Can't argue with that. But that's like standing in a puddle of gasoline lighting matches. You might be clever enough to avoid catching fire for a while, but why start doing it in the first place?
But innovation? Invention. That's our birthright. How can you consider it a negative? Or more to the point, why would we have access to it if it weren't our birthright?
That's the inevitability part of it. Consciousness time rising. Since we exist, and since we have access to innovation and invention, then it's meant to be. The possible is made probable in that respect. Can't argue with that. But it's crucial we find the proper balance between usefulness and destructiveness, between technology and technology. And that balance is only possible through the refinement of our own natures, our own character. We don't have the intellectual or emotional maturity yet to handle most of our technologies. To make matters worse, tech has become a religion of sorts. As you mentioned, we pride ourselves on being clever enough to handle things. I can't tell you how many times I've had friends say, "Don't sweat it, we'll figure something out." That's 11th hour thinking. And it's become the norm instead of the exception. We used to have a lot more respect for the dangers of technology. Now it's a side thought at best. Lots of people are confident tech will save us, like believing in the second coming of Christ. In reality, though, the only thing that's kept us from total annihilation so far has been cool-headed, rational, mature thinking, along with a good measure of dumb luck. With rationality on the wane, though, it seems like all we have left is dumb luck. And that's a dumb thing to put your faith in. As tech becomes more complicated and we become more spoiled by it, hoping to come up with a clever fix in the 11th hour just isn't rational. The irony is we don't need technology to refine our character. In fact, technology tends to work against that effort. More to the point, if becoming love is the purpose of the simulation, which I believe it is, then that means we are the tech. We've already been designed to accomplish that task. We don't need any augmentation or technological assistance.
That's a far cry from the transhumanist mindset. What turned you around?
I began questioning all the things that got me out of bed each day. As I was reviewing my life, I started thinking, there's got to be more to it than this. Like that Peggy Lee song, "Is That All There Is?" Everything I used to consider important, desirable, and indispensable was revealed to be counterfeit and empty. Once you hit that point, there's only one practical path forward, the spiritual one. Even for an atheistic techie like me, it was either that or suicide, which only would have amounted to a postponement.
Seems a bit extreme, that conclusion.
Not when you've reached the point of needing true meaning in your life. That's what drives all of us. At first, the physical world might suffice. We can bounce from one material pursuit to another for lifetimes. But once that wears thin, and it inevitably does, we can no longer delude ourselves. Those past material purposes all vanish, and we're left with nothing. In that state, at least as I experienced it, you're left with either quitting the game or pursuing the epic win.
Epic win?
Yes, pursuing the main quest, which is what I believe this entire game was designed for.
And you're certain it comes down to that? Suicide or spirituality?
It did for me, and for anyone who thinks they're different, that they've got the secret sauce. I'd argue they don't. They just haven't gone down that last blind alley yet, hit that insurmountable wall yet, suffered that inescapable trauma yet. They may be patting themselves on the back for believing they're tough enough, smart enough, etc. But the simulation was designed to break us, all of us, eventually. It may take 1,000 lifetimes, but it will happen. We're all subject to the same coded game space, and we're all after the same thing, love. So in time, you won't be able to stomach things the way they are. You'll begin to see the material world for what it really is. A distraction, a purposeful distraction, but a distraction nonetheless. That's when your consciousness will begin to shift. A new level of awareness will be unlocked, similar to how sector maps are unlocked as you progress through a video game. It's a download of information that gives you a new perspective, reveals new places to explore, new treasures to find.
Well, with gaming, the clues are usually pretty accessible. How can you recognize the clues in this game?
Intuition mostly. Not a great answer, but it's the best one I've got. Trust your emotions as well. I used to slam emotions, believed they were byproducts of a gut-brain chemical crapshoot. But at a certain point, emotions and reason coalesce. That's where you want to be operationally. That's when you can trust yourself. When things aren't just rational, but they feel correct as well. Logical ideas that have emotional relevance.
Seems dangerous if your ideas aren't logical.
Can be, yes, but rationale has to pass the test of objectivity, peer review. Some measure of humility is required when formulating a rationale. If it's all just spinning around in your head without any external qualifiers, it's probably not a good rationale. Nuclear annihilation, MAD, for example, is a good rationale. The objective, peer-reviewed truth is self-evident. Thermonuclear war could end humanity. Correlatively, at least for most of us, that rationale also feels frighteningly correct.
That's a big, relatively obvious example, though. What about day-to-day challenges?
Again, go with your intuition. Then try to examine it. Test it against the objective world. For me, I started suspecting, intuitively, that most of my routines in life were looped coded reactions. They began to feel wrong. I believe intuition and emotional truth are signals from your player.
Like what, though?
So, for example, I used to have a screw them attitude. Didn't really matter what the circumstances were. It was just my go-to reaction. Whether I voiced it or not, it was always the first place my mind went. Need a hand? Screw you, I'm busy. Don't like my driving? Screw you, get off the road. People starving somewhere? Screw them, not my problem. The world was my adversary, by default. I lived my life like a coiled snake, always ready to strike. It was just pure selfish arrogance, entirely fear-based. I had no good reason for it, no solid rationale. I just convinced myself that it gave me an edge, made me tough. The world's a mean place, kiddo, so only worry about yourself. Screw everyone else. And even though it may have protected me to some degree, from a materialistic standpoint, it became weak and tiresome. It became cartoonish. I was like a dog wrapping itself around a tree with its own leash, clueless as to why I was running out of room. My emotional alarm bell was clanging away, telling me I was wrong, but I wasn't listening. And since society reinforced the practice, ignoring emotions is standard operating procedure. I kept at it, even though I was feeling more and more miserable. As cliched as it sounds, you only screw yourself when you adopt a screw them attitude.
Well, what about when someone else screws you?
Even then, even when you've been legitimately slighted, harmed, or cheated, it's not great, sure, and you should fight for justice when the circumstances call for it, but don't let it become who you are. Don't make it your life's mission to exact revenge. Don't even make it a mission of the moment. Doing so means you're now being conned by your own ego. You're perpetuating your own misery. That's how others can hurt us most, by causing us to become our own assailants, our own misery makers. Their actions take control of us. We become their puppets. Doesn't matter how far away they are in space or time. They own us because we've signed over the deed. I had a friend who was a prison counselor. He'd tell the inmates that the moment you react negatively to what someone says or does, you surrender your power. You become the other inmate's chump. Even if you succeed in taking them down, all you've really done is trash yourself, landed time in solitary, blown your chances for parole, what have you. No matter how things play out, the other inmate always wins because they got you to react against your own best interests. And for most of them, it was probably that same dynamic that landed them in prison to begin with. They let someone get under their skin and take emotional control of them. Why give anyone that kind of power over you?
And this shift in perspective, this move toward love, how do you know it isn't just fantastical thinking?
My mind broken down into a soup of delusion? I've considered that. Hard to know for sure. But since I believe this simulation was designed with suffering in mind, it could be that a culmination of misery is exactly what's needed to push us over the threshold. As I say, it may take lifetimes, but ultimately it's unavoidable. And since the end result is a state of joy, even if it's delusional thinking, it works. What makes me believe it's not is the fact that most delusions become apparent in the face of reality. And so far, reality hasn't infringed on my joyfulness one iota. Whereas if I attempted to delude myself that I could fly by flapping my arms, the reality of gravity would dissuade me of it pretty quickly.
Okay, let's say for the moment that your newfound awareness isn't delusional. Lots of people have shifts of awareness, but very few walk away from their lives and become hermits.
Maybe. But for me, it wasn't just an occasional doubt or barstool musing. It began affecting every aspect of my life, even basic things like food. Trying to decide what to eat became a glaring example of how trivial my concerns were. I wasn't dealing with food as a necessity. I was using it to define myself. Just listen sometimes to the way people talk about foods they like. It's almost as if they're boasting, as if the food represents who they see themselves to be. It's bizarre. Lots of things are like that. I used to listen to songs I thought had personal value, that I believed defined me in some way. Eventually, they just became unimportant tunes. Books and movies that I used to believe had a profound personal significance with respect to how I viewed myself became nothing more than self-indulgent exposés. Even people in my life. Once I began noticing how much time we all devote to superficial things and activities, to ego adoration, to empty concerns, it became harder and harder to be around others, to be around myself. I was living a life of pointless pursuits and corrosive distractions.
You know, a lot of people may hear that and think, midlife crisis, that you're just another rich guy who got bored because they already have everything.
I realized that. No way to escape my past or people's perceptions of me. But you've been here for a while now. Do you think I'm living extravagantly?
Not even slightly.
And as for a midlife crises, those usually work in reverse. They trigger a reinvestment in the material world to try and offset the insecurity of aging. They don't tend to bring about renunciation.
But if you decided to go back to the high life tomorrow, you could. Most people don't have that option.
True again. But most of my wealth has been doled out to charities. All I own now is this land, this shack, and this body. And I don't really own them either, metaphysically speaking. Besides, what I'm talking about is something people have been doing throughout human history, rich and poor alike. Enlightenment, self-realization, call it what you will. Whatever proof it holds is in how it affects someone's inner world, as well as their outward behavior. It's a real phenomenon. People can become better people. We can update our programming. The stigma of having been rich is something I can't divorce myself from. And I don't try. But my experience, what I call player realization, is a valid experience all the same. And it had nothing to do with material wealth. Wealth may have facilitated my pursuit of it, but it didn't cause it.
You mentioned earlier that one of the main points of the simulation is to foster interaction, yet you live in isolation. How will people not see that as a contradiction?
It's a bit choanic, I'll admit, but it helps to measure things in terms of intent versus outcome. Most people tell themselves that being sociable is a virtue, and it is. That's one of the main rules of the simulation, interdependence. But there's a thin line between sociability and insecurity. Taking honest stock of your intentions and measuring them against your actions is the best way to expose falsehoods. So if you're a champion socializer, because in truth you can't stand being alone, then your cause is false. Clinging to others is just another form of materialism. And so yes, if living in isolation was really just me recoiling from humanity out of fear, then I'd be a hypocrite.
But you're certain that's not the case.
To the extent that I'm able to understand my intentions, yes. From a purely selfish standpoint, though, I'd have to concede that part of it is due to fatigue. As you raise your consciousness, it can become difficult to witness foolishness in others, mainly because it's the same kind of foolishness you used to engage in yourself. It can be painful when people reflect back to you your former self. Most of us are stuck on our own hamster wheels of ignorance and selfishness. We have very limited perceptions, mostly just the wheel rungs under our feet. And we tend to applaud this as single-mindedness, but in reality, it's narrow-mindedness. We're failing to understand the bigger picture of our existence. And because we're running around in tight little circles, we've generally got boundless energy. The reason so many titans of industry, finance, etc. can charge ahead with vigor is because most of them are woefully unaware of all the incredible complexities, interactions, and repercussions occurring around them at all times. It's like being around toddlers, jacked up on sugar and caffeine, who don't yet have the capacity to understand the larger world in which they live. But once you begin to observe that larger world, it can be exhausting. To be aware takes energy. Empathy, in particular, can be draining. And so it becomes a natural impulse to seek isolation from society. Another, admittedly selfish reason is that I want to avoid being recognized. While I wasn't a celebrity in the gaming world, people did know me.
I certainly did.
Yes, and you're not alone. Enough people know who I am, which makes privacy difficult. Once your life ends up under the microscope, you tend to seek solitude for the sake of sanity. But to your point about the simulation mandating interaction, there are countless ways it does that. For instance, even though we're off the beaten path right now, we're both undeniably interacting. Not just with each other, but also with the heat, the insects, the rain, etc. Further downstream of this moment, anyone who reads this interview will be interacting with us as well. Point is, we have no choice but to interact, no matter how hard we may try not to. Interdependence is coded in. Out of sim, we have no obligation to interact with anything or anyone. It's why we stagnate. And even if we bring that spoiled soul attitude with us, when we incarnate, we can't escape the rules of the simulation.
You mentioned noticing changes in your perception of life. What are some methods people can use to change their perceptions?
I began categorizing my life into what I call the 90%. 90% of my thoughts were meaningless. 90% of my activities were distractive. 90% of my conversations were unnecessary. And 90% of my relationships were false.
Oh man. So where does that leave you and me?
Hopefully within the 10% range. I should qualify that answer, though. Based on how you just responded, it reminded me that my 90% rule can sound a bit snide. Not my intention. It's not that I found others to be less than, just the opposite. I found my approach to others, and life itself, was less than. My own thoughts were cluttered with self-interested garbage. When I began reviewing my relationships, I discovered that most of them were one-sided and self-serving. I wasn't concerned with the other person's problems, let alone who they really were. A simple example, you go for coffee. Do you really see the person taking your order? Do you even acknowledge them as another human being? That's what I mean about 90% of relationships being false. Maybe you give them a, "Hey, how's it going? Is it sincere? Do you really care? Or are you just feigning niceness in hopes of improving the service? Is it just because you want your coffee now? Yet the barista is another human being, no different than you. They're just running a different avatar is all. It's astonishing when you let that sink in. You both have players on the quest to become love. So when someone's grumpy, dismissive, or even belligerent, they still deserve your honest kindness, if for no other reason than to advance your own player's goals. In that respect, it makes no sense to marginalize anyone, deceive anyone, exploit anyone. Instead, see them as yourself. Anyhow, I just felt I should clarify that. The 90% rule is just something I started as a means of self-inventory, a way of cleaning away the garbage in my own psyche.
Good to know. I feel better. So did that strategy lead you to player realization?
It facilitated it. It got me onto what I call the main quest, which in turn leads to the epic win. In gaming, that's the pinnacle achievement. And because it's such a rare and coveted win, it's extremely hard to achieve. Our avatars are designed to help us in this pursuit. Their presets purposely hinder us, but those hindrances are what challenge us. And those challenges lead us to the main quest. Like a tire low on air, In the immediate moment, it's a hindrance, but without it, we'd never be forced to seek a solution, like a service station, an air pump, a new tire, what have you. Every challenge you meet in the game is designed to motivate you toward the epic win.
And what's the payoff of this epic win?
It's the same for every player. It's a deep-coded absolute, a resolution to the game's story and purpose. The epic win is the attainment of love.
You realize that may elicit eye rolls. It's hard to imagine the epic win of life amounts to a bumper sticker slogan.
I get that. In speech, or in this case print, it loses some of its potency. But that's part of the challenge as well, sifting through the mundane. Why do you think the idea of love is so tired, overused, and worn out? Because we've gravitated toward it from day one, and we've cheapened its importance. But that's on us. Love itself is immutable. The dismay people usually have is due to the confusion between avataristic love, lowercase love, and player-centric love, uppercase love. Since lowercase love is relatively common and volatile, many of us have lost faith in it. But once someone experiences the rarity of uppercase love, divine love, they'll understand instantly just how valuable it is.
So how does all that relate to us? For example, you've chosen to live this life of minimalism. Why? Because you believe it'll help you play the game better?
In simple terms, yes. In any video game, there are primary and secondary goals, side quests, and the main quest. In a good game, they complement each other. Run a series of side quests in order to acquire a tool or weapon that'll aid you later once you begin the main quest. The more open world a game is, however, the more distracted and downright lost a player can become, even more so when the main quest is purposely hidden in order to make it more valuable. Discovering the main quest and getting to the finish line is how you score the epic win.
What if you're not interested in the epic win?
Most of us aren't at first. Most of us aren't even aware there is a main quest. But there are only so many times you can play any game before you start looking for greater and greater challenges, before all the repetitions and reveals become undeniably stale to you. Let me ask you, what do you live for?
Me? Health, happiness, security, I guess.
All reasonable things, but they're all of the body, the avatar. What if those things became secondary to your purpose?
Material renunciation? The hippies tried that already. Ideals don't put food on the table.
The hippies weren't wrong. Neither were the yogis or saints. Just because something is considered an ideal doesn't mean it has no worldly value. We're in a simulation that purposely pits ideals against the so-called real in order to challenge us. Ideals are breadcrumbs on the path to the main quest. Believe it or not, putting food on the table is just a side quest.
Easy to say for someone who doesn't have to worry about food anymore.
Fair point.
As I said before, lots of people may have a hard time buying into your ideas when they realize you had all the benefits of time and money to indulge in those ideas.
Also true. All I can reiterate is that it wasn't my wealth that caused my existential crisis, and it wasn't my wealth that laid the remedy at my feet. Even before I had my millions, I easily tired of material things and pursuits. For some people, even early on in life, it becomes apparent to them the material world simply won't suffice. Even the more thrilling things don't hold their spells for very long. I went through a phase of drug use. It became redundant, got into thrill sports, that fizzled as well. Even sex became passé. I began to realize it wasn't the activity that mattered. Each activity was just bringing about one variation or another of the same reactions in my brain. Different dances, same tune. Our avatars can only experience things within a range of coded capacities. As the adage goes, everything starts to taste like chicken after a while. It's at that point, after however many respawns, that we begin to move beyond our avatar's limitations, beyond its restrictions, and start playing the real game, the main quest of our player. It's inevitable. Player realization is on the menu for us all. It's just a matter of how long before we order it up.
And you believe you're on the main quest now?
All we have is our own subjective understanding. But by comparing who I was and how I felt in the past, to who I am and how I feel now, while hopefully accounting for any residual hubris on my part? I'd like to think so.
Okay, so now look, I need to make it clear that I'm not accusing you of this, but just about every time I've ever met a born-again whatever, it almost always turns out that they're desperately trying to compensate for some deep-seated fear or shame. I always get the impression that they're trying to convince me of their piety in order to convince themselves. So how can I know what you're saying is legit?
You can't. The simulation strictly enforces subjectivity. Also, I'm not trying to convince you or anybody of anything. You wanted an interview, I agreed. Whether or not anyone finds value in what I say will be entirely up to them, and them alone. That's why I always try to emphasize this simulation is a single-player campaign. It's multiplayer in that we can find allies and interact with each other, but everyone still has to complete the main quest for themselves. We can share ideas, compare notes, help each other along the way, but it's still a solo run.
Well then, can you at least try to explain why you think you've succeeded?
As I said, it's a then versus now comparison. The main thing that makes me believe it's valid is that it hasn't diminished. For well over a decade now, it's allowed me to maintain a near constant state of joy, not just happiness or contentment, but joy. It's like existing within a radial field of energy. I can maintain a kind of blissful awe even if my body is aching. There's also a sense of eternal belonging, a cessation of loneliness, as well as a sense of certainty or knowingness. Not of anything in particular, just a general sense of calm brought on by gnosis. Most astonishing to me, considering my former self, is the absence of fear. It's a Cloud 9 phenomenon. I actually feel guilty sometimes, like I've been given something I don't deserve.
And you don't know why?
Not sufficiently, no. All I can do is express my profound gratitude that it is as it is. Beyond that, it's hard to explain. I just started viewing things differently. And now, when I look back at my early life, it feels like the entire thing was an unnecessary detour. So many years, moments, and events from my past now register as wastes of time, energy, and emotion. I often wonder how much better off I would have been had I discovered the main quest sooner.
Or then again, maybe you needed all those useless distractions to get you to this point.
Very possibly so. That's what I tell myself anyway. But I think my player had always been harping at me to wake up. It's just that I was an arrogant, proud fool, stubbornly clueless to capital T truth.
A truth that's subjective, though.
In that I can't objectively prove it, yes. You can measure a person's actions, though. That usually reveals their real intent. Beyond that, someone's word is all you can ever have until you experience the same truth for yourself.
Was there one specific moment, a spiritual awakening?
With me, no. It was tooth and claw the whole way. I've talked with people who've had epiphanies, eureka moments, lots of near-death experiencers. Drug trips can move the needle for some people. I did have a moment of clarity once that encouraged me. It had to do with gratitude. Never gave that word or concept much thought when I was younger. Just seemed like another way of saying thanks. But in one of my darker moments, I started to search for a few bright spots in my life. I'd been reading a self-help book at the time, can't remember the title, and was following its methods for breaking free of depression. You know, make a list of things you're thankful for, that kind of stuff. As I reviewed the list in my mind, I remember mumbling to myself, well, thanks at least for that much. I can't remember what it was, and I didn't have anyone in mind to be thanking. Not God, the universe, my parents, no one. It was just a begrudging, somewhat sarcastic offering to no one in particular. Yet within seconds of mumbling thanks, I was crying like a child. I hadn't cried my entire adult life up to that point. Yet there I was, sobbing, convulsing, fighting for air. I thought I was having some kind of seizure, that some chemical imbalance in my brain had triggered a meltdown. But at the same time, it felt very right, very necessary, like a long overdue unbinding or liberation. It wasn't until afterward that I was able to make sense of it. I finally understood what gratitude meant. From the moment we're born, we're seeking attention, affection, assistance. A lot of that is for obvious reasons, food, protection, etc. That's just our coding. What's profound, though, is that we're seeking it from outside of ourselves. When we enter this world, interaction is foisted upon us. Subjectivity turns us into an other. We no longer have full spiritual autonomy or unity. We now need another other to feed us, protect us, comfort us. And if that other obliges, we intuitively determine that they care about us, that they want to help us. It's not so much what they do for us, just that they care enough to do it. This causes us to conclude, abstractly at least, that we're loved. These are the seeds of gratitude, a conditioned expectation of love, which, whenever confirmed, fills us with great relief. From a terrestrial avataristic standpoint, our perception of that love is destined to remain conditional because we can never truly know what that other's motives are. Could be they're helping us to curry favor or satisfy their own needs. Point is, when I broke down sobbing, I had no other in mind. No other was present. I had no suspicions of another other trying to game me, flatter me, indebt me. Yet I sensed a presence, and in its tow was boundless, unconditional love. No quid pro quo. I felt loved for no other reason than I was me. That was all that was required. What was loving me, caring for me? I hadn't a clue. It was another other beyond my comprehension. I've since come to believe it was my player consciousness time, God, whatever label fits, introducing itself to me, giving me a sample of capital L love in order to inspire me to seek it out on my own, to take up the main quest.
A presence?
What can I say? We experience what we experience. Was it just a mind trick? Was I so hungry for affection I dreamed up a transcendental encounter?
And?
Couldn't honestly tell you. I just know what I felt, and now I can feel it on a regular basis. So is that divinity or biology? From my perspective, it doesn't matter. It works. That's all I care about. Not only do I feel better, I act better. When you're in a state of grace, all you feel is love. Love incoming, love outgoing. I've done my best to scrutinize it. Thought it might be due to aging, drop-offs in testosterone maybe. That can sometimes make a guy more sentimental. But if it were biological, I'd expect it to ebb and flow. Like getting cranky when your blood sugar is low. But it doesn't. That's not to say I'm always on a natural high, but when I'm feeling down, I just have to picture myself entering this field of love, expressing gratitude for it, and in no time at all I begin to soar. It literally feels like I'm stepping into a radial field of energy. Then I become the field, self-sustained. If it turns out I'm mad, then I hope to remain crazy forever. I don't think it's a trick of the mind, though. Mainly because I spent so many years consciously trying to fool myself, but it never stuck. This has.
How do you mean?
The more I became disillusioned with my life, the more I tried to force a spiritual transition. I'd heard that I should meditate, so I did. No luck. I was told I should renunciate material things, so I tried. Didn't last. I was urged to be selfless and help others, so I made the effort. I remained selfish. No truthful transformation was occurring. Don't get me wrong, all those things matter, but I'd been putting the cart before the horse, as the saying goes. I'd been trying to force my avatar, my ego, to take up the cause. I didn't even believe my player existed, so all my attempts were counterfeit.
Sounds like the classic battle between ego and soul.
It was. For me, ego and avatar are synonymous. Same for soul and player. One of my earlier problems was I'd fallen for the idea of ego death, but that's an impossibility. Your avatar is necessary to interact with the simulation, so as long as you inhabit your body, you'll have an ego. In fact, ego is the key method for consciousness time to challenge itself, to subjugate itself. Ego can never be killed while you exist in sim. You can only rise above it, mitigate its influences, tame it. One of the fallacies so many philosophies promote is the concept of striving for oneness. But the reason any of this is occurring is because of the stagnation of oneness. Consciousness time needed to splinter itself from the one into the many in order to grow, in order to progress. So ego is essential. Our avatars and this simulation are essential. Oneness is the hyper-efficient state of fundamental reality. But it's an inert state. Ego is what helps challenge that state. It's the most substantial obstacle in the obstacle course. Rise above it by all means. That's what it's there for, as a hurdle to jump. But there's no point in demonizing it, nor should you delude yourself into thinking you can kill it.
So the human condition isn't a punishment?
No, of course not. That's something that's always bugged me about religious traditions, insinuating that humanity fell from grace, that we possess some form of original sin, etc. It implies some manner of initial wrongdoing. But we're just naked apes who gained self-awareness and became embarrassed by what we found. For me, the human condition simply represents our voluntary migration from fear to love, from misery to joy. The player is attempting to refine itself, using the naked ape for its avatar. If there's any form of original sin, it'd be laziness. It'd be for allowing our immortal selves to become spoiled out of sim. Besides which, if we enter this simulation of our own free will, how could we honestly consider it punishment? Any more than we could honestly say going to the gym is punishment. It's all about self-improvement. No guilt, no sin. Nor could something as profound as consciousness time, or God for the religiously minded, ever create a flawed system. It wouldn't, it hasn't. This is a brilliantly coded simulation, warts and all. Even with free will, we're still only allowed a certain amount of leeway to screw things up. And since we're the ones who personally pay for it by living in misery, we're eventually compelled to change, if for no other reason than our own discomfort. Like holding your hand over a flame. You can do it for a while, but not indefinitely. Eventually, the pain compels you to pull your hand away. So if you can bring yourself to realize that every thought and action, in sim and out, comes down to an eternal binary choice of love over fear, joy instead of misery, you'll choose correctly every time. No entity, organism, or being wants to exist in misery, and certainly not on a timeline of forever. If you want to call that punishment, then it's a self-imposed one.
How can we be sure we're choosing correctly?
Again, intuition primarily. But you're right, subjectivity makes it difficult. You have to honestly examine your real intent. If you find selfish, avataristic motives, you're dealing with your ego, and you're headed for misery. Best approach is to take inventory of your reactive thoughts and behaviors, particularly under pressure. Did you respond with kindness, with love, even to the extent that it surprised you? Did you do it automatically, or were you forcing yourself to do it? When you respond with love effortlessly, automatically, that's your player, and it'll usually shock you. You won't be able to place where it came from. Christianity calls it being filled with the Holy Spirit. A guru I once studied under called it God channeling. You have to keep your guard up, though. The ego always tries to take credit for such moments. So if you're feeling personally satisfied, proud, or righteous about performing an act of kindness, you may still have a ways to go before player realization. Keep at it, though, most definitely. Practice makes perfect. All I'm saying is, don't let your ego pretend it was the cause of such moments of grace after the fact. Eventually, you'll understand that we're all conduits for consciousness time, for the expression of love, and you won't allow any egoic pride to get mixed in. You'll just have gratitude. You'll simply be an observer in awe as the loving thoughts and actions flow through you.
What about your struggles with meditation and materialism? Do they still feel counterfeit?
Having shifted my awareness toward what I take to be my player, meditation is now very rewarding. My battles with materialism aren't even skirmishes. But again, my ego hasn't died. It's just been diminished. It's been put in its metaphorical place. The horse is now in front of the cart.
I'll admit I'm envious, but skeptical.
Skepticism is paramount. But when you undergo a subjective, empirical confirmation that something is happening, even if you don't know what or how, you have to take heed. It took time and effort, but once I punched through, once my perspective shifted, I found myself examining all my old habits with detached wonder. I kept saying to myself, well, of course that's the way it should be. How did I not see that? I'd been so wrong for so long. And not just in this lifetime, but likely thousands. I began cringing at all my old thought patterns. I became gravely sorrowful for the many hateful deeds of my past. It was as if a new sector map had been unlocked, a new way of seeing things, a whole new realm to explore. When you begin your journey on the main quest, every day becomes an unfathomable wonderment. Your gratitude for finally being able to see things properly, through a lens of love, can overwhelm you on a daily basis, like when you're playing a beautifully designed video game with astounding graphics. Every now and then, you stop to take in the caliber of the artwork, the game space, the mechanics, and you find yourself thinking, what an amazing job these developers did. Again, gratitude. It can be awe-inspiring.
You still can't say what helped you punch through, though? Not definitively?
Still a mystery to me. I'd always had the conscious desire to do so, and as I've said, all my futile attempts to mimic a shift, a fake-it-till-you-make-it kind of approach. But that doesn't adequately explain the transformation itself. I find it hard to believe that it was just an accumulative effect or a tipping point. But who knows, since I can't point to any sort of epiphany either, maybe it was. Though I do remember having a powerful dream at one point, and getting the impression I'd been gifted something.
Gifted something?
Yes, and the following morning on my way to work, I came across an item that spoke directly to the dream. It was a distinct moment of synchronicity. I took the item to be a confirmation that the dream was more than just a dream, though I realize that sounds a bit woo-woo. Still, I chose to see it as a breadcrumb from my player, like a token, clue, or screen hint you find in video games. After that, I gradually began seeing myself and the world differently. I began treating people with more kindness, compassion, and empathy. I wasn't as quick to anger, even when I was certain I should be. My new demeanor stunned me at times, but with each interaction as time went on, I felt more and more alive, more fulfilled. I began contemplating love as an actual force or energy.
What was the dream?
Can't share that, sorry. I don't mean to be selfish. It's just that it was tailored specifically for me, to my own personal history, so it wouldn't be relevant to anyone else. I also believe that if you share certain personal truths out loud, you can diminish their power. I'm just superstitious enough to think I might jinx things if I tell anyone about it.
But it involved receiving a gift.
Yes, that was the gist of the dream. And because it was so vivid and had such a powerful emotional impact, I knew I should pay attention to it. I've only had a handful of such dreams in my life. I've since come to believe that the gift I received was the gift of grace, which fits with explanations from several articles of faith. The idea of something you cannot create yourself, something that must be given to you by an Elseworth entity from an elsewhere place. To be alit with the Holy Spirit, as my mother used to say, or in my own jargon, get an upgrade. Whatever it was, I'm all but certain I could have never manifested it myself. My desire and efforts may have primed me, but the last step required the intervention of my player. Either way, if it was given to me, I don't want it taken away, so I never go into much detail about it.
Okay, but what if it was a fake-it-till-you-make-it formula? If people read this and think, damn, I want some of that, don't you think it'd be good if they had some idea on how to attain it?
I do, which is why we're talking, right? But even if I share all of what I know, of what I've experienced, I'll still never be able to adequately explain all those things that I don't have a grasp on. There are certain out-of-sim protocols we simply can never understand while in sim. Not me, not anyone. I just happen to believe dreams are part of that protocol. As to how or why they have relevance comes down to personal interpretation. That's why I don't think describing my dream out loud would be of any use. As for everything else, I'd like to think I'm being as forthcoming as possible. So if you're right, and the fake it till you make it approach is what caused the transition, then I hope I'm at least providing the necessary data to explain that. And while I'm going to stick with my gifting theory, I certainly can't deny that getting things done in life requires effort. Spiritual pursuits in particular require effort, oftentimes more than material pursuits. Also, having an honest desire to connect with something greater than yourself seems to be a prerequisite. So, in terms of practical steps, start there. Make it a point to ally yourself with your player, with consciousness time, with God, whatever moniker fits best. Set love as your goal. Love incoming, love outgoing. Don't shy away from reading spiritual texts and philosophies. Seek out a guru if you're someone who prefers instruction. But beware, another person is another ego, no matter how enlightened they may be. And even if they aren't egotistical, your own ego may start deifying them against their will. That's the trap of celebrity. It's a two-way street. For instruction to work properly, both guru and aspirant need to be on an even egoless playing field. If you're more of an independent person, it's sometimes better to just do all the investigative work for yourself. But be careful there as well. You can just as easily delude yourself. Your ego may launch a campaign of self-glorification as you strive to become more selfless. Use others as sounding boards to maintain as much objectivity as possible. Keep your body healthy, minimize stress. Make use of peaceful, calming environments. If it helps, join a meditation group, a prayer group, a yoga institute, an ashram. Even wellness centers can be useful. In your day-to-day life, make an effort to engage with everyone in a kind manner. Most importantly, always try to understand the intentions behind your actions. Understanding and modifying your intentions is key. Right thought, right action.
So a guru should be like the setter in a volleyball game, prepping the ball for others to spike over the net.
If that works for you. My go-to for analogies tends to be video games, as I'm sure you can tell by now. In any game, even with outside help, players still have to figure things out for themselves. With almost every game I've ever played, and all the games I've designed, the premise has always been the same. Seek and ye shall find. So even if I or anyone could provide you with a complete walkthrough of the game, tell you where all the treasures were hidden, every pitfall, how to defeat each boss, etc., what would be the point of playing?
But people use cheats all of the time.
They do. But I suspect this game is cheat-proof, though I have my suspicions. Regardless, no game is worth winning if you cheat to do it, especially one with such an epic win. You can't cheat your way to authentic divine love. It's not possible. Just consider the in-sim correlation. Who uses cheats in a video game? Lazy players. What that proves to me, fractally speaking, is that in our spoiled soul state, we're all lazy players. We're all residually trying to beat this game by cutting corners. That's what technology is, in my opinion. Manufactured cheats.
Spoken like a true Luddite, but why not at least try to inform people? Become a game coach? I don't know. Use your position and wealth to share what you know.
I wrestle with that. I do. Maybe your interview here will tip the scale, but there's an inherent pitfall. To involve yourself in society, you have to become part of it. You can't go swimming without getting wet. For someone who wants to limit technology in their lives, I'd be certain to get mired in it the moment I return to the rat race. In that sense, I suppose you've got me pegged, but I'd still contend that I'm nowhere near as strict as the Amish or Luddites. Either way, as of right now, I don't see a feasible way of rejoining the global community without eventually getting buried under mountains of tech. Gizmos all around. Chirping, beeping, flashing, speaking. Every new or upgraded app you have to download to stay current, to stay relevant. Every new tech breakthrough you have to investigate. Everyone and everything trying to DM you, tag you, repost you, get your endorsement, score a podcast, market to and from you, get your clicks, get your likes, etc., 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 ad infinitum. You want to talk madness? That's madness.
So what? You're advocating everyone just stop all progress and return to the horse and plow.
Again, I'm not advocating anything for anyone except myself. All I'm saying is, When it comes to player realization, most technologies move us farther away from where we need to be. If tech is supposed to be aiding us in becoming a better species, in hopefully becoming more compassionate beings, can you honestly say it's working?
We're not living in caves anymore. That's a plus, right?
It is, generally speaking. But we are still hitting each other over the head with clubs, and really big clubs now, thanks to technology.
I still don't get your argument, though. I mean, medicine, construction, transportation, agriculture, all of it. Science and technology have done so much good for humanity. Certainly more good than bad, right?
Depends on your metric. In pursuing the main quest, technological accomplishments don't matter. In truth, all a higher standard of living does is create a higher standard of dissatisfaction. Whether you're living in a cave or a penthouse, becoming love will always remain the same proposition: change from within. All the tech in the universe won't change that process. As things stand now, if we don't start redoubling our efforts to promote that inner change, our technology is certain to crush us. That's the chimp with a chainsaw argument. We can no longer be trusted with our own technology. And again, I'm not arguing that tech itself is the problem. It was always an inevitability. The problem has been our own lack of spiritual, moral, and ethical development alongside our tech. We've allowed that aspect of ourselves to stall while technology has lurched ahead.
But in what way, specifically? Everyone knows we could do better, but progress is an unstoppable train.
That's my point. It's become a runaway train. As engineers, we've pushed the throttle full ahead and decided to take a snooze. And believe me, the train will stop at some point. It'll end up stopping itself, and we won't like how that happens one bit. You asked for an example. I always point to overpopulation. It's arguably one of the most detrimental outcomes of technology. It's the single largest precondition to so many of our post-condition maladies. Yet even now, while understanding the multitude of correlative problems, we still make no attempt to control our growth. I suspect at first it was due to a legitimate unawareness, then at some point it morphed into negligence, and then finally active promotion. There's even fear-mongering now about population collapse, as if declining birth rates are some malicious subculture agenda that we need to get out in front of. But the declines are a symptom, not a cause. Throughout history, the causes have almost always been the decay of the societies themselves. What were once thriving, prosperous environments became rotten to the core. Excessive corruption, injustice, inequality, etc. That's what slowed the birth rates. People intuitively, intellectually, and emotionally concluded that they no longer wanted to bring children into those societies only to have them suffer the same fate as themselves. I once saw a woman wearing a t-shirt that read, "I love my children so much I didn't have them." What does that tell you about her view of a hopeful future, even a hopeful present? Chances are her struggles to keep her own head above water, perhaps working 2 jobs, no health care, no daycare, looming climate change, etc., were more than enough to dissuade her from having kids. A society needs to be free, fair, and prosperous in order for its citizens to want to have children. Enslaved people do their best not to have children. Even wild animals in captivity curtail their breeding habits. It's as if they know they're not free and instinctively understand their offspring won't be either.
But concerns about population are nothing new.
Agreed. Religions have always promoted it to increase their flocks, and nations have always promoted it to increase their armies. But before the Industrial Revolution, nature always maintained some measure of balance. Now, ironically, it seems to have been hijacked by industry. That's the final outcome of the revolution. The train is now avariciously fueling itself. We've created a system in which every new person is a prospective consumer. Every new pair of feet will need shoes, so let's keep making feet. Don't bother throttling back on shoe production. No profit to be had there. And since profit must continue, the absurdity of limitless growth has become our collective howl of lunacy. We've created a positive feedback loop. More people, more production, more depletion. Technology brought about overcrowding, And now we're using technology to capitalize on it. It's horrendously stupid. We're essentially feeding on ourselves, leeching ourselves into extinction. When it comes to humanity, it should always be about quality of life, not quantity. Unfortunately, where we once may have seen technology as a means of improving people's lives, we've since sloughed that off in favor of creating more consumers. We've gone psychopathically all in on the impossible concept of boundless growth inside a finite system. But nothing in the cosmos works that way. Nature is all about equilibrium. The only thing in nature that adheres to limitless growth in a finite system is cancer. And we all know how that tends to work out. Eventually, the host dies, taking the cancer right along with it. It's a lose-lose proposition. So no matter what arguments you want to make about the wonders and benefits of technology, and there are many, if all it ultimately leads us to is our own premature doom, then will any of it have been worth it?
Oh, come on. Endlessly fighting starvation, predators, disease, and each other? No Beethoven, no Einstein. Even if humanity proves to be short-lived, our reaching for the stars, both figuratively and literally, will have made for a more fruitful existence, in my opinion.
But fruitful how? Technological achievements are simulation-based. They're transitory. To become love, to experience joy, now that's fruitful, and eternally so, and it doesn't require a single gizmo. Engaging with the player, not the avatar, that's what has true merit. And yes, I get it, something like Beethoven's genius was expressed through technology. Instruments invented and operated within a coded material universe. And Einstein's genius revealed how some of that coding works. But that's no different than a pro gamer mastering every side quest in a video game, gathering up all the loot, racking up all the perk points, yet never discovering the main quest, never learning the real truth of the game. I'd be more impressed knowing that Beethoven and Einstein had achieved player realization than by anything they materially accomplished.
Maybe they did.
True, no way to know. But if so, it wouldn't have been their material avataristic achievements that brought them to it. Doesn't mean you can't do both, but if you want to know joy, you have to lead with your player. Maybe Beethoven's Ninth and his use of Ode to Joy was an homage to that truth. As to whether he practiced what he preached, who knows? He wasn't historically known as a gracious man. Einstein, on the other hand, seems to have been self-realized by most accounts.
But isn't it possible that consciousness time is enjoying our ever-expanding reach? Our push for higher and higher levels of technology? I mean, games are supposed to be fun, right?
From my perspective, consciousness time has only one goal: to generate love for its own eternal well-being. All our human feats, or alien ones if they're out there, are just blips of repetitive activity on a timeline of forever. Things which consciousness time has long since tired of. Love is the only real currency, the only thing that's evergreen. There have been countless Beethovens and Einsteins, and there'll be countless more. We're impressed by them because we suffer from a kind of materialistic myopia. Were Beethoven and Einstein loving people? That's what interests consciousness time.
But people like that can inspire us. Something like Beethoven's music can help steer someone toward the main quest, don't you think?
Without question. I'd just rest a little easier if I knew that Beethoven had broken through all his pain and misery to achieve true joy. I'm grateful for his music, but not at the expense of his own liberation.
Maybe it was his pain that inspired him, made his music great.
Again, without question. But if you could have asked him, do you want to be a genius composer or live a life of bliss? How do you think he would have responded? If his pain was as great as his music, I can't help but think he'd opt for the bliss. I guess the point I was trying to make is that technology isn't intrinsically harmful. It's all about how we view it and how we use it. The trick is to differentiate between tech as a tool and tech as a prize. We tend to idolize tech. Is your car just a machine to get you around town, or are you in love with it as well? If you're in love with it, you're side questing. I've known people who can tell you all sorts of information about Beethoven, the technical specifications of how his symphonies were composed, all the instruments and how they work, ad infinitum. Yet I often got the impression they'd never truly heard the music, if you know what I mean.
Yep. I know people like that. But as I say, technology is a train that's not going to stop. Good or bad, right or wrong, it's here to stay.
True. But if we don't make a species-wide effort to control our own natures, it's doubtful we'll be here to stay. That's my biggest gripe with technology, us. How we foolishly allow it to overtake just about every aspect of our lives.
You mean like smartphones?
All of it. But sure, that's a good example. How many times throughout the day are you interrupted by your phone chirping at you?
Plenty.
And that's a choice.
But a necessary one these days.
Only because we've allowed it to be. It's not as if we didn't exist before smartphones came along. We simply restructured society to make them indispensable. We never had to do that. And so now we've got another mind-needling annoyance in our lives, distracting us from the main quest.
But we're geared to survive. Any tech like a smartphone is going to take hold because it helps accomplish that. Quicker communication, GPS, even the flashlight. It's all linked to survival.
Our avatars are geared to survive, that's true. But the hidden challenge of the game is to not be ruled by them. Avataristic survival is fear-based, and fear is what we need to overcome. On top of which, most survival tech, as you call it, is really just convenience tech. We can easily deceive ourselves into believing something is necessary or essential, been doing so from the beginning. In the past, we used polished obsidian to create scrying mirrors, glossy black surfaces to speak to the other side, gain information on how to proceed with our lives, fight wars, etc. They were an indispensable technology of their time. These days, most of us would see that as unnecessary occult nonsense. But in many ways, all we've done is replace ancient scrying mirrors with smartphones.
I can appreciate the analogy, but come on, smartphones are real things that deliver real information.
That's exactly what a seer would have told you about scrying mirrors thousands of years ago. With smartphones, it all depends on how we use them. Can they be useful? Absolutely. But statistically speaking, I bet the percentage of people being unnecessarily distracted, deceived, or misled by their phones today isn't far different from people using black mirrors in ancient times. And with AI and deepfakes gaining more traction, that deception is bound to increase. There are also social and cultural ramifications. Smartphones have radically altered how we deal with the world and with each other, and not necessarily in a positive way. We may eventually conclude that we would have been a lot smarter without them. Like that movie Butterfly Effect. In the end, the guy realizes that the only way to help the woman he loves is to undo ever meeting her in the first place.
So you see smartphones as technology?
Only in how we use them, or more importantly, how we allow ourselves to be used by them. I own one, but I only use it for calls, and sparingly at that. I've turned off all the other invasive features, even put a microphone blocker on it. Most days I don't even have it powered on.
So whether something is tech or rec depends on how we use it.
Yes. If we were all focused on becoming love, then we'd all be using smartphones in a complementary fashion. As it stands, though, they're too often used to monitor, manipulate, distract, corrupt, etc., none of which aids us in becoming love. Any tool can be used as a weapon. It all depends on the intentions of the person wielding it.
So with intentions of love, tech becomes less detrimental.
By leaps and bounds. If we could all tackle that behemoth of a challenge, to become love, there's no tool in existence we'd ever think of using as a weapon.
Do you really think that's possible? Us, everyone, ending our love affair with tech?
Everyone at once? Doubtful, but if enough individuals started shifting to the main quest, perhaps becoming a majority, then humanity might reach some type of a golden age. That's one of the ironies. For all the people who believe tech is the solution, I try to point out that if we were truly a loving species, we'd already be flying through the cosmos. Insufficient tech has never been the issue. It's our deference to our avataristic natures that's held us back. Gaining technological know-how isn't all that difficult, but using it wisely and progressively, that requires player input.
Okay, but flying through the cosmos? I'm not seeing your point.
Well, just consider how much of our progress as a species has been thwarted by petty, fearful, greedy concerns. How many innovations have been derailed or buried for profit and power? How much energy, resources, and lives have been sacrificed to our chimp-minded squabbling? If we make the shift toward love our priority, then just about everything else we undertake will fall into place. We'd intuitively focus on the well-being of everyone instead of just a privileged few. We'd view tech as nothing more than a tool, and whatever the next best tool was to come along would indisputably replace the previous one. There'd be no personal or financial incentives to keep antiquated or obsolete tech in circulation. We'd operate under an authentic version of innovation for the betterment of humanity. Instead, we're currently operating under innovation for profit and power. Because we've done so little to connect with our players, to become love first and foremost, we're not only not flying through the cosmos, we're adversely limping toward Armageddon.
Maybe. But I don't see things changing on that front anytime soon.
Neither do I. Of course, another possibility, slim as it may be, has to do with boredom.
How so?
No matter how clever or shiny our tech is, we seem to have a built-in tendency to get bored with it, particularly because we do idolize it. We look to it for meaning or purpose in our lives, and when it inevitably fails to deliver, we lose interest in it. That's because tech is of the simulation. It can never elicit true joy. That's why we tire of it. But eventually, if we don't self-annihilate first, we may reach the point of creating a single piece of tech that addresses all our needs. The quintessential robot's robot. And perhaps after generations of using this penultimate piece of tech, we'll begin to tire of it as well. But there'll be no next-gen iteration to create. We'll have exhausted every innovative imagining, yet we'll still be joyless. The void within us will still exist. Maybe then, finally, we'll realize that tech was never our salvation. Maybe then we'll collectively begin seeking greater meaning. Maybe then we'll begin the main quest together.
This concludes the entirety of this two-part audiobook, Life is a Video Game, Played by Consciousness Time, by Dan Borsbach. Thank you for listening.